Hello, chat. Hello. I'm all by myself. Mouse abandoned me for a bagel. Didn't tell her I was going to say that, so good luck to me.
You don't want to hear me be hangry on your stream. You don't want to hear that.
Okay, stream announcements. I need a new keyboard, or there's something wrong with the USB ports on this computer again. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Umineko Saturday as is weekly tradition. We're starting episode 7 today. Woo! I wooed. Seki Mea tomorrow, finishing Ace Combat 7 on Tuesday, Death Stranding 2 on Wednesday. We're just so locked the F in when it comes to what we're doing. Death Stranding 2 comes out on Thursday, but if you pre-order it, you get it a day before. Is that right? Is that wrong? What a thrill. I don't
You get it
know.
2 days before. You can get it on Tuesday if you pre-order it.
Oh, crap. Can you really? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
you get it on the 24th.
Oh, no. We were going to have to finish Ace Combat 7 on Monday then. And then go into on Tuesday, because that's when all the cool streamers are going to be streaming it, right?
Are there cool streamers?
Yeah, there's so many cool streamers. We're two of them. We're two of them. Cool streamers.
Oh, okay. I'm streaming Death Stranding. What's that?
You don't have to stream Death Stranding to be cool. It's not a prerequisite.
Sorry, I was talking as an OGCD during Bagel. So give me a minute.
So no Umineko Tuesday? Probably not. No, I think it's going to be a Death Stranding week. It's very important.
OGCD, an off global cooldown. I'm weaving my bagel bite.
Okay. All right, Milink is out. Chaz on the screen, even though this never goes on YouTube anyway, because Umineko can't be uploaded. I can see chat. I can see activity feed. I just need to go window capture, and it should be Janart. No, it's wrong. It's not? Oh, it's there. Air Marshal Beatrice. Why is there Air Marshal Beatrice in the URL? What's that all about? Or the title? Alright, there we go. Cute jumps? I'm so excited for Joe discovering what episode 7 is about. This does not bode well. This does not bode well. Anyway, so we have 22 fan arts for you today. We're gonna get through 11037 in the bottom. We're going to be doing the dolls, then we'll do fan art, and then we'll be getting into the reading of the Umineko, the spun glass, and then we will be doing that for I don't know how long. I don't know how long we're doing that for today, but we'll see.
It's vibes based. May I have a stream, please?
Sure, give me 1 second.
Shout out to the person in the chat who said, "What do you mean there's a 7th episode?" and almost made me choke on my bagel.
Got bad news for you, chatter. I got some real bad news for you. There you go. Can you see it?
One second. Yes, I can see it.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna start with Gandalf. Got East Comet 7 after seeing you start. Honestly, I'm loving it. It's grown on me quite a bit, actually. I like it a lot more second stream than first stream, although chat has been pretty annoying, or I've just been tired and grumpy. I'm not sure.
Little column A, little column B.
This is Quake, isn't it? Quake 3 Arena? No?
Isn't this so? Wait, I know this one. Isn't this Elder Scrolls?
It does look like Elder Scrolls.
That's an Elder Scrolls type logo, isn't it?
Elder Scrolls. I want to say Oblivion for some reason, but it's not. Is it online? It's online.
All right.
It's Elder Scrolls Online.
I finally knew one. Knew one.
Yeah.
It took like 7 streams of doing these, but I finally knew one.
I've never played that. This is Duke Nukem. Forever. It's not. It's Fallout 1. It is Fallout 1. Okay, I got it.
Nice. Good.
Okay. Time for Bandle.
Okay.
Very hard.
Very hard. Oh, and it's recent. We're cooked.
2021.
No.
Hey, don't let me in with you when it comes to releasing music. I'm hip. I'm still with it. I know a lot of new music.
Oh my god, don't say that.
Anyway, chat, can you hear it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, chat's going away. All right. Okay. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Because including the drum roll at the end of the clip is really funny. That's why.
I don't know what this is. Here we go. Let's go to the bass.
Yeah.
It's not going well, let me tell you.
It's just like the pause is so funny. Sorry.
I feel like that is extremely distinctive, and I don't know what it is, so I don't think I know what this is. Let's just get through this and put us out of our misery. Here we go. Oh god. It's gonna be some One Direction bullshit.
No, One Direction wouldn't be very hard. They expect you to know One Direction.
I don't know One Direction.
I see.
Okay. All right.
It's less funny without the pause.
Okay, we add a third electric guitar. All right, we're not getting it. Just fucking glort me. Just glort me. Just glort.
I got no fucking clue, man. I've been locked indoors for this entire genre of music. There's no way.
I know this song, but I'm not gonna get it. I know this song. I know this song, yeah.
Right.
Okay, all right. What's the clue? Great for you. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. No. Good.
Oh, there it is. There you go.
Olivia Rodrigo. Oh, yeah. Good for you. Okay, I've heard this.
This is a name that I've seen around, but I've never listened to a song by her.
I've heard this at the gym.
Oh,
That's
there
the
you
only
go.
that's the only way I know it. Yeah. All right.
They play 80s music
Hooray.
at my gym.
Sometimes they play some 80s music at the gym.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey Joe, I didn't realize that you streamed with the one and only Big Video Games.
That's me. That's me. They call me Big Video Games.
What do you mean they call you Big Video Games?
I refuse to explain.
What? All right. Okay. All right.
We can add something to your goals if you want to get a name for yourself, but it'll take you like 5 minutes to do on stream.
What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, sorry. Hold on.
Here, I'll link it to you in DMs. I'll link it to you in DMs. Here you go.
Okay. All right.
Here
All
you
right.
go.
Sorry.
Here's
I'm doing Jodel. One
I
second.
did
One
this on
second.
stream. I did this on stream last stream. Here you go.
It's not that it's too hard. It's just kind of awkward. If you want to play this game a lot and get really, really good at it, then it's going to be amazing, I'm guessing. Especially if you like the art style. I don't. This is a stream, and this is Pizza Tower.
Damn.
Yeah. Done.
Damn.
Done. It's not that it's too hard. It's just kind of awkward. So it's like,
Yeah.
if you also known as it being too hard, if you want to play this game a lot and get really, really good at it, then it's going to be amazing, I'm guessing. Especially if you like the art style. I don't. The art style is dragging. Yeah, I don't like the art style of Pizza Tower. Although I gotta say, it's not that it's like lazy or anything like that. I remember a lot of people saying ragging on Pizza Tower when we streamed it, being like, "Wow, this art style is so lazy." It's not. It's really, really well done. I just don't like it. Like, a lot of work went into that. But yeah, I don't like the rends to be kind of thing.
What's worse, Pizza Tower art or Pentiment art? Make a judgment call.
Pizza Tower art. I think Pizza Tower art. Yeah.
And yet you streamed Pizza Tower. Interesting.
I was forced to at Pepperoni Point. Is your thing in your DM? Is it before Scrandle or after Scrandle?
It can be after Scrandle if you want to do
After Scrandle. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Are you gonna partake today or no? Is it just for chat?
Yeah, I'll partake.
Really? You're gonna do it? Okay. I can't believe you agreed to do it. Okay. All right. Here we go. Can we choose it?
Yes, we scran.
Yay! All right, what do we got today? Ice cream versus onion bhaji burger? Dare I say anyone's scran? I don't know what's going on with the bun. It looks like a squirrel had its way with it. I don't know.
It's a multi-grain bun.
With like big sesame seed motherfuckers?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I don't think I can't even see the burger.
You can't see the burger. That's true. Yeah, I don't know where the burger is here or if there's supposed to be burger at all.
Yeah.
Those aren't sesame seeds. They're not sesame seeds. It's pepitas. It's pumpkin seeds.
The bhaji is the burger. Okay, so it's not like a burger guest starring bhaji. It is just bhaji in a bun. Okay. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea. I
don't know. It looks decent to me.
Either way, it clears the ice cream easily. What do you mean? That ice cream looks fine.
It does look like a good sandwich.
I would try it if it didn't have the big seeds on it. All right, I'm going right.
Okay.
I'm going right. Oh, 20% higher. Pretty good. Okay.
All right.
Asada, pasta, and birria tacos versus macaroni cheese with crispy onions and bacon. All right. Both these look good. I gotta say.
Yeah.
I gotta say both these look good.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe there's too much green going on the left.
Too much green?
I feel like right has more universal appeal. It's also cheaper.
That lemon looks fried, says Chad. What lemon?
What lemon?
Where do you see a lemon? Can you point to the lemon in the picture, Chatter? That's a lie.
Can you tell Big Video Games where the lemon is? Yeah, it's a lime. Yeah, it's a lime up there. Yeah, it's green. I'm going right. I'm going right.
Okay, you can
Ah,
go right. You can go right. I'm sorry, that's unlocked me.
I'm worried it's left now. I'm worried it's left. I'm worried it's left. I'm going left because if it's right, I get to be mad.
Okay.
Oh, it was left.
Oh
It
shit.
was left. Okay. Buffalo
All
chicken
right.
burger versus steak pie. Okay. That is with a pint and it's 280. It's anyone's grand. It's anyone's grand.
Oh, it's gotta be left, right,
It's
right.
got
I
we
feel like a
left
pint
right.
can't save
It's
that.
with a pint. It's cheap and also remember it's like pies are just random on Scrandle.
But
Left is
it's
Scottish.
soggy.
Left is
Oh,
Scottish.
I feel like right is unethical.
Okay. I'm gonna go left. I'm
Okay,
gonna go left.
that's fine.
You were so right. Wow. Wow. Okay, easy right here, right? Easy right?
I hope so.
Yeah, easy right. Easy right. Again, easy right?
Hmm.
It's too high for the unknown mystery meat
I hate
sandwich.
meat unknown sandwich. I don't want to look. Oh man.
Okay. Mini pizza. I think the pizza looks pretty good actually. 230 for that. It's okay.
That
Samosas
pizza
and
is
sauce.
cold, though.
Is it? You can tell?
That is cold pizza.
It's
Yeah.
cold pizza.
Yeah. You can tell the cheese has congealed. Yeah.
Hmm. What's all the
Mm.
bullshit on the left?
It's a samosa in sauce. Well, you know what's all the bullshit?
Yeah, like what's the sauce on it? What is it? I've never had a samosa with sauce on it like that before. I've had samosas.
It's probably tzatziki sauce. I don't know how to spell it.
Okay. The TZ sauce. Yeah.
The TZ sauce. Yeah, there
The
you go.
TZ sauce, yeah. Hmm.
It's like yogurt with dill in it, I think, and garlic, and then maybe hot sauce. I'm not sure. Looks like hot sauce.
Okay, we're going left. We're going left. Sorry,
Okay.
Brazil. We're going left.
All right. Yeah.
Yorkshire pudding wrap filled with sausages and stuffing with a pot of gravy. Okay, I remember that I thought this was going to score really high and it didn't. And then chat pointed out that this lining is gross inside, even though that's what it's supposed to look like, I think. Currywurst pommes with a pint. Right is really
The fries
expensive
look
for what
really
you're
good.
getting.
That's true. The fries look really good though.
You think those fries look good?
Yeah, they look okay.
Really? I don't think those fries look good. There's not that
Well,
many on them.
I'll take them then.
Okay. Currywurst never loses. Currywurst has lost before. It is with a pint, but the pint is not in the picture. Hmm. The pint is traveling through time is in the left picture, even though it doesn't come with a pint. This makes me want to be a vegetarian. What? What the fuck? What are you talking about? Okay, something is telling me that left scored low, so I'm going right, but maybe I'm wrong now. Do
Yeah,
we
I
agree
don't
with
know.
right?
It's tough. I would pick right, but I don't know if it's the right choice for Scrandle. But
Okay,
it is
we're
expensive.
we're both unified in going right.
Yeah, we can go right. We can be wrong together. Yeah,
No,
we were
it
wrong
was it
together.
was it was
92%.
it was the opposite of what I was thinking. Is that I thought that the middle looked bad, and it's just how it's meant to.
Wow.
No,
Wow.
I let us down. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I definitely. That was your fault. Totally, not
It was
mine.
my fault. Yeah.
100%.
Double cheeseburger burger with bacon. That onion is a bit too thick for my liking, but apart from that, that looks
Mhm.
really good. Right looks
Mhm.
even better to me. Like wow, right looks good, and I don't usually eat that. Huh?
Right looks good to me. Right looks good to me.
Gyros in the UK look fucking disgusting with the actual. This looks disgusting to you, Chatter? What kind of fucking utopia do you come from where the gyros are always good? What are you talking about? This looks great.
They're probably used to the usual like beef lamb combo with a dark kind of meat in it. But this is chicken. It's normal for it to be lighter.
Okay. The burger has the burger buff. And also, it's cheaper. I think right has a more impressive like presentation. Like
Hmm.
it has a commanding girth, don't you think? It's like woo, like look at that. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I don't know. Left looks like shit to me. I'd pick right.
It
It's
looks like
got.
shit to you. Wow. Okay. All right. 91.6. Wow. This was close.
Hmm.
This was close. Okay. Chicken tikka kebab versus foot long hot dog. Why
With
does
an
it?
Xbox code on
Why
it.
does it have an Xbox code on it?
'Cause that it's an Xbox.
It's an Xbox.
Yeah, that's an Xbox.
Score more with Xbox. Damn. Xboxes are weird now. Okay.
This is an Xbox.
I have a feeling that that's gonna piss people off, and they're just
Yeah, I think so.
yeah. So I'm going left. No, you were wrong. No, no one cared. Holy shit.
No one cared.
Pork
Oh, that's
ramen
sad.
in a chicken broth with soy
Ooh.
sauce. It's got the soy boy debuff versus garlic fries and cheese pizza. Mm, I'm
It is a
not
very small ramen.
I'm not feeling right, man. I'm not feeling it.
Okay.
I'm not feeling
It's
right.
13.50. Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck that. No
yeah.
way. No way for 13.50. There's no way.
Okay, I think that ketchup packets like that should be banned. I don't think ketchup should come in packets like that anymore. The only acceptable ways to get ketchup are in a bottle that's either plastic or glass, although plastic is better, I think. And a ketchup packet that has like a little like fucking bowl that you take off the top and then you can dip it in or whatever. That's the only acceptable fucking
Mm-hmm.
thing. I don't love plastic. I just don't like having to, work my forearms getting the fucking ketchup out of the glass bottle because it's just stuck. The best receptacle
You
for
just have to
ketchup.
decide.
Yeah, but it takes too long. It takes too long.
Okay. All right.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I
Okay.
thought you worked out. Yeah, and I want to do that at the gym. I don't want to do it with the bottle. I'm going left. I'm going left. I hope it's not
All
right.
right.
Okay,
Okay.
good.
All
All
right.
right,
There
good.
you
All
go.
right, 8
There
out
you
of
go.
10. 8 out of 10, Scrandle.
Not
8 out of
bad.
10. Yeah, not
Not
bad.
bad.
I'll take
Not
it.
bad.
I'll take it. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. All right, let me go
8 out of 10.
check my DMs. Soup's good? What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't want to do this. I don't want to I don't want to I don't want I don't want to I don't want to do this.
Why not?
Kojima name generator. What is your full name? Oh shit, I just leaked my whole last name. Oh well, now everyone knows my last name.
Just put in Joseph Anderson. I
No,
put in
it
Mouse.
it auto
Who cares?
completed and it went on stream, so now everyone just saw it. Unless
What?
it didn't display capture.
It
Yeah, when I hit it, it auto completed and did it?
did
Yeah, it
it?
did. Yeah, it did.
Fuck.
It didn't show on. It didn't. It didn't show up. Oh, okay, that's good. All right,
Well, then
sorry,
don't do it. If
sorry.
that's a danger, don't do it.
My
If
my.
that's a danger, don't do it.
Give me a second. My heart rate has to come down.
Oh
I'm-
my
I
god.
am not baiting. My full name just showed up on the screen on my
Oh my
display.
god. Just do it off screen, yeah. Or don't do it at all. My name did not autocomplete when I opened this, otherwise I would not have sent it to you.
It's okay. Okay, hold on. Let me black screen it. 1 second.
Okay, alright. Alright.
That's good that OBS doesn't capture that if it didn't show. I just checked the VOD, it's not there. Okay, that's good. It shows there when I click on it, and it also shows like manage addresses underneath it.
Oh
All
my
right.
god. I almost just killed you on site.
I know. I know. All right. What is your full name? Joseph Thomas Anderson. What do you
Perfect.
do at your occupation? Random bullshit. Condense the verb in your answer into a single noun. E.g., if you are a sheep farmer, your answer will be farmer. Bullshitter?
That's just streamer, right? Oh,
Bullshitter.
Yeah, that'll work.
What was your first pet specific species breed? If you have never had a pet, please answer with an animal you wish you owned. I mean, everyone's just gonna have a goldfish, right? Goldfish. Okay. What's your most embarrassing childhood memory? Be specific. One time I was talking to people about tornadoes, and I said that it's fine because after the tornado leaves, it just sets everything back down where it picked it up gently, and everyone laughed at me because my mom had told me a lie about tornadoes to make me not scared of them
Oh my god.
because I was afraid of a tornado that was in the area, and I thought she was telling me the truth. There we go. Condense the story into 2 words. Fake tornado. Okay, there we go.
Hmm.
All right.
Okay.
All the ideas here are credited to Brian David Gilbert. Check out my inspiration here. All right, next. What's next? There's more. Okay, what is the object you'd least like to be stabbed by? A poop knife. A poop knife. All right. What is something you are good at? Verb and in ing. Streaming. Okay. How many carrots do you believe you could eat in one sitting if someone like forced you to eat as many carrots as possible? Okay, baby carrots or big carrots?
Big carrots.
Big carrots?
Yeah, big carrots.
I think I could do a dozen. I think I could do 12. What is
My
your
answer was 4.
4? What is your greatest
Yeah.
intangible fear, e.g., death, loneliness, fear itself? Probably death, to be honest. Probably death. Probably death. What is your greatest tangible fear, e.g., horses? Mm, honestly, very large insects. I don't like very large
Mm.
insects. Why? What is the last thing you did before starting this form? Scrandle. Okay. What condition is your body currently in? That's spelled wrong, isn't it? Currently in.
It is,
Single
yeah.
word answer. Sitting. Favorite state of matter? Solid. A word
Hmm.
your name kind of sounds like. E.g., Brian Brain.
This is...
Toe. Okay, fine. Toe. What is your zodiac sign? Scorpio, the coolest one. If you had to define your personality in one word, what would it be? Sleepy. Okay, there we go. Next. It's still not done. What the fuck? Who is your favorite film character? Note, must be played by Kurt Russell. Enter your favorite Kurt Russell. The one where the rich woman goes overboard and he like pretends that they're married to get back at her, and then they actually fall in love at the end. What was that movie?
Mm.
Goldie Hawn. Yeah, Goldie Hawn Love. Yeah. Overboard. They remade it. Dean Prophet. There we go. Dean Prophet. Dean
Mm.
Prophet. Double F double T. Okay. What is the last word of the title of your favorite Kubrick film? It's Odyssey, isn't it? Actually, it's Clockwork Orange. Orange. What is the first word in the title of your favorite Joy Division album? I have never heard of Joy Division. Tell me the answer, Mouse.
Um. Let's see. What Joy Division album speaks to you? Uh. What does chat think? What? Let August pick. Let August pick. August is
I've
more.
never heard of Joy Division.
Maybe Heart and Soul. You could put Soul
Heart and Soul.
or Heart and Soul, so it would be Heart.
Heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Die Hard Man. What is a scientific term you picked up from listening to NPR once? I've never listened to NPR, I don't think.
What's a scientific term you've picked up from chat that you don't understand?
Um, Infinity. There we go. Infinity.
There you go.
What is a piece of military hardware you think looks cool even though war is bad? A missile. Missiles.
Missile.
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 Yeah. What
Missile.
is something you'd enjoy watching Mads Mikkelsen do? Eat a huge plate of chicken wings. Please condense into one word. Wings. Okay. Calculate Kojima name. Your Kojima name is Wings Orange. What was the point of everything before this page then? What was the point?
You can hit it again and get a different one. It uses different stuff every time, I think.
Streaming Goldfish Man.
Okay, streaming Goldfish Man goes kind of hard.
Horny name? That's my horny name. Okay, my horny name is Streaming Goldfish Man. My normal name is Joseph Thomas Anderson. My violent name is Big Very Large Insects a Poop Knife.
I clicked it once and got big video games and stopped. Just for the record.
The name is the Very Large Insects Man.
There you
go. Horny name, Big Naked Goldfish.
But just pick any you want to go with and go with it.
Occupational name, Toe Bullshitter.
Okay, there we go. All right. Sorry, I almost doxed you.
We're done. It's okay. It's all right. My heart rate's down again now. I'm okay. I'm okay.
It didn't do that whenever I opened it.
Oh man.
I apologize.
Oh man. All right. There we go.
All right.
This is why I need a computer that's just for streaming and nothing else. That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
Did you hear the Dream Settler Hypnospace sequel? Yeah, it was a big announcement yesterday on stream. Yeah. Where were you when Dream Settler was killed? Yeah, I'm sad about that. Yeah. Hopefully something else comes of it. I hope. Window capture versus display capture just saved you. Rodney saved me. Thank you very much, Rodney. Thank you. So you need three computers? I only have one computer at the moment. Although I could probably jury rig another computer together with some of the other stuff. Anyway, we're gonna do fan art and then we're going to read Umineko. That's what we're doing today, right? Yeah, we're doing Umineko. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ash. All I want for Glorpmas is Joms. Why am I doing a Christmas drawing in June? Because Australia is very cold right now, and I wanted to draw warm clothes. Also, I haven't drawn anything nearly gay enough for Pride Month yet. That's true. Everyone's been waiting for that. That's true. This is very cute. Does Australia, this is where I'm going to be ignorant, does Australia get cold enough in its bizarro backwards winter to get snow? And if it does, all of Australia or just parts of it? And if it does, like how much snow?
I think it snows in the mountains, but maybe not right by the ocean.
Mountains? Only in the south? Okay.
Okay.
Just all of a sudden, yeah, Northern Hemisphere is best hemisphere. It's indisputable. Yeah, it's indisputable.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Sorry. Hates the global south? Hates it.
Good Lord, I'm keeping my mouth shut right now. This is nuts.
Streaming PC, tired of your stream looking like a slideshow from 2003. Introducing the Alienware streaming PC because your viewers deserve more than drop frames and sad apologies. Wow. Whether you're gaming, reacting, or just vibing awkwardly on camera, Alienware's got the power to make you look semi-professional, even if you're wearing pajama pants. Alienware, stream like a legend, or at least like you paid for good Wi-Fi. Thank you very much. Yeah, I just read an ad.
Hashtag ad. Hashtag promotion.
Ad. Yeah. The Alienware people are they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Anyway, thank you, Ash. I like these two. These two are cute. By Dekutula? Sumari. That shirt goes hard. Clicking through a not a game is best done with a high spec mouse. Why? Why?
I
Why?
like that this got a new Chan tag for it.
High spec mouse Chan.
I don't know how to feel about that.
He's so happy about it too, isn't he? He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna look at my mouse. What is this?
This is fan art of the game Date Everything.
Can we get a rundown of your mouse specs again, please? It's a Steel Series something. It has 2 buttons on the side. It has a button below the scroll wheel. That's it. I quite like it. I'm fond of this mouse. My keyboard, I like the keyboard too, but I think the keyboard has to be replaced. It keeps triplicating the H inputs and all the keys around the H. Razer Naga. I do not have a Razer mouse. No, I did have one for a while, but it's a Steel Series. Steel Series now. Stop flaring on stream. We're not flaring on stream. What are you talking about? Oh, I don't have my timer for fan art. My bad.
I have a Logitech G705, mostly for the aesthetics because it's a light color, and then I have a keyboard that has like a cherry blossom design on it, and then I've got a little cloud for my wrist rest. It's a very coherent kind of setup.
That's good.
Me. Cohesive.
I like cherry blossoms.
Yeah, cherry blossom Chan.
Fuck. Why'd you have to bring her up? Why'd you have to bring her up? Why'd you have to bring up Cherry Blossom Chan? Yeah, because that's her only name. Cherry Blossom Chan. Speaking of Cherry Blossom Chan, thank you to Big Allen Gaming for the resub. Nearing 1 year of weight loss, and I am down 85 pounds. Holy shit, good job. To those looking to lose weight, can you do it? Yes, use Scran. Oh, thank you very much, Big Allen Gaming. That was 4 hours ago, like a good solid 3 hours before the stream started. Congratulations, keep at it.
Yeah, congrats.
That is really good for a year. Holy shit, really well done. Thank you, Junie Daydreamer, for the resub as well. Hi, Jodler. Haven't been able to watch live as of late, but I am very excited for you to finally be able to get to episode 7. I think overall this is the episode that everyone just really, really wants to see your thoughts on. Oh, God. I'm just excited to finally get to experience it again too. Great streams, Glorp. Oh, we ended with a Glorp. Thank you very much, Junie Daydreamer. Junie Daydreamer. I think this is a lot of people's favorite episode, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's high up there.
It's high up there?
So is 5. So...
That's what we're in for. That's what we're in for. Anyway, thank you, Dekutula. By C8, it's Fido and Sido looking good. Perfectly innocent Sido and Fido art. Perfectly innocent.
It's so innocent.
So cute.
Don't do that. Jelly realizing in the chat. Jelly realizing in the chat.
Me realizing as Jelly realizes. Yep. Yeah. Well, they look better like this. Let's put it that way. They look better like this. Can we get a mod that does that? All better.
Fixed.
What are we realizing, chat room? We're realizing that they're drawn like Burn Castell and Lambda Delta. That's what we're realizing. And I love Fido like more than any other Chan really, and I hate Lambda Delta. So like this is just specifically designed to fuck me, I guess. Yep.
This is a difficult moment for you.
Yeah, it's very difficult. It's hard to be me.
I'm so sorry.
It's
sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, Ruffle Crag, for the new sub. Thank you very much, Ruffle Crag, while the stream is down. That's fun to say. Ruffle Crag. Thank you, YSF, for the bits. Morning, Joe. Morning, Mouse. Morning, Jelly. So apparently I share a birthday with Lambda Delta. How do you know when Lambda Delta's birthday is? It's never been more over. During celebrations yesterday. Yesterday was Lambda Delta's birthday. I was tipsy enough to utter cracked and goated with it when my mom was listening. What? Had to clumsily explain what that meant. Then I had an unprompted be a Bato dream that I can still remember the details of. Got genuinely a little mad when I woke up because Dream Battler acted out of character. In both cases, the brain rot is terminal.
Apparently, there was a booklet released by Seventh Expansion, in December 2013 that had the birthdays of the characters, and Lambda's was June 20th. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I said December 20th because I'm already thinking about Sekimea.
Okay. All right.
It's tough for me.
Yeah.
It's tough to be.
Are you missing him? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm missing him.
Yeah.
I'm
You see him
missing
everywhere?
I should call
Yeah.
him.
You should call him. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I should be the one to call him, considering what he's into. But yeah. Thank you, YSF, for a 1,000-bit follow-up to that as well. Anyways, episode 7 hype. Welcome to my favorite episode, and thanks for the belated birthday gift as such. Oh, it's your birthday gift to you. Is episode 7 stream watch along. Thank you very much, YSF.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Thank you, C8. Oh my God, what the fuck? Cover them up, slut. He did get more slutty as the playthrough went on. Baka Savai, this immediately popped into my head when Joe put Gortach's clothes on waffles and I needed to put it to paper. I practically never draw men, but hopefully this will satisfy someone. Did anyone in chat not understand the waffles appeal until he put that robe on and there was a bit of chest hair and pec showing, or no? Did it make people turn away? Look at me, Minthara. Waffles, big naturals. Going back through the Baldur's Gate VODs to get them on YouTube, I have to scroll through them and everything, and it's like Waffles just looks so different and innocent at the beginning of the playthrough compared to where we got. Yeah. You okay, Mouse? You doing okay? You okay?
Yeah, I'm totally fine. Why?
You're fine? Yeah, okay. All right. We're good.
Yep. I'm fine over here.
Thank you. It's Jesus, one of those for the resub. Isn't it Epic's birthday? Is it Epic's birthday as well? Happy birthday, Epic.
Is it? Happy birthday, Epic.
Happy birthday, Epic.
What did we make chat say to Dalmek? Happy birthday, pervert.
Not owned today. Big video games is fine. Thank you, Claire Plus, for the resub. Umi Scrandle, Rudolph face pie with gravy and mushy peas versus tub of small bombs. Oh, the Rudolph face pie. I mean, I'm still taking the pie because I don't want to eat small bombs, but I forgot about that. Oh God, thank you, Claire Plus, for bringing that back. Thank you, YSF, for some more bits as well. And if Jelly is not here, then morning Jelly in the Discord. I'm a little hungover post birthday day. Yeah, makes sense.
Jelly's in the chat. Jelly's here.
Jelly is in the chat, yeah. Thank you, Baka. Ruin Maniac. I was doing something entirely different, but somehow it transformed into this along the way. Anyways, I've decided that Slop Chan loves Scottish food. Oh, God. Ubisoft games. What? Why are you putting those together? And Umineko, but only the magic battles.
Because they're all slop. That's why.
Oh. Slop. This I do not like. I do not like what's going on here at all.
I hate it.
I do not like what's going on here.
The art's really good, but I hate it.
Absolute slop with the pose is funny though. It's funny. Thank you, Maniac. Holy shit. Thank you also to Sir Kikek for the resub. Hey, Schmo, episode 7 is to Umineko what Umineko is to other VNs.
Not
wow.
true, because it's the shortest one.
Wow. So, they're saying that it's really good. They're saying that episode 7 is the best. Sincerely hope you have a time with it. All love, heart. Also, if you didn't pronounce my name right, you are collapsed to me. Did I do it? Sir Kikek? Kikisi? Kikek? It's gotta be Kikek, right? It's gotta be. And thank you, Terraflop, for the resub also. Hi, To. After playing Ace Combat 7 and having to put up with a story that doesn't entirely make sense, characters who spend too much time yapping, constant backseating from chat, it must be a relief to finally get back to Umineko. Yeah, sure. Enjoy. For real, though. Episode 7 is cool. Hope you like it. Thank you very much, Terraflop. Thank you very much. My hair is so tangled today. I keep having to hold my fingers through it. I combed after my shower, too. Crazy. Anyway, thank you, Maniac. Oh, we're doing Ace Combat 7 fan art. Knighted Sensei. Been holding on to this fan art idea since April 2023 when I played Ace Combat 7 myself, and even around
Wow.
2020 when I took your recommendation and read Catch 22. Really looking forward to the streams. Hope some more people check out Catch 22. It's a great book. And good luck with your flying Joe Sarian. Oh, I'll take that. I'll take
Mm.
that. Oh shit, it's the thing from the game. Balder's gonna love that. Stick with Joms and you'll make it. Leon. I'll make it through. My favorite book, Joms 22, featuring Joseph Hella Anderson, aka Josarian. That is where I got the name Joseph from, if in case anyone has missed me explaining that a couple times in the past. Big Ace Combat 6 vibes right now, or is it Armored Core? Joms 2, more Leon, F14D Super Tomcat. The game has grown on me a decent amount. I don't think it's going to be my favorite game or anything like that, but I am enjoying the combat. Whereas on stream one, for a lot of it, I was pretty miserable and not understanding how to fly the plane. It seems like flying the plane is the real is the game. It's not really so much the shooting and the lock on, although that does have a part of it. Don't get me wrong, but that's like I think that's 10% of it, and 90% of it is flying the plane and getting so good that you can do some crazy shit flying the plane.
You should get one of those like $4,000 rigs and become one of the flight simulator guys and ascend to
Oh,
true happiness.
your comment yesterday was so funny. It's so easy for them. They log in, they fly the plane, they are happy.
Oh.
Thank you, Nesso Berry for the resub with the drums. Thank you very much, Nesso Berry. Thank you, Reservation Nat Dorcia. No, reservation at Dorcia. There we go. That makes much more sense. Thank you for the resub. 7 is my favorite episode. Oh, there's a lot of people saying that. Way more than 5. Hands down. Not sure if that's a popular take, but if so, I still stand on business. Can't wait for you to read it. It is seems to be the favorite amongst the community so far. From young people who are saying it right now. Yep, yep, yep. At Dorcia. Okay, cool. I got it right. And thank you, Huli Gordo for the bits. Hello, streamer. For no reason at all, can you wish a merry fuck you to Dalmec? Thank you very much. A merry fuck you to Dalmec? What did Dalmec do
Mary,
this time?
fuck you to Dolmec.
I don't know what Dalmec did.
I know what Dolmec did.
Does he deserve
I
this merry
think.
fuck you?
Yeah, probably.
He does? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Not sure if it matters, but your Baldur's Gate 3 playlist is reversed chronological. It's sorted by upload date. It shouldn't be like that. Huh. Okay, I'll look at it after stream if I remember. Thank you for letting me know. Is the Ace Combat one like that too, or? Anyway, thank you, United Sensei. Whoa! Oh, it's by Noah Son. Every once in a while, I'll be inspired to make a mid-effort meme drawing. So have Beatrice showing you when to dodge the missile, which knows where it is and where it isn't. Next image contains Sekimea spoilers. After that, Umineko spoilers. I've been told that the Sekimea spoilers are just conceptual spoilers for the story and not specific, but maybe that's wrong. Man, uniforms just go hard, don't they?
They do, yeah.
Yeah, they do. Osi for Ocean. Beatrice. Jousting, head on danger. Danger. Okay, this is very informative for how to dodge the missiles. So there's yellow, which is why sometimes I think it's coming from the side, but it still gets me. I'm guessing. Okay, and it's not gonna hit you. Okay, can we have lots of helpful tutorials, splash art with Beatrice telling me what to do?
You heard it here, Chad. If you want a fan art without, or if you want a backseat without annoying him, just put Beatrice in it. That's with this small amount of effort, it's possible to backseat the streams.
What do you think, everyone?
Backseatress? Okay.
Backseatress. Wow. Good. Thank you, Sleeping Pliskin. Oh, did you do the Kajina meme too? For the resub? Thanks for coming this far. If you would have told me that Umineko would get a nice resurgence through a streamer 5 years ago, I would have thought you were lying. Hope you sincerely enjoy the rest of Umineko. Cheers. I hope I do too. I think we're past the worst of it now that I've. Oh, it's a Joms plane.
It is a Joms plane.
It's like a It's like a Cyclops Joms plane. Oh, that's cool. I think we're through the worst of the crash outs for Umineko now that I've adjusted to what the story is properly trying to do. Um, I,
Mm.
I'm still going to have some issues with it looking back, but yeah, I think we're past the worst of it.
Don't do that when I have a mouthful of coffee, please.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Sereni, for the resub as well. Hi, To. I've recently been busy protesting ICE in LA, so I've been missing lots of streams, but thank you for all the good content I get to watch now with a pog. As is traditions, thank you for all the great streams. Oh, you're very welcome, Sereni. Hope you got through that okay. Hope you did.
Base chatter. Base chatter.
That sounds rough. Holy shit. Holy shit. Think you know a ton. Mr. Sorry. Mr. Sunrise, it's always sunny in Ashia Tower, just a glimpse into the madness of Sekimeya Sundays. Do you think that you can just knock hallways off the tower like Jenga? Now let's talk about the Sekimeya. Can we talk about the Sekimeya? Please, Joe, I'm dying to talk about the Sekimeya with you all day, okay? Touch equals time travel, hot equals building shuffle, smell, smoke, angry bird. Oh yeah, angry bird, Schrodinger box, small feet, homestuck, everywhere. Smelly timeline, loop. Why is there a loop timeline? Egg cuck chair timeline.
Last stream.
I don't remember the loop timeline. I do remember the egg cuck chair timeline.
What a deep understanding of the streams this demonstrates. This is some Mr. Sunrise is in it just as deep as we are.
Yeah.
The
almost
target
everything's
on
here.
Godot's face is so funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, his name is Godot. Yeah, woman. Yeah, that's the criticism we have for her too. Yeah, loves men, passionately stupid. So true, so true. Oh my god.
What the hell is this VN even about? You're looking at it.
Zin
You're
agent
looking at
for
it.
Isla, full of shit, homestuck. Wait, what's this one? Down here, everywhere.
That's a Caro.
Akaro everywhere.
The Akaro everywhere system.
The Jenga building. Holy shit.
Wow. Wow, what a fucking fan art. This fan art is so good. This fan art is so good.
Still, like, the perspective shift to seeing Katsuki from the outside after episode 1 has just been like one of my favorite things ever on the platform. It was so funny. Oh, it was so funny. Oh my god. Thank you, the Juice Official, for the resub. Good day to Joe, Mouse, and chat. Thank you very much to the Juice Official. Official Juice. This fan art reminds me, I just caught up to the Sekimeya VODs. Can I now learn about that brain blast moment you had about Umineko's story? Maybe Mouse can tell me about it. Oh, okay. So we're on the Umineko now.
You're going to explain it.
Yeah, I can explain it. Okay. So
okay. I've been refusing to explain it to them.
Do you want to do it?
Be mean.
So they know that I actually said it to you?
I want them to never know. You can explain it though.
You don't want them to never know? Why? That's so mean.
It's funny.
It's funny. It is funny. Yeah. It is funny. Okay. All right,
so
during Sekimeya, there was a part where we were discussing that someone was found dead, but they didn't investigate the corpse effectively, and in another corpse they didn't investigate effectively, and then that caused Mouse to say that this is one of the reasons why that they often like have like a med student or something there in the mystery stories when they're stuck in a place in order to like confirm corpses and everything like that. And that made me realize something about Umineko that I then muted the stream because I didn't want to say and then Mouse muted me so I could explain it to her because I didn't want to spoil Umineko when we weren't streaming Umineko because we were on Sekimeya. And I will not be telling you what it was in solidarity of what Mouse just said. So there we go. Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. Good afternoon, streamer. For no reason at all, can you speak on the whole Umineko Disco Elysium One Piece deal? Are the chances now 0%, or can a miracle occur? What's this? Umineko Disco Elysium One Piece deal? I think the chances are 0. Yeah, I think the chances are 0. I don't think it's gonna happen. No. What was the Disco Elysium part? Oh, if it was better than Disco Elysium, it's not gonna be better than Disco Elysium. Sorry, I don't think so. But we'll see. We still have 2 episodes left, and everyone's favorites here. Thank you, Parkier and Honda, for the resub. Also, I had the pleasure of avoiding your Edith Finch video all this time. Sorry. And I took your spoiler warning. Yeah, I finally get through the game last week and really enjoy it very much. It feels like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, your video. Maybe later with a dance. It's one of my best videos. One of my best videos. Hope you enjoy it if you ever get to it. Edith Finch is a really good experience. I like it a lot.
Can I be nice and tell them I feel bad now? I feel
Okay,
bad.
go for it. Go for
I
it.
feel bad. Okay, so basically I muted him and he just said that because and we're into Umineko spoilers now, but you're on the Umineko stream, so that should be okay. He basically just said that there's a pretty good chance that Nanjo has to be in on it on like some or all of the murders because Nanjo is constantly the one verifying people's bodies and whether they're hurt or not. Or dead, and so there's like a non-zero chance that Nanjo is not in on it. So he had that revelation during the Sekimea.
Specifically because of what we learned about Shannon and Canon is that they have been found dead, and they are obviously their bodies are not. So like he must be in league with that whatever that is. I think. Unless there's some unreliableness going there. I don't know. Who is canon? Exactly. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, it's today's emo goth versions of Umineko characters. This week's we've got 3. We're starting off with Erica.
Erica has 30 pieces of fan art. How does that make you feel?
Disappointed. Yeah, disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The second most I've ever been disappointed in this community, giving Erica attention in fan art. Umi 6 before their relevance fades have these emo edits. Erica for Fruto. The emo edit. 17 tags for the emo edit. All right, so that's Erica. Yes, I gave Delana a skirt. Thank God.
Thank you, Crystal.
Thank you,
Crystal.
Thank you so much.
Pants mod real.
She doesn't look that different to me, actually. Huh? Maybe it's just the hair is just going well with the rest of the outfit already. The eyeliner is a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks like a huge pain in the ass to put on. Wow, a twofer.
Oh, the two-tone hair is nice. I like this.
Gertrude and Bertrude. I can't remember the other one.
Gertrude and Bertrude? What do you mean by that?
I can't remember. What was
Cornelia.
Cornelia. Yeah, okay, there we go. I can't remember them. Does this still count as a singular butt fang down here, or what? Like, what's going on?
I'm not a butt fang legislator. You'll have to hire one. I'm sorry. You need someone different to do that work.
Are these both half blonde? Is this blonde or is this orange and it just looks more blonde? This is blonde. I think it's just the lighting. This looks lighter than that too. Cool design. Thank you, Simulaire.
Butt fang Senate. Yeah.
Thank you, Simulaire, for the resub. Hey, Mouse's boyfriend, thanks for playing Ace Combat 7. It made me want to try it, and I love it. Oh, that's good. I always like it when people discover games through the streams and the videos. That's cool. Hope you enjoy it. Hope the DLC is the best part. Thank you, Infatuated Hades, for the 100 bits as well. Have you stumbled upon Skippy Biddy's critique of Tears of the Kingdom? I haven't watched a single Tears of the Kingdom critique video, sorry. I usually dislike YouTube game critics other than you. Oh, other than me. It's okay, you can dislike me too, because their work often lacks depth. It's still somehow very long and feels too much like a liberal arts essay, but Skiddy's critique is well made and feels like the video you would make about the game if you had the time. It's clear they took inspiration from you. Oh, don't say that. And you're mentioned in the video. Oh, okay, can't wait for the Pentiment stream. What are you slipping Pentiment in there for at the end? This is smuggling the fucking kill the animals. Let's fucking stream Pentiment. What the shit? We're doing Chrono Trigger. We're not doing Pentiment. We're not. Oh.
I also can't wait for the Pentiment streams. I'm with you.
Joe's streams also sound. Joe's videos sometimes sound like a liberal arts essay. I fucking hate liberal arts essays. Don't say
Okay.
that. Don't say that. I love Crunchyroll.
Okay.
Crunchyroll is really good.
I
We're
hate
gonna-
liberal arts essays, he says, with an English teacher in the call.
You're big video games. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I made people write liberal arts essays about video games.
Oh, Chrono Trigger, fuck Eternal Noctis. What do you? You're just like the only champion of Eternal Noctis in the chat. I'm sorry. Even the Sifu conglomerate have more support and legislation than you do. Really? We're putting Eternal Noctis up against Chrono Trigger? How long is Eternal Noctis? What do you mean even? Sorry, Sifu Doka, but like not many people want me to play Sifu. I think more people want me to play Pizza Tower. Neon White would be the big one. That would be a good poll. Nagas is already typing it up. Neon White versus Pizza Tower versus Sifu. I wonder who would win.
Versus
Anyway,
Pentiment.
thank you, Crystal. No, Pentiment's going to sweep that for sure. Pentiment's going to poison the
Exactly.
well. Yeah.
That's not poisoning the well, that's winning.
No, it's poisoning the well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Thank you, Noah. I saw this line pop on screen, and I have never grabbed my tablet so fast in my life. It still took me the entire stream and an additional 2 hours and a half. But also, return of Angie Burger, kinda? Angie Burger? Because she got turned
Angie
into
Burger.
mincemeat? Think, child of man, think. I know this! I even though I've never seen the show, this is Invincible. This is Invincible. When a spoiler happens, everyone knows what happens in Invincible, right? It's an Invincible meme. I get it. I understand the reference. Go me. So many books.
I've watched one episode of Invincible and don't know this meme.
It's when the guy who really wants the Spider-Man pictures almost kills his own kid, and then as he's like dying in like a crater, he's like yo, like think, what did you think was gonna happen? Something like that.
Oh, okay. All right.
I have also never seen any Invisible. Just know that. Maybe that doesn't even happen. Maybe
Chat says, what? You're not terminally online, Mouse? I am, just differently.
maybe
what?
maybe something else happened. Maybe he didn't beat him up. I don't know. Maybe he's just in a crater. Maybe he just like flies into the moon or something and falls down. I don't know. Thank you, UTemp6 for the resub with episode 7 with a pog. Everyone is crazy for episode 7. I'm starting to get a little nervous. So I'm not gonna like it. Thank you, Bevel Doy, for the resub also. Thank you very much. And Apollo XP, one of those, for the resub. VOD Watcher here on episode 2. Thank you for the streams with a flip the chessboard. Wow, that was a while ago. Episode 2? How many months back is that? 4?
So many months. Has to be 4 months, yeah. Has to be 4 months.
Can we get a marble for Invincible? It's not anime. You can't have a non-anime marble. It's not allowed. Also, thank you, The Last Curry Rice, for the resub. Also, yes, we... I love the delayed sub that's always yes, we scran. It's like the whole audience says it, and then someone says it late, and you can hear them and only them after the fact. Yes, we scran. From the very back of the room. Thank you, Noah. I like Featherine. I hope Featherine comes back. By Ripco. Oh, reversal here. Finally finished this. Quite happy how it turned out. I hope Mouse enjoys it too. I'm here to contribute to the Mouse fan art and Jom based off the Beatrice portrait and the painting Lady with an Ermine by Leonardo da Vinci. Love the Mets. I hope this is a good contrast to the Jap fan art. No nipple tape in this piece, lol.
Yeah, so this is absolutely gorgeous. I love this. I think I do enjoy it. This is so pretty. Someone sent this to me when I was not looking at the stream art channel, and I was just like blown away by this. This is amazing. Love Tiny Joe. Yeah.
Tiny Joe. It's a reversal. Are the ears real?
You can't ask a lady if her ears are real. What do you mean by this?
I just did.
I love the expression on this. Is so good. Like everything about this is absolutely gorgeous.
The Gap fan art was you doing as Gap doing a high kick. Yeah, I thought it was Gap. I couldn't place exactly what it was though. Whoa, we can zoom in.
Mm.
Just happy to be here. Wow. The texture on this. Cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is beautiful. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Loner Archon, as well for the resub. 58 months. And thank you, Elaram, for the resub also. When you said that burger bun looks like a squirrel had its way with it, I was wondering what the hell it means for a bun to look like it's been fucked by a squirrel. I didn't. What are you making it sexual for? Nothing sexual. You know, just squirreling away some nuts for winter. That's all I meant. Then I understood that you just meant it had a lot of seeds on it. Yeah, there we go. See, there we go. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's be real. It was a sexual joke. Let's be real. Let's be real. It was.
No, it was. It's just being unfair to this chatter.
Is it Ribco or Ribco, by the way? Ribco?
No, they're in chat to explain. First one, Ribco.
First one, Ribco. Ribco. Okay, I'll try to remember Ribco. Thank you, Ribco.
Okay.
By Luna Panda, 1 out of 5. Comic book time.
This is really good.
Happy Pride Part 2. This is heavily inspired by Umineko manga, and I strongly encourage everyone to read it. The way they draw expressions and composition is so good. Anyway, this will make as much sense as any Umineko magic battle. If you don't get it, you have no love. You can't kill me. I'm Furuto Erika. While you were distracted by your closed room bullshit, I engaged in homosexual partnership with Delanor, and it's Pride Month. You can't bury your gays during Pride Month or fans will cancel you on Reddit. Check, you fucking heteros. Oh, so she thinks she's invincible via gay sex. Okay, all right. Bold move. Let's see if it pays off for her. All right, what is she doing? Ha. Cackle, aha, cackle, 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 ha, ha, ha. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? Why? Why are they laughing? I agree. Why are they laughing? Are we reading right to left? Oh, you don't have a clue, do you? We can kill you because neither of us is straight. In red? Temporary red? What? This comic is only valid for another 10 days, apparently. 10 days. I, Jodler, I, Moustress, am a bisexual furry. Oh.
You said it. You said it, not me. You said it, not me. I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Sorry, I said it wrong. Furry. Useless. Truth nuke. Fuck. Owned. Wow.
Thank you, Luna.
Thank you, Luna. Joe Spoken Red confirmed. Seems like it. Thank you, ISF, for 100 more bits. Extra 100 bits because I turned 22, not 21, and want that reflected on in the cheer board. Oh. I'm also almost done with my independent study, so once I finish that out, it's back to the Miserycord blogging grind in Undercourt. Shout out to Darcy, my queen. Is Darcy a good character?
Darcy is a character a lot of people like. She's not my favorite, but people like her a lot.
Darcy. Hope Miserycord ends well. We'll probably stream that if it goes well.
I'm probably going to stream it.
Thank you, Key to Truth, for the resub. Hey, Toe and Mouse, when is the co-op Dream Daddy playthrough so we can finally see Joe's inner bisexual king unleashed? Happy Pride. What's Dream Daddy playthrough? I don't think I've seen Dream Daddy. What's that?
Dream Daddy is like an otome with a bunch of gay guys in it. It's a visual novel where you date men.
What's an
You're also a
otome?
man. An otome is a visual novel dedicated to dating men.
Oh, okay.
It's
Oh,
like a
you've
romance
explained that
novel.
term to me before, actually. I remember now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
big
Okay.
Atome fan. Big Atome. They're gonna call me a weeb. Yeah, there it goes. The weebs are rolling in. I have a soft spot for Atome. My favorite, before anyone asks, is Mystic Messenger. Pio Fiore probably a close second because it's just so insane.
You spoke on Mystic Messenger before. Yeah, that's how I know the term. I asked you about it last time.
Mm.
Yeah, I remember. Thank you, Luna Panda.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Thank you. What the fuck is going on here? Thank you, Fozzie. Spoilers for the end of latest Umineko end of episodes. Sorry, I'm not reading very well today. That does no. It is. There's double end. Okay, I am reading. Spoilers for end of latest Umineko, end of episode 6. JoJo reference. Sorry for straight washing this iconic scene during Pride Month. JoJo reference?
I guess so.
I guess so.
That one I don't know about.
Does she have an under? But yeah, my read on this is that the dress has been torn off to show midriff for some reason.
I guess so.
I guess so.
I guess so.
Fucking faces. Is that a JoJo reference? It is a JoJo reference. Yes. Yep. Fozzie is confirmed in the explanation of the fan art. It is. It is. Thank you, Cert Yak, for the resub. Hey Joe, remember when like 5 months ago I asked if you could let the voice clips in Umineko play out before reading the text? Well, now after 31 episodes and still no end in sight. Thank God you didn't listen, Lamayo. Yep, exactly. Yep. Although I do try and do them on the big moments if I can like just morb that's a big moment. Yep. Yep. Someone is correcting you on Atome in chat.
They're saying it's typically pro tag girl with dateable men, but I think that that's a limitation of the genre definition, and it's shitty to limit it to that during Pride Month. Like, it's been a big complaint among the queer community that Atome have not had like selectable gender and pronouns and stuff for a long time. Like, this is actually a battlefield. This isn't a correction. This is a battlefield, and I don't really want to get into it right now. But I
Interesting.
think that I don't think you should police calling things Atome just because of the pro tag gender. So.
Interesting.
You can if you want, though, Chatter. That's your life to live.
Drama and tension. Thank you. Isaac does stuff for the bits as well. Hey Joe, I heard you were going to try and play all the potential award-winning games this year, and I think Eterna Noctis 2021 has a really good chance. Oh, now there's 2 of them. They've doubled. Okay. All right. Fuck me, I guess. This came in before I singled that chatter out earlier too, so that doesn't bode well at all. I am terrified that Mario Kart World and or Donkey Kong game is going to be nominated. Oh, I really don't want that. Anyway, thank you, Fozzie. Holy fuck! By crumbs. God damn.
Yeah, I saw this one today. This is very pretty.
Is this
in the
is
rose
this a
garden too,
yeah? Is this a
in the golden
completely
land?
recreated background from it too?
I think so.
Holy shit! Look at all the detail here. Oh my god. Got a rose here too. Damn. Love the green. I love the green too. Yeah.
The brooch is Mickey Mouse. That's cute.
That is gorgeous. Holy shit. A hidden Mickey and Toast. No, it's it's not exactly Mickey. Don't say that. Don't say that. We don't want that heat. We don't want that heat. Yeah, Mickey like.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Wow, thank you, Crumbs. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Thank you.
So Kingdom Hearts stream in 2027? No Kingdom Hearts. No Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if I could survive.
I regret to
Kingdom
inform
Hearts.
everyone that I regret to inform people in the chat that my server is hellbent on making me play Kingdom Hearts, and they can redeem channel points to do it. So Kingdom Hearts 2026 is probably inevitable for me. So if you want Kingdom Hearts, see you soon.
I will continue to dodge. I've already played 1 and 2 on my own time when I was younger. I don't need to go back into the Kingdom Hearts mines again. I don't need to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Haydener, for the resub. Hoy, it's me, Mr. Poopy Butthole. Oh, Erica, I've been here the whole time, 84 months. Wow, I can't do a Poopy Butthole voice, sorry.
You can do hoo-wee.
So I can't. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Haydener. Thank you, Cotaban, for the resub too. 24 months with the message Missile, Magic Missile. Thank you very much. 2-year club. Thank you, Magical Bacon, as well. Episode 7 is goated. Too bad I can't stay for the whole stream. You can catch up on the VOD though, Magical Bacon. Hopefully my reactions are palatable for you. Hope I enjoy it. Thank you, En Passant, for the bits as well. Most Umineko fans agree that this is where episode 7 truly begins. They're objectively right. Objectively right for the first time ever. Good job, Umineko fans.
Don't say objectively.
What do you mean? What do you mean? It's true. It's true. Thank you, Stonebeard, also for the resub. With Happy Sea Cat Day. Sea Cat? Why do I feel like I already should know that? Sea Cat? Seagull?
Sea Cat. Umineko is literally sea cat.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The word Umineko.
Yeah, Umineko. Yeah, I feel like
I'm on a sea cat's diet. I see cats, I pet them.
Ah.
Do you like it?
I like it. I feel like I keep learning the sea cat thing over and over and over again. Thank you, Stonebeard.
Mm. Seabat? Nope. Not Seabat. Nope. Nope. Nope.
George is mad he didn't come up with that one. I used Neko at some point in the past with a title or something. I remember that. Oh, thank you, Crumbs. Gatsby just let out a huge sneeze. What's this? Lyrics? What oh, okay, it's a video. 1 second. Let me reset.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Flashbang warning. Okay, how's the sound?
Oh boy, I can't wait to watch the new Joseph Anderson stream.
Oh boy.
I hear he's gonna play Ace Combat. Here we go. Whoop. Click.
What a thrill. With darkness.
Oh, I see. Okay, so this is about fucking Tuesday specifically. Okay.
Coins flipping as the mods vote on you.
Wow.
Oh, you're asleep in my heart.
No, I want to jump.
But your streams are cream. I give my views, not for marbles, but for you. Late streamer in my VODs. There'll be no John. Subs from Ace Combat fans to you. Late streamer. You're still in your dreams. Late streamer. Someday you go through BG3.
Yeah.
And someday you beat on a war drum. It's ordeal, the cliffs we survive.
Oh, man.
For the peaks we clip each time. I give my views, not for marbles, but for you.
What a moment. What a moment.
Streamer in my VODs, there'll be no Jamels. Subs as the weeb games grow on you. Late streamer, you're still in your dreams. late streamer. You're still in your dreams, late streamer.
My face hurts. My face hurts.
So we're in agreement that when I call you because you're running late to make sure you've woken up, that I need to serenade you with this, right?
Yeah,
Every time.
every time. Late streamer.
Late streamer.
Late streamer. Oh man, I can't believe someone actually made the whole song. This has been in the community for so long. Oh my god. Oh. Holy shit. Thank you that NTM. Holy shit. Oh my god. By the way, during that day, your pre-stream chat was around 5 hours or so.
Yep.
We actually did Illusion of the Streamers bit where we imagined you were actually live. It was crazy. Fucking really?
August sent them over to my stream chat in an unofficial raid before my stream started.
God damn. I'm sorry. I was completely out of it. I should have said that I wasn't coming, but like I wasn't even awake. I tanked so many alarms and shit. I was gone. It was
last Wednesday? Was that Wednesday? This Wednesday?
It was Wednesday. It was
right?
Wednesday. Yeah, it wasn't Tuesday. Yeah.
Right.
I can't believe this is about Wednesday specifically. What the fuck?
You have such a wonderful community that they make fan art even when it's about you not being there.
Yeah,
Isn't that wholesome actually?
Yeah, it's so end game is I don't even have to show up. It's just like they did just
You have so many wonderful creative people in the community. Sorry, I know I'm like kind of mean on stream a lot of the time, but genuinely people here are so cool.
Yeah, we do. I've been a little irritable lately too, and I feel bad about that considering the community that we have. But yeah, we really do. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Sorry, I get grumpy when I'm tired, and sleep through entire streams.
She says we're a great community. In 20 minutes, she's gonna go into Umiful and bully us. That's the trick. I haven't been going into Umiful at all. I'm much happier now. I've taken time off. I'm safe. I only go in to say hi to Don's and link him to the Dons and link him to linked sales on games on Steam. That's the only reason I go in there now. Hello.
Also, here's the Mario 2 edit I made for this video. Nice. Holy shit. Oh. New emote. Are people gonna use it? I would like this to be an emote. An emote has to die for it. What emote has to die? Are you gonna be late almost every day? Yeah, almost every day. Yeah, it happens. Thank you, Thank you. And that is fan art for this week. Thank you very much, all the fan artists.
Yeah, thank you. A lot of really, really gorgeous stuff this week. Every week, but this week was amazing.
Oh, I didn't get through bits and subs. Usually I get through it during the fan art. Stonebeard, right? Thank you, Snot Girl, for the resub. Can't believe we already made it to the Force Awakens episode stuff. Very nice. That would have been a good joke. Maybe I can do that for next week. Thank you, Snot Girl. Thank you, Zorox, for the bits. Do you prefer the stinky timeline or the lube timeline? I don't remember the lube timeline. What's the lube timeline in Sekimea? I deleted the whole joke from my head.
Yeah, I don't remember I remember the joke, but I don't remember what it was about. I think it was a one-off. It was a quick one. Oh, the lubed elevator.
Oh,
the
yeah,
silent elevator.
The lubed elevator. Yeah, in that elevator,
Right.
you can't hear in that tunnel, you can't hear the elevator moving because it's been lubed. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. Very funny. Thank you, Trujagate. or try Jugate for the resub. Hi Joe, just want to say thanks for all the Umi streams. You have motivated me to complete the VN after putting on hold for 4 years, and I hope you will enjoy Chapter 7 as much as I did. I hope so too.
Wow, they're really they're really building it up for you, huh?
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, I'm getting some subtext about I'm not allowed to dislike this one. It was all fun and games about 5, but this is the one I'm not allowed to dislike. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. Hey, Joe, did you know that Ryu Kishi actually worked as a butt fang expert in real life? I did, yeah. That's what inspired him to write Umineko. Yeah, I'm hoping for some creative monster designs in Silent Hill F because of that experience. Thank you, Cake. Thank you, Cake Walking Remastered, for the bits. Sometimes I say something and I have to like take a second after realizing what I just said. Me and my friends are climbing a mountain. They ask me where we are. I respond, Umineko episode 7, Requiem of the Golden Witch. We smile. We know we're at the peak.
Good lord.
Wow. Do you know what comes after a peak, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dylan H, for the bits. Hi, Tom. Time for the weekly emotional manipulation message. I got suddenly laid off without warning last autumn, and life sucked for a while. The time of you getting back to streaming was perfect. Thank you for all the laughs and commentary. I now have a new job that I like, a new relationship, and a streamer finally starting episode 7 today.
Oh my God.
Also, not a late streamer. Yet I remain in despair, for I am marbleless. In any case, I wish you have a great time reading the best VN of all time, Pentiment. Just a Pentiment jab right at the ends? Right at the ends? Okay, you know what?
Jerry's rallying them, I think.
Jerry's rallying? Okay, all right. You know what? Let's see. Should Dealhan H get a marble? Do a poll, and if chat thinks you should get a marble, you can get a marble. There you go.
They're always gonna give them a marble.
You know what? I'm feeling that this time maybe no. Maybe no.
No? Okay.
No.
All right.
Give someone else a marble should be one of the
Do the poll.
options, and
Do
then
the poll.
we'll never know. And a blowjob. Okay. All right. Thank you, Kever Clorung, for the resub. Predictions on what Game 7 is going to be about for starting. It's going to be fucking brutal because Bern Castell is in charge. It's going to be just the worst game ever. It's just going to be torturing the characters. Who gives a shit about the mystery? That's what I think. It's going to be really, really bad. Thank you, Huli Gordo, for the bits. Since you want to play all Game of the Year nominees this year, I would highly recommend giving Expedition 33 a chance. I don't know if you've heard of it, but I think it's probably one of the best games of the year, and it seems right up your alley since you seem to enjoy JRPGs so much. You know what? Lock it in. You're right. Let's lock it in. Lock it in.
Oh, you gave me a marble and I didn't pick something to redeem it for.
Oh, yeah. You haven't.
I did, yeah. I know what I want, but we'll wait until you're done with this to do this.
Did Jelly use theirs yet? I think Jelly did, right?
I don't know. The marble's being given to someone else. Yep. Sure
I
is.
think Master Elia should get a marble for bothering to sit down and watch every single concurrent Marble anime I watch. That takes dedication. And after that marble goes in, they get another marble. Marbles forever. As long as they're willing to watch the anime. Thank you, Job PT, for the resub. Thank you for the Fortnite background audio. Oh, you're playing Fortnite. Okay, I understand. Chat with the chat. Okay, I understand. Good luck with your matches. Hope you get a chicken dinner. Thank you, Dominic, for some more bits. I'm here to act as a counterbalance to all the people gassing up episode 7. I thought it was just okay. If I had to graph my emotional response, it would have almost been a flat line. Am I being genuine, or am I doing my bullshit again? We may never know. Pentiment is better. My vote is to save the animals, and we're almost halfway to a new yeek. We are almost halfway to a new yeek. Shit. And a happy new year. Fucking hell. Halfway to Christmas, everyone. Halfway to Christmas. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Last Seasons, for the resub. I love Christmas, too. 4 years of being Joe's sub. This is the right time to tell you that the E in Isis is pronounced like Nay-chan, and you've been saying my name wrong the whole time. So much hate. So last Asus? Asus. There we go. Last Asus. I will try my best to remember. Asus. Okay. Like the motherboard. Thank you, Arjun Design, for the bits. Pronounced Arjun.
Love the pronunciation guide bit. Oh, my favorite bit.
Caught up minutes before the stream started, so excited to hear your thoughts on this episode. We haven't started yet, but we're getting close to it. I think I can see the top of my list right now. Thank you, Arjun Design. Thank you, Dork Moonblade Gwendolyn, for the resub 2 with Glorp. Glorp Moonblade, thank you very much. Thank you, Master Elia, for some more bits to say. Sorry for this, as I'm about to use this message to shill something I made. Hello, chat. Are you interested in learning more about the anime marble race? If you are, I made a video ranking 63 of the anime from the marble race and the gimmick marbles. Sometimes it's nice to put a face on a random marble and also learn about some horrible shows. Find it on Reddit or Jads. Wow. All of them? Okay, you know what? You can have a marble. You can have a marble. There you go. Marble given out. We're giving out marbles today. We're giving out marbles. Thank you, Tora3Tron, for the bits. Our late streamer. Thank you, Iron Wrath, for gifting a bunch of subs in a row for full stream ahead. Choo choo, Nanjo. All right. Snap to Nanjo. Thank you very much, Iron Wrath. We're almost at the end of Umineko. Are you excited? Found the video? There it is. Thank you, High Tier Layla, or some say Lila, for the bits. Hey, streamer, wanted to get your expectations lower for episode 7, so fair warning, it sucks fat turds. Ew. All right. Expectations have been adjusted. Thank you, Iron Wrath, for gifting a sub to episode.
Full stream ahead, choo choo, Nanjo episode.
Oh, there was a thing in there. Okay, I understand. I understand. Nanjo episode. Is it Nanjo episode? I would be curious to see. We're gonna find out. Thank you, Mike. Hunt is for Timmy for gifting out a sub. That pause is very important whenever I say that, or else this VOD won't make it onto YouTube for anyone. Thank you, Rodney, for the bits as well. Hey, Joe, episode 7 sucks shit. I hope you'll hate it. Thank you, Rodney. Just no subtlety whatsoever. Thank you, Mike, for some follow-up bits. Hey, I know you're busy with games, but have you heard of the new game Expedition 60? Especially with all the time in the gym. This one is right up your alley. Also, episode 7 is dog water. Smiley face, have fun. Oh, I would still be alive.
They're reversing course so fast.
I would still be alive in Expedition 60. That's good.
Oh, that's true.
I'm going to sneeze.
Okay.
Phew. Sorry, that took a while. Thank you, Rainbow Road DUI. That's an amazing name for the resub. I'm here to backseat the book. That's a great name. Holy shit. Backseating enabled. And last four on my list are Shambi with the resub. Hey Joe, big fan of the streams. I think I speak on behalf of chat when I say you shouldn't play Pentiment Pizza Tower. Fill in any other game you don't want to play. Happy to help. I accept compensation in either shoutouts or half marbles. All right, you can have a half marble. Sure. Thank you, Sir Shambi. Thank you, Moo Nelly, for the resub. Pronounce moo like the cow, Nelly. I did it right. I didn't even read the message first with the Joms. Thank you. Joms buff. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. Hey, Joe, I know that people are hyping up your expectations for episode 7, so I just want to temper them a bit. Episode 7 is my favorite one, which means it's the best one. And I'm not implying anything, but only a really dumb person wouldn't like it. Remember this. All right. All right. Thank you, Parnik. Thank you, Mark326, for gifting a sub to 50 subs. I think that is the amount. Thank you very much, Mark326. And also to Single Dom right afterwards, too. 50 subs, Single Dom. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. It took me a second to get that. Thank you. Thank you, Skunky Emerson, for the bits, too. I want to be the neutral one here and say that episode 7 is going to be whatever you think it is. So have fun. And then go pod as well. Oh, no. They're delaying. Why are they delaying?
Yeah,
they're forspokening us. What the hell's going on? To everyone who is glazing episode 7, you don't like Umineko. You like a well-written story with good plot and logical connections.
Ooh.
Okay, don't hype it up that much. It's not even a joke now. It's not even a joke. Giant Snail in the chat. Time Traveler 2009 is resubscribed. 6 months. Good stuff. Also, I like Umi 7. That's good. Seems like it's a big one. Thank you, Dominic, for some more bits. Episode 7 doesn't exist. We've all been lying to you this whole time. Oh, is that why? You don't want me to find out? This is why we're stalling? For stalling? Thank you, YSF, again. Joe, I just want to say you have been pronouncing my name correctly. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. You. And we're at the end. Mirot with a resub. I think episode 7 is the opposite of whatever the last sub said it was. So it exists. It exists.
Oh my god, they're still going.
There we go. We did it. It's just still, there's more. Okay, let's get the not a game on before we do it. I don't need to share screen anymore, right?
Nope, I got it.
Run as
and this is actually
administrator.
This is actually fine timing. We can read the prologue and then go on break.
Okay, it's up at -20. We can't see. It wasn't launched yet.
Shall I read my my anime marbles to you?
You just got a second marble from Seraph, so you have 2.
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
You can put it in twice.
I get 2 marbles?
You get 2 marbles. Thank you, Othimus, for the resub. If you could nuke a character from Umineko, who would it be, and why would it be George? It would... that's hard to say.
Okay.
Probably...
I have 2 picked out.
You have 2? Probably Burn
I do?
Castle. Probably Burn Castle. Okay. Oh, shit. Thank you, White Wolf, for the new sub as well. Welcome, White Wolf. 378, specifically. Thank you, I'm Accordion, for the bits. Hey, Joe, episode 7 was my least favorite when I first reading it, but now after finishing, I'm excited. I'm so excited for the reread that it's my most anticipated chapter. Ooh, a lot's gonna happen, huh? Thank you, Haydener, for the bits as well. Hey, Mouse, what was the name of the Korean sunblock you mentioned?
Oh, there are a couple of different ones that I use, but the one that I currently really like is the probiotic one from Beauty of Joseon. But Isntree is really popular with a lot of people too. So I will type that is in the chat.
The new tech with the Korean sunblock. Thank you, Sarah, for the bits. Hey, Sarah here, just adding to the endless list of bit messages. Also, can I have a marble? Yeah, cool, thanks. Give it to Mouse. There you go. You have a second one now. You have 2.
All right, great.
Thank you, Bert G373 for the new sub as well. Welcome, Bert G. I'm probably saying your name wrong. Sorry about that. Thank you, Ace Fencer. Good week for this. Thank you for the resub. I had COVID. I hadn't slept in 32 hours while I was watching the Ace Combat lore video recap and thought I was having a literal fever dream. 10 out of 10. Strange Real is a perfectly not strange place. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, huh? Yeah. Mo and Balder did a really good job. I enjoyed watching that video. It really caught us up. What a cool, weird game, the story or lore it is in that one. Thank you, Dominic, for the bits. Thank you, Haydener, for the bits. Hey, Mouse, what was the name of that Korean sunblock you mentioned? And thank you, Sarah, for the bits. Hey, Sarah, here, just adding to the endless list of bit messages. Can I have a marble? Yeah, cool. Thanks. Give it to Mouse. Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, meaningless name, for the resub. Hi, Big Video Games. Just wanted to say episode 7 is bad because it doesn't even have an egg. Excited for Seki tomorrow. Wow. And Pseudo Fossil for the bits. Hello, streamer, and also Joe. It is I, the normal and reasonable chatter. My thoughts on episode 7 are quite average compared to others, but what about you? Are you normal and reasonable? I am. We need to get into the story, everyone. We need to get into the story.
Can I read my marbles?
Oh, you can read your marbles. There you go. I've lost my
Read
marbles.
my marbles. Okay. Well, all right. Okay, so I have 2. I have 2 different ones. Are you ready?
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. Neither of these is a series. They are both a single shot.
Hope they win.
So I'm trying to give you yeah. Okay. First one, predictable choice. Kimi no Nawa, also known as Your Name. Synopsis. Mitsuha Miyamizu, a high school girl, yearns to live the life of a boy in the bustling city of Tokyo, a dream that stands in stark contrast to her present life in the countryside. Meanwhile, in the city, Taki Tachibana lives a busy life as a high school student while juggling his part-time job and hopes for a future in architecture. One day, Mitsuha awakens in a room that is not her own and suddenly finds herself living the dream life in Tokyo, but in Taki's body. Elsewhere, Taki finds himself living Mitsuha's life in the humble countryside. In pursuit of an answer to this strange phenomenon, they begin to search for one another. Kimi no Nawa revolves around Mitsuha and Taki's actions, which begin to have a dramatic impact on each other's lives, weaving them into a fabric held together by fate and circumstance. So that's one.
We have so many weebs in this community, you know that? We have so many weebs.
Yeah, okay. Number two, an unusual pick that chat will maybe not be as bored with, which is Hoshino Koe, or Voices of a Distant Star. This is a single episode OVA from 2002. It is the year 2046. Noburo Terao and Mikako Nagamine are close friends who will soon be graduating junior high school. But after an alien attack on humanity, Mikako is selected for UN military space expedition set to retaliate against the aliens. Separated, Noboru and Mikako attempt to keep in touch by sending emails to each other with their cell phones. As the expedition journeys farther from Earth, the time it takes for them to transmit and receive each other's messages increases substantially. Hoshino Koe revolves around the relationship between this couple as they try to stay connected despite the growing distance between them.
So it's Ender's not a game. Okay, interesting. All right.
Yeah.
Wow. You picked 2 Makoto Shinkai films. I'm not the one who picked it. What are you adding Joe for? It's a lot of weebs.
What do you want from me? There's like 3 anime that I like and I got 2 marbles. What do you want from me?
Every single time Mouse speaks about the amount of anime she's seen, it goes up by 1. You notice that? There's always another anime being added.
It's literally the same movie. Yeah, but one of them's only 24 minutes long. It's a good roulette.
24-minute movie?
Yeah.
It's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. I am not reading anymore. There a couple more came in. We have to start. We have to start. Okay.
I'm going to put voice assignments in mod chat. Okay.
Episode 7. We have to start. We have to start.
Okay. Voice assignment is in mod chat.
Okay. I watched 10 more minutes of John Wick 4 today, by the way, chat. It's pretty good still. It's pretty good. 2 more weeks and I'll finish it.
Have you seen Silent Voice and why didn't you marble it? Yes, and because it's too sad.
No title card read, so much hate. Oh, we're gonna get the music today, aren't we? All right, how is the sound? We good? Oh, I have to do it, don't I?
You do have to do it. Yeah.
Okay, now the sound effect is gone. That's great. Okay. Yeah, it's just gone. We have to wait until we go forward. Okay. Did you just start? We just started episode 7. Yeah, we're gonna read the prologue, then we're gonna go on break, and then we'll come back and we'll go through it. Yeah. This is you, I think.
It is. Yep, it is.
Okay. Go for it.
I have to pull it up. Sorry. Okay. Earth to earth. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Illusions to illusions. And dreams to dreams. A dream is something drawn in the sand between the coming and receding waves. Something so fragile that it's wiped blank every time a wave comes in. So the heartless might sneer, saying that drawing such things is useless and meaningless. However, no wave will ever come again to wipe away the dream she drew. And now that final, beautiful dream of hers will not disappear for all eternity. Come, try and picture it. It's as though the rays of the gentle afternoon sun on a warm spring day simply forgot to grow dim ever again. It truly is such a wonderful thing. Witness to your final dream. Publius Virgilia Maro.
How's sound now? I turned it up. Ooh. It's good? Okay, let's continue.
The suspects were gathered in a room, and several inquisitors of heresy were reporting on the results of their investigation. Their uniforms closely resembled those of Eisern Jungfrau, but they were slightly different. Also different were the badges signifying their department. Then came the sound of someone clapping their hands once. It was the lead female inquisitor. She was announcing that all reasoning had been completed. As has been shown, it is all quite clear. Know that the preceding logic has proven the non-existence of your alibi. At the other end of her pointing finger was a quivering maid with frightened eyes. Her name was... No, that's not important. What matters now is that she could have entered the closed room study where the victim was found whenever she pleased. And furthermore, that her claimed alibi for the time of the crime has been proven to contradict the facts. Shaking, the maid tried to continue in her illogical pleading, but all of her statements had already been seen through. With this, we conclude our proof of the whodunit and the howdunit. Know that your position as the culprit is now an unshakable fact. You must be joking. Why would I kill the master I loved and respected so? I have no motive, no reason. Who did it and how? Know that establishing these is more than sufficient. Please, allow me to speak. Know that motives are unnecessary in mysteries. The Inquisitor spoke coldly.
It's a weird thing to say.
After finishing her witch's prayer, Virgilia stepped back from the coffin, which lay on an altar bedecked with many beautiful roses. In her place, Battler moved to the front of the coffin wearing his territory lord's cape. Though the cape was supposed to represent dignity and majesty, it somehow made Battler look smaller. Battler held a book with a majestic binding in his hand. It was a game record that had just been written. Or perhaps it was a tale, a game, or else a fragment. Written in it was the dream that would be more enjoyable for her than any other. Battler pressed it against his forehead and contemplated for some time.
Then he kissed it.
And laid it gently in the coffin.
His eyes
It
are
rested
blank
upon
there.
her chest. Yeah, it was weird. She looked like a little girl clutching her favorite stuffed animal as she drifted off to sleep.
This is the sole tale I have to offer up to you.
This tale will be shut up with you in your coffin for all eternity. So no one will be able to read it except for you there in your coffin. Shut away in that cat box, the only, unchanging, inviolable, eternal tale.
This way, no one will be able to defile it. No one can deny it, and no one can argue against it. This is just between me and her, just the two of us. Our one and only certain truth.
Those bastards. A man dashed through a town wrapped in twilight. The daytime hustle and bustle of this beautiful village, which combined the traditional with the orderly and the classic style of the last century, now seemed like a mere dream. The orange setting sun was already hidden behind the clock tower, and the narrow alleyway was rapidly descending into darkness. As the gaslights began to turn on, they only made the darkness of the twilight stand out all the more. The man sprinted. There was no time. He had to hurry. He'd had several experiments to do and things he had to check, and it had all taken longer than he'd expected. Yes, there's no mistake there. The whodunit and howdunit are more than enough in the mystery genre. In the mystery genre, the motive, or the whydunit, is given to the lowest priority. To have a murder, you need to have a culprit, and he needs to commit a crime. Motive isn't required for that, so it's usually the most ignored element. In fact, these days, there are even some who call it unnecessary. If you find the culprit with nothing but the whydunit, that's no mystery. That's propaganda. However, just because of that fact, it doesn't mean you can neglect the motive, the heart.
I think the motive is the most interesting part, but fuck me, I guess.
Then you agree with him. We both know how much fun she'll be having in her final sleep, so I doubt anyone could disturb it. After all, who could possibly disturb a sleeping child smiling at a happy dream? Come, it's time for us to leave. If we're too noisy, we'll wake her from her dream.
Cat Battler's back. You're right. What else should you do with a sleeping kid except put a blanket on them, turn off lights, and walk away quietly?
After looking at the coffin one last time, Virgilia turned around quietly. Battler did the same, but then he stopped and turned to face the rose-covered altar. Battler offered up his final words within his heart. As long as those words didn't leave his mouth, no one would be able to know what they were. However, those words of the heart caused Battler's expression to change several times. At first, he frowned sadly, then his face clouded with remorse, and then changed to a bitter, exasperated smile. It flashed through several varied expressions. Then the final expression that crossed his face was, surprisingly, a gentle smile.
A gentle smile.
Something rose to Battler's lips. However, he bit it back down. There could certainly be no words to describe the many feelings he kept in his chest.
Sorry, is this intentionally bleeding from narration to character, or is it glitched?
I think some of it is glitch and some of it is intentional.
Okay.
So saying anything aloud would probably be crude. Battler understood this and stopped himself from speaking once more with a wry smile.
Thank you.
Oh, I've done nothing to deserve your gratitude.
I'll leave the rest to you.
After seeing Virgilia nod back at him, Battler turned away from the altar one more time. and left the chapel. Virgilia also disappeared, and with that, all disturbances that might have interrupted her blissful sleep had vanished. The Inquisitors of Heresy listened with calm, no, scornful gazes. They listened to the frantic babbling of the maid accused of murdering her master. However, nothing she said could bury the fault in her own alibi. They were all mere emotional arguments. I loved and respected the master so much, I had no motive for killing him. No matter how much she spoke, it only made her look more and more like the floundering true culprit, struggling pathetically. The requirements for the whodunit and howdunit had been satisfied. As for the whydunit, the motive, the heart, no matter how much she spoke of gratitude for her master, who had graciously given her a job when she'd been left by the wayside after various misfortunes, it didn't help her case in the slightest in the mystery genre. Therefore, her motive didn't matter. All of that could just be squeezed out of the culprit afterwards. An Inquisitor of Heresy took out a roll of parchment and held it forth, cutting off the maid's sobs and protests. This is how you committed the crime. Know that this indictment has been received by the Great Court and your arrest has been approved. Here's the warrant for your arrest. Motive is unnecessary. Know that such a thing is completely extraneous to the matter of pinpointing the culprit. Please allow me to speak. Know that we of the SSVD possess methods of forcing unrepentant criminals to reveal the truth. With these interrogation tools blessed by the powers of justice, we Inquisitors of Heresy will strap up your limbs, burn you, crush you, stretch you, and hang you, and in doing so, wring the red truth out of you. It isn't even necessary for you to confess. Aides, arrest that maid. It wasn't me. I didn't kill the master. No.
No. Who the fuck is this? Hold it right there. You've got the wrong culprit.
A man kicked the door open, and the Inquisitors were all shocked at the sight of him. Why are you here? Know that this case is no longer your responsibility.
Oh, shit. My gamepad's still plugged in for this combat. 1 second. Quiet. You find one person without an alibi and just assume that she's the culprit? Do you really think there's no need for a motive, for a heart in crime? Crimes are committed by people. There are no crimes without a heart. I'll never accept a theory that neglects the heart.
Know that your obsession over the whydunit is simply embarrassing. The whydunit is unnecessary. Such a thing can be extracted easily through interrogation. Even the Great Court has already acknowledged that this woman is the culprit.
True, the Great Court does assume that everyone besides the maid has an alibi, but that's just because they heard you say so, and they've mistaken your overconfidence and conceit for wisdom. If any one of the other suspects loses their alibi, your evidence so far proves nothing. Just look at how pathetic some of these other alibis are. Did the clock in the reception hall chime midnight at exactly the right time? Did the dog by the back door bark at everyone? So you managed to prove the maid's alibi false. Congratulations! But does it end there? It may have been possible for her to do it, but does she have any motive at all? Are the alibis for the others absolutely perfect? This maid wasn't the only one with a false alibi. You have to keep on searching if you want to find the others. Was there some sort of grudge against the victim, or some money-related problem? Don't abandon motive. Don't abandon the heart. Dry mysteries where the motive can just be figured out later aren't worth anyone's time. Okay, Umineko.
If the maid isn't the culprit, then why did she fake an alibi? Even asking such a question is a waste of time. Know that we just have to interrogate her, wring out the red truth, and have her sign in red blood to everything that happened at the time of the crime.
Yeah, you can probably do that. You can just use that torture of yours to squeeze out everything frankly and objectively, as seen from the eyes of God. But you know what? I'll never accept mysteries and theories that lack heart.
I have already taken over responsibility for this case. I even have a decree right here. Come now, aides. Know that there is no reason to hesitate. I order you to arrest this maid. When she gave this order, her subordinates hesitated, looking back and forth between their superior and that man.
Well, enjoy that one, chat. I won't let you. The real culprit's a different person. It's possible to use motive to find them. And their alibi trick is an old one. You can't neglect the heart.
There's no need for that. We just have to find the suspicious ones who could have committed the crime, interrogate them, and squeeze out the red truth. On the off chance that they aren't the culprit, then we just have to interrogate the next suspect.
You call that reasoning?
Stand back. We will arrest that woman. Know that this maid is the culprit.
It is forbidden for a servant to be the culprit.
What did you say? The words of power blasted away the aides trying to arrest the maid.
Van Dyne's 20 rules, rule number 11. If you want to torture why is that in red? If you link back to what you just said, maybe? If you want to torture this maid, make sure you double check the alibis for the second wife and her lover first.
Those two already have a clear alibi for the time of the crime.
That, an alibi? Damn it, I feel like you couldn't understand no matter how easy I make it for you. If you want to call yourself the head inquisitor, try and figure out at least that much for yourself. Until then, I'll be taking that maid's arrest warrant.
Then what about you? Can you prove that this maid didn't commit the crime? Know that she was clearly away from the kitchen at the time of the crime. What was she doing then and where? She can't prove it, I can't prove it, and you can't prove it. No one can. That's why we have no choice but to use these torture devices to interrogate her until the red truth is squeezed out.
You can squeeze as much blood and truth from the true culprit as you damn well please. However, I won't let you interrogate or torture anyone who isn't that culprit.
This is why everyone says you're too soft. All the suspicious must be interrogated. That's how we Inquisitors of Heresy conduct our witch trials.
That's right, we are Inquisitors of Heresy. Felling evil witches is our job, and I'm not soft at all. However, we mustn't risk hurting the innocent. We mustn't put them under suspicion. All humans have their own personal truths. Those should only be exposed when they commit crimes. We've been given the right to expose them, but there's one thing we can't do.
What?
No one, not even God, has the right to expose the innocent truths of those who have not sinned.
The maid finally realized he was trying to protect her. I don't know who you are, but thank you very much. I'm really not the culprit.
Yeah, I know. Your boyfriend said he'd be willing to give up everything to prove your alibi, but I don't have a boyfriend. Ah, thank you for telling me. You should thank him. That kid said that honor and reputation are worth nothing compared to you.
But if he does that, he'll...
It won't come to that. Exposing the secrets between lovers is a job for third-rate magazines. That's not mystery. I'll never allow for heartless reasoning.
Then, for the first time, the man's sullen expression relaxed, and he patted the maid's head roughly.
I'm sure you two will be happy together. Still, meeting together in secret while on the job is hardly praiseworthy. Try to keep that to a minimum.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. These words were heard only by the two of them. The man had learned of her innocence, which could only be proven by exposing the secrets of a pair of young lovers, and he had rushed about in search of a solution, resentful of the arrogance of those trying to expose this by forcible means.
Someone said, please pat me in chat, and for some reason my brain read it in the Thara voice. Please pat me. The point of theory making is not to create a culprit, or to trample the truths that lie in the hearts of those who have not sinned. If you want to play the detective, don't neglect the heart. Otherwise, we're just intellectual Redditors. Don't forget it.
When the man spoke, the Inquisitors no longer had any way to argue back. This man's name is Will, and yet that's not what everyone used to call him. Head Inquisitor of Heresy of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Wizard Hunting Wright.
Oh my god. Willard H. Wright. This is the last thing I have to pass on to you guys. If you want to be the next Wizard Hunting Wright, remember it. No matter what. Ooh.
He's not stubborn, he's right.
Is this a different song?
somber opening.
Oh, Beatrice was in the window there.
Oh, Beatrice.
Beatrice.
Yeah, me?
Okay.
I saw someone in chat asking where did he get the idea that people that mysteries don't care about the why done it, and I want to reiterate that Ryukishi is writing about a very specific genre of Japanese mystery called honkaku. This is that Umineko is in response to, which is only concerned about the things that they're talking about and issues anything to do with like social psychology.
It's not Ichus.
I don't think so.
I gotta
It's
say,
stays all the way down. Yep.
I gotta say, this isn't criticism. Well, I'm gonna be saying a lot today. This isn't criticism. At this moment, going into episode 7, I don't understand how the story is not over. Like I feel like we're done. Like I don't really know what we're doing anymore. Like I don't know why we're still doing games and shit. But like I feel like obviously I would accept an epilogue, but like episode 7 and 8, I'm curious what's gonna happen, especially considering this is everyone's favorite or most people's favorite. Yeah, we'll see.
I felt the exact same way when I got to this episode.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
like, well, it kind of seemed done to me. Like, where are we going here?
I feel like most of the mysteries and the information you need has been supplied now, and also that the whole point of the games was at first, to deny Magic, deny her Beatrice's existence, but then Battler came around that there's a different reason that they were happening, and now he knows that reason. We've been kind of like keyed into that reason a decent amount, and I feel like it's going to leave a lot to you to figure out anyway on your own. So I don't know. I'm curious. Or at the very least, I don't know why the games are still going. Maybe they aren't. Like maybe the Burn Castle doing her own thing is going to be a separate thing in this episode. I'm not sure. Do you have an explanation for everything that's been going on? I'm not expecting to get an explanation for everything that's going on. I don't think it's going to be that kind of thing. I think there's going to be a lot of stuff at the end that is going to be left up to an exercise for the reader. Or just won't have an answer. But that's my expectation. Anyway, we're going on break. I'm going to say thank you to a bunch of people before we actually fully go on break. But if you want a longer break, you can leave now, and it's probably going to be at least 10 minutes. So thank you to I Love Pork for the resub. 6 months for Umi episode 7. Also, which children's cartoon is best, Pokemon or Digimon or Sailor Moon? It's got to be Pokemon. Pokemon is... I loved that show when I was a kid. I never actually watched much Digimon. I did watch a couple episodes of Sailor Moon here and there. Like I like the animation style, but I didn't really. The story was kind of crazy. Pokemon, was it even translated properly when it came over to the West? I'm not sure, but Pokemon is really good.
I think both Pokemon and Sailor Moon got kind of shafted in the translation. Like both of them had a lot of weird stuff done. to remove content that they didn't think was good for America.
Ooh, I'd be curious to see like a more faithful
issue.
for Pokemon then. Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, Combustible Lemons, for the bits. Pronounced Comestible Lemons. No, it's not. Hey, To, I haven't been watching the streams, but episode 7 is the opposite in quality of whatever you thought of the Answers arc so far. Oh, man. Oh, man. What the hell does that mean? We're going to find out. Thank you, Kami Mummy, for gifting us up to Pentiment for Lifeu. Loves Pentiment. Loves Pentiment. Thank you, Sir Kekiek. Sir Keki Kick, again, for the gifting us up. Just say your name a bunch of times. Hopefully I get it close. Thank you, Metanix for the resub as well. And Ecto Sun with a smile. Thank you very much. Thank you, Terraflop, for giving out 10 gift subs in celebration for starting episode 7. Thank you very much, Terraflop. Thank you, Nelly Orion, for the resub with You Done? No, we're just getting started. Thank you, Forgetosaurus, for the resub. Here's to the rest of Umi Pico. We're at the end. The end is in sight. The end is in sight until Umineko 2 comes out in 10 years. The end is in sight.
The end is in sight, meaning like there are over 300,000 words still to read.
2 novels left. 2 novels.
2 novels left.
Thank you. The Endless Bitch for the resub is back. Why are we still here? Just to suffer? Every night I remember episode 1. The mysteries we lost. You feel it too, don't you? All Metal Gear. It's all the games that we have planned are meshing together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Thea34 for the resub too. Hey Joe, had to drop a resub on Umi Saturday. Just wanted you to know that these Umi streams and your streams in general have been a big source of joy in a year that has otherwise been kind of shitty. Keep it up. Oh, you're welcome for that. Glad I could help you out with that. Thea34. Hopefully things get better. And it's just enjoying the streams without it being escape from a shitty year. And thank you to Dalmec for gifting... Haven't had to say this one in a while. Thank you, Dalmec, for gifting a sub to Bill Nye, the Cream Pie Guy. Now with an underscore.
Welcome
now
back,
with an underscore. Welcome back, Dalmec. Bill's creamy blessing upon ye. Yep. 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 Hopefully not literally. Thank you, Dalmec. Thank you very much. All right. Anyway, we're on break. Be back in about 5 minutes or so.
Break.
Enjoy the rain, chat. ASMR. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Heads voters do not have enough coins to match. You can overpower during a vote. Perfect timing. I know, right? One hello is
I
enough.
don't know,
for me.
but one hello isn't enough for me. It's because you're a weeb, Dominic. Moshi moshi.
Is this a chapter change, by the way?
This is a chapter change, yep.
Okay, so I'm narration now. Okay, all right, cool. Thank you to Job or Gob PT for the bits. Thank you for the Expedition 33 background audio. I'm looking forward to playing that. Hope I have a good time.
I've been playing Expedition 33 on stream and Final Fantasy 6 off stream, and it's been an interesting set of parallels. I'm at a similar place in both of the games, and it's a different execution, and it's making me think a lot about it. And I can talk not at all about it on this stream.
Do you think that Final Fantasy VI would be improved if that when you're fighting Ultimate Weapon, every single time it attacked you, you would have to hit a button 14 times in a row in order to not take damage?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I've been streaming it to some of my friends on Discord, and one of the things that we've noticed is that Final Fantasy VI would be greatly improved with contemporary JRPG party banter. And so, like, I would be fighting like an enemy, and it'd be like, it seems like it might be weak to ice. Uh-oh, I think that we should dodge. It seems like it's charging up a big attack. Like, we're just doing
that
like
would, yeah.
endless party banter.
That would be improved. Yep.
Oh no, it looks like it's preparing its ultimate attack. Maybe we should be on the defensive.
Expedition 33 doesn't do that. Really? Does it? Does it really?
I mean, you'll find out.
No. 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 Spinning edge. Anchor shot.
Metaphor in the chat. Metaphor has some of the most obnoxious constant party banter that I have ever heard. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but they can't speak directly though, right? There's gotta be something to it.
It's in metaphors.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Key Dude, for the resub. Thank you very much, Key Dude. This minute, 34 months. Thank you very much. Let's start reading someone said metaphor, which is a trigger phrase for activation sleeper agent phrase for mouse.
Some people on the stream. I don't want to say any names.
I wonder if we're gonna start 2026 off with metaphor. Is that what we're gonna do? I don't think we have time this year. Anyway,
right off the back of Near Replicant would be so demonic. Oh my god.
Near Replicant into metaphor. Quietly. Quiet. The rain fell down. The rain of sadness dripped down the outer walls of the chapel, quietly washing away the dust of the world of the living. The chapel doors were open. During a wedding, only those with invitations are allowed inside. However, during a funeral, the doors are open to all who remember the deceased. So, this must be a funeral. A shadow holding an umbrella approached the chapel. Hedgehog? It was Will.
He is a little shadow-coated, isn't he?
A little bit. A reception desk had been set up at the chapel's entrance. As the shadow approached, Cannon, who had been sitting at this desk, stood up and welcomed him with a bow. This is the reception desk, said the guy behind the reception desk. We are collecting the names of all mourners. If you would sign in here. Sorry, but I'm not a mourner. I'm here to meet with someone. You came to a funeral to meet someone? A dubious expression rose to Cannon's face. Will pulled an envelope from his pocket and showed him the sender's name. My apologies. Please enter. Thanks. Could I at least have one of those? Thank you very much. I'm sure she will be pleased. Cannon handed him one of a set of golden roses which were being handed out to all the mourners. Will took it, silently bowed his head, and entered the chapel. Does he have a sword? What is the sash over his chest? Inside the chapel, several people who appeared to be the family of the deceased were gathered, and they all seemed to be recalling memories of the departed. Oh, Bitorichi! Why? Why? Oh.
Father, please, take care. Why don't you rest in the waiting room for a bit? I killed her. I did it. Absurd. How could that be, Rosa-sama? Father's really bawling.
Yeah, Bitorichi, huh?
I'm sure he didn't cry this much when Mother passed away.
Hey, now's not the time to say things like that. Calm down, Eva. Some sobbed, unable to conceal their tears, and some spoke softly of old memories. They were all remembering the dead in their own way, it seemed. When Will approached the altar, several people turned around. Of course, none of them knew who Will was. Paying this no mind, Will walked in front of the casket on the altar, which seemed to be buried under golden roses. Inside the casket, there was no corpse. Sus, instead, as though it lay there in place of a body, was a single, thick book with an extravagant binding. The space all around it was filled with countless golden roses. There were words printed on the book's cover. To my beloved Beatrice, October 5th, 1986. Miss Beatrici. If it was Mrs., then forgive me. I've never met you. However, allow me to express my condolences. He took the rose he had received from the reception area and placed it in the casket. He had absolutely no connection to the woman called Beatrice. However, since he had come to visit a funeral, he had to show this minimum amount of respect for the dead. As a part of this, Will prayed for the passage of the dead into the next world. Pardon me, but who might you be? I am Ushimiya Kraus. I'm serving as the chief mourner. This is my child, Lion.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Ushiromiya Leon.
Whomst? Leon or Lion? Leon?
Leon.
Like a French Leon? Leon?
Basically, yeah. Leon.
Who the heck are you? Leon.
It's written as Leon, but pronounced Leon. I guess it is a bit strange for a Japanese name.
Will stared at Leon's face, wearing a confused expression. He hadn't seemed particularly interested in Kraus, but Leon had apparently drawn some sort of reaction from him. Rather than interest, it was more as though he felt like something was out of place. Kraus-sama, Madam says it's about time. Ah, I see. Ladies and gentlemen, if we're too noisy in here, it may disturb the dead. I've been told that the waiting room has been readied. Shall we move over there? Are any of these characters in the thing? Okay, he's in the which side? Willard H. Wright, a member of the SSVD, the 8th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Inquisitor, ranked Archbishop First Class, goes by the name Wright of the 20 Wedges, or Wizard Hunting Wright. He was an ace Inquisitor, just Phoenix all over this. In his youth, he was feared for being both ruthless and merciless in his work. However, at some point, there was a change in his work attitude, and his previous flashy escapades became a thing of the past. His current style is often fickle, alternating between laziness and obsessive bursts of energy regarding mere trifles. By now, everyone has given up trying to understand him. Awesome. He has already submitted his resignation and had it accepted. Only a few days remain before he will lose the name of Wright. All right, so he's going to be dead soon?
Willard H. Wright is the name of a real person who wrote under the pen name Van Dyne, by the way.
Ah, all right. Thank you for telling me that. I didn't know that.
Yep.
So we're Van Dyne versus Knox. Ushimiya Leon is the first child of Kraus and Netsui. Jessica is their second child, was given the silver ring of the head successor, and will succeed the position of family head upon turning 20. Mild, polite, and without any clear faults. Excuse me? Except for being too young, this youth is more suitable to become the next head than any other and is adored by Kinzo. Interesting. Okay. When Kraus called out to everyone, they began to move towards the chapel waiting room. My apologies. Leon, could you entertain our guests for now? I will guide the others to the waiting room.
Yes, father.
It looked like a natural conversation with no awkwardness for either father or child. Father and child, is it?
Yes, but why do you ask?
Ushimiya Kraus's child is supposed to be Jessica.
Jessica's my little sister. Do you need me to call for her?
No, that won't be necessary. Apparently, some sort of game was already being played right off the bat. Scratching at his head with an irritated look on his face, Will glanced around.
Pardon me, but what sort of relation did you have with the deceased?
None at all. It's a real pain.
Then why did you come to this funeral?
Since Leon was a fairly mild person, Will's behavior was met with nothing more than a blank expression. A normal person would probably have put on a dubious look long before this. Will scratched his head again and yelled angrily at someone other than Leon. I'm here. Isn't it about time you showed your face? The members of the Ushimiya family had already followed Kraus's instructions and moved to the waiting room. By now, no one could be seen in this cold, vast chapel decorated with gold roses except for Will and Leon.
So you've come.
Ooh.
Wizard hunting, right? Inquisitor of heresy.
The girl's voice came suddenly from behind the pair. It's Berncastel. Yay.
Yay.
When Leon turned around in surprise, a girl had appeared out of nowhere and drifted down on top of the altar. She landed softly on the sacred funeral altar as though this was perfectly normal, crushing the golden roses under her shoes. Of course, Leon didn't know this girl. Just why on earth were all of these people unrelated to the funeral, popping up one after another? I'm already retired. If you have a job you need doing, go ask the new right.
No. You're the one I want to ask. I'm giving this case to you. Did you read the tale I sent you?
I skimmed it.
I don't know who you are, but please get down from there. That's a sacred altar.
Snapping out of a daze, Leon told the girl to get down from the altar, but she ignored this completely. On top of that, Will kept on talking to the girl as though Leon wasn't even there. I hear this is Leon. Who is that exactly?
You've already heard who.
Ushimiya Leon. There's no case of a person with that name appearing in any of the previous games. Is this your piece?
No. It's a true and proper piece of this game board. A character appearing in this story.
You're the game master. That means it's your piece.
I've just moved from Beato's cat box into a larger cat box. Leon is one of the pieces who has a possibility of appearing inside it.
Ah, I see. In other words, Sumari, it's your piece.
It's a piece I've placed would be the correct way to say it.
So you're saying this piece isn't your subordinate like Erica?
Erica, who's that? Erica's son? Huh?
Do I believe Berncastel? If I believe Berncastel, then this has to be the child that Kinzo gave, and in this reality the child survived.
Leon is the first time chatter who joins 32 streams into Umineko. Yeah, Leon shows up and says, Will, can you summarize the plot so far?
Doesn't have blue eyes. Oh. Oh. Don't try to understand. You'll just get a headache. Leon didn't have a clue what they were talking about. However, though neither person was familiar, it seemed clear that they both knew a lot about the Ushirimiya family.
I don't know what you two are talking about. Anyway, you, girl, please get down off the altar. I ask this as the successor to the Ushirimiya family headship.
Definitely been hanging out with Natsui. Even Leon was finally forced to speak in a raised voice to that girl, who continued to chat while casually standing on the altar. However, the girl ignored this completely. On the other hand, Sumari Will did show a reaction. The successor is supposed to be Kraus.
My father Kraus will be the acting head until I turn 20. Then I'm to succeed the headship.
First I've heard of this. Can you prove it? It seemed that even Leon was starting to get ticked off by now. That calm expression appeared to twitch slightly.
This is the successor's silver ring of the one-winged eagle. Is that proof enough for you?
A silver ring? The golden head's ring has appeared several times, but I've never heard anything about a silver ring for the successor. I don't remember Kraus or Jessica ever wearing one of those.
I'm glad. For someone who's just skimmed it, it seems you've read it pretty well.
When a witch hands you a story, you never know when something absurd will pop up, especially when it's a great witch from the Senate.
Well, who in the world are you two? Sorry, but I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If you finished offering flowers for the departed, please make your exit. It seems you two aren't worthy of our family's hospitality.
Leon finally ran out of patience. These were the strictest words that this gentle kid could unleash. However, Will and the girl seemed not to care at all. I didn't come here because I wanted to.
We're wasting time, so let's move onwards. Right. Try and beat this game. As the game master of Burn Castle, I invite you to join in.
I refuse.
Why?
I'm retired now. Reasoning and mysteries aren't my business anymore.
How do you intend to spend the rest of your life? Is wizard hunting right, going to give up witch hunting?
Yes. There's still fox hunting and clam hunting to look forward to. Clam hunting? I didn't come here to discuss the rest of my life with you.
So you came here to refuse?
Know that your powers of deduction are truly a sight to behold.
Then do as you will. Go wherever you please. That is, assuming that you can leave this place.
So, what are the terms in payment? In truth, Will had resigned himself from the beginning. He knew that he was incapable of refusing an invitation from the great Lady Burncastel.
Who killed Beatrice? That's my game. In payment, I'll forgive you for your insolence and let you leave this chapel.
I hear that boredom-hating witches just love being spoken to rudely.
That's only for hags who are tired of life after 1,000 years. I'm still plenty young, so I love thinking up horrible fates in which to trap rude men like you.
So, who's my enemy?
There is none. There's no one to stand in your way. I just want to sit back and watch you make your beautiful checkmate in this game. I've even found you an ally. That's what this Leon is for. Huh?
After hearing that name spoken out of the blue, Leon frowned once more. Apparently, they were moving things along without Leon's knowledge or understanding, which the latter seemed to find truly irritating.
Leon is a member of the Ushirimiya family, and should prove to be a useful ally, seeing as no one in the family knows you. I'm not sure what all this is about, but I can hardly be of assistance until I know what's going on here.
There, see? With help like this, it'll be a piece of cake.
Entertain me and my master, wizard hunting right. Ow may be a polite theater goer, but I might throw popcorn at you if I get bored, okay?
Will scratched at his head with a displeased look on his face. He wasn't at all interested in getting involved, but by now he realized that he couldn't disobey Berncastel's orders. Then he approached the casket and pointed at its rose-filled insides. You asked me to solve the case of Beatrice's murder, but Van Dyne's 20 rules, Rule 7, it is forbidden to have a crime without a corpse.
That's a devil's proof. Maybe it just isn't inside the casket. Unless you can prove that no corpse exists. This is mystery.
Rule 1, it is forbidden to have a crime without all clues presented.
Don't worry. Everything is gathered here.
There was no change in Will's unsatisfied expression, he seemed to have understood the general pattern of this place. The simple fact that a mere inquisitor of heresy had been summoned by an uninhibited, fickle, cruel great witch of the Senate meant that he'd be treated as no more than a mere underling. All along, he had possessed no way to refuse her. So, who killed the owner of this empty coffin? I'll answer that question. However, you'll let me do things my way.
As you like.
First off, I need to make you understand the current situation. Shit's fucked on this island.
Yeah, that would be extremely helpful at the moment.
Leon's expression seemed nonplussed. I like that word. Angry and confused. All at the same time. A lot of mistakes with commas in this one. Alright, so, no, I can't ask that because it's a spoiler. I'll ask anyway, but you can't answer. My assumption is that because of the interaction, Willard is the detective. Maybe there's another rule for Van Dyne's bullshit that is different than Nox's. That the detective's perspective is not guaranteed, like in Nox. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. There might be a different set here. Okay, sorry, never mind. I just went on a journey all by myself there. How's it going, Mouse?
Oh, it's going okay. How about you?
It's going all right.
I like the sassy sprite, the sassy Leon sprite.
Sassy Leon.
Serving.
You know who Leon reminds me of? In Summit,
Who's
I
that?
couldn't place it until now. Leon reminds me of the blonde girl from Mystria. Do you see it?
See that, yeah. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
That's who Leon reminds me of. Thank you, Key Dude, for the resub. Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for the bits. Will's necklace is so unique and unusual. Would be a shame if it was used in a certain furry VN. Leo Alvarez would kill Will for it for sure. Thank you for the furry facts. Thank you, Henry Wyatt. Thank you very much. Thank you, Iron Wrath, for gifting a sub to Ushuromiya Leon. Keeping up the tradition. Thank you very much, Iron Wrath. And thank you to Paus for the bits. Princely canonical androgynous blonde, voiced by Ayako Kawasumi. Welcome back, Saber Fate Stay Knight. Confirmed by 07th expansion wiki via Golden Fantasia palette swap cameo. Also, Echo Heads United monosyllabic named VN's front. I'm just casting a spell. What the fuck? What was that? What was that? Someone in chat just did 12 lulls in a row. Just saying words? I know, right? I know. Man, chat's having a good time right now. That was Chatnip. Holy fuck. Good job, Paus. Good job. Anyway.
Chatnip. I like Chatnip.
Chatnip. That's an old reference. It's an old reference.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
It's a good one to break out.
Over here. It'll be faster to see it for yourself.
Wonderful. Please lead the way.
Will signaled with his chin for Leon to follow him and spun around. After snorting once in an unsatisfied manner, Leon followed him as though resigned to see Will's little show. As she watched him leave the chapel, Berncastel sneered silently at them, a cold smile on her face.
As the Miko of the Great Witch of Theater-going drama and spectating, feathering something our Aurora, and as the Witch of Miracles, I, Berncastel, announce the start of this game. The tale's title is Requiem of the Golden Witch. Spin a tale fitting for Beato's funeral. Well now, let's see just how you drag out the guts.
Let's get her in a logic error. Let's do it. Let's do it. She watched until the pair had left the chapel. Baron Castell's form evaporated into the empty air just as she had arrived. All that remained was her unpleasant cackling.
Cackle-y.
Where's this? This looks familiar. Thought this was it. No, there was one with the broken vase. Was that Corridorian? This is...
Yeah, that was a similar CG in Kuadorian,
Yeah? Okay.
but it's not exactly the same.
Outside, it was still raining. When Canon saw the guest and the successor approaching the reception desk, he bowed deeply.
Good work. You can take a break now, so would you mind leaving?
What? It's Canon. Yes, as you wish. Canon bowed deeply, then disappeared. Don't you remember the names of all your servants?
Our family has had many young servants coming in and out, and they're usually replaced quite frequently. Well now, what are you trying to explain to me? Who are you, and what business do you have with this family? Of course, there's no need to convince me. Feel free to head on home if you want.
There is no going home. Not for me. Not for anyone.
Could you please give that a rest? Stop speaking in confusing riddles like that all the time. Even I have limits to my patience. If you don't want me to see you off, should I call Genji or Goda?
Don't freak out. Look at this.
Yes, I can see that. It's one of the memorial roses. Are you going to show me some kind of magic trick?
Will took one of the flower offerings, then showed it to Leon as though pointing out that there was no mechanisms or tricks. Then he slowly lifted it upwards. Watch.
Yes, I'm watching. Is a duck going to fly out of it? Or is it going to be flags and fireworks? Huh?
Will threw the rose. Anyone would have expected it to fly in an arc and land in some puddle. It didn't, which is why Leon had been struck dumb. The rose thrown by Will certainly had flown in an arc. It should have... Okay. It should have sped on rapidly through the air. However, as soon as it passed out from the shade of the eaves and was about to reach the rain, it stopped right in midair, as though the air surrounding it had turned into syrup. That wasn't all. As it hung in midair, the rose's beautiful golden petals began to darken one after another. It's like Cabin in the Woods, and it became a black husk like burnt charcoal. And even after this happened, it remained suspended there in the air.
What sort of trick is this?
Don't move. Leon had moved closer to try and touch the remains of the rose, which still hung in the air. Will had roughly blocked the way with his arm. It was as though he was telling Leon that leaving this place meant certain death. This chapel has been cut off from the fragment. We're currently locked in a concentrated loop of time.
What do you mean by that?
I don't fucking know, but it's bad. Explaining is a pain, so I'll just give you the short version. Basically, Sumari, unless we play along with that witch's game, no one can leave this place.
What? The funeral is already over. I'm sure some people will want to return to the mansion or the guest house. We can't be locked up in here.
You've got a bone to pick. That witch is the one you're looking for. Being stuck in a place like this isn't any more pleasant for me.
That girl's your friend, right? Make her stop all this weirdness.
She's probably sitting in a spectator's seat with a bucket of popcorn about now. She won't come if we just call her.
What on earth is going on?
That short sentence described all of Leon's feelings at that moment. Thanks, Ryukishi. However, Leon had seen the rose Will threw wither in an instant in the rainy darkness. Leon tried doing the same thing with another rose, but the effect was exactly the same. No one would want to use their own body to test this fearsome something that could make roses crumble instantly. There's only one way for us to be released from here. We have to play along with Bernkastel's game.
You mean the one about who killed Beatrice?
That's what she's telling us to investigate. If you could fill me in, this will go more quickly. Isn't this helping him then? Like, he knows that all the clues have to be in the chapel. That makes it easier, doesn't it? If you could fill me in, this will go more quickly. That fickle witch will be completely satisfied. You'll be able to get rid of the two of us, and I have a date with Diana when I get back. If I keep her waiting too long, she'll start tearing up the sofa again.
What?
Who killed Beatrice, you say? That's hardly something you should go barging into a funeral and asking the family about.
Questioning the family is one of the basics of the mystery genre. Just give up and accept it. I do know that Beatrice is the mistress of Kinzo, the family head.
You really are a strange person. How do you know so much about this family? Are you sure you have no connections with us?
Will knew this much about the Ushiromiya family because Bernkastel had shown him all of the fragments so far. Of course, he had no sort of connection with the Ushiromiya family himself. The very plane of his existence was on a different level. Fuck, he's not single. He's probably talking about his dog chat. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. He's still available. However, Beatrice died a long, long time ago. According to Genji, she passed away before the mansion was completed. But the reason for her death is unclear. To be honest, this is the first I've heard about her being killed. Tell me about it.
My name is Ushiromiya Leon.
Willard. Call me Will. For the first time, Will introduced himself. Their mutual introduction was finally complete, and Leon was finally able to talk with him on an even footing. However, Leon took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, wearing a vague smile.
Will-san.
Leon-senpai. Call me Will. I'll call you Leon.
Will. To be honest, even I don't know much about this person called Beatrice.
I see. Guess it's called a game for a reason. If only Leon could have told him everything, revealing the truth without any effort from Will. Apparently, things wouldn't be so easy after all.
Everyone who enters the Ushiromiya family knows the name and image of Beatrice.
The constant Leoning is kind of awkward in English. They're really, at least I haven't picked up on it yet, they're really trying hard not to say he or she when it comes to Leon, for some reason. That's because of the massive portrait hanging in the entrance hall, isn't it? That portrait was first displayed in April of 1984.
Seriously, how is it that you know so much? Oh well. It's about time I stopped finding that odd. I'm sure you'll just start speaking in riddles again.
Leon was the successor and lived in the head household. That made conversations with Kinzo an everyday occurrence. Because of this, Leon must have been used to chatting with people who were moody or hard to follow. With the understanding that getting stuck on the details would be nothing but a waste of time, the conversation naturally fell into a pattern as though Leon and this unknown man Will were longtime friends. Everyone knows Beatrice, and yet no one knows her. Kinzo's the only one who's ever met her.
The head seems to be particularly cranky today. I'll introduce you to him when the chance presents itself, so I ask that you develop an appropriately discreet attitude, Will-san.
That was quick. I thought you'd resist a bit more than that.
I'm used to speaking with the family head. I've learned to accept most unreasonable situations and just go with the flow.
Bernkastel had set up a barrier cutting the chapel off from the rest of the world. To destroy that, they would have to find out who killed Beatrice. For Leon, who had already experienced many of Kinzo's rantings, understanding this was more than enough. Understanding this much was more than enough, sorry. Ooh, chapter break.
Mm-hmm. I'll take care of the narration.
Okay. Thank you, Henry Wright, for the bits. Diana, it's Saturday, 21st, and I'm arriving at the Rikindrima.
Diana.
Thank you, 77 Hockey, for the resub as well. Thank you very much. 68 months. One more to go.
Oh, shit. You gotta go?
Yep.
Okay. The Ushiromiya family members were relaxing here and there around the waiting room. A light buffet-style meal had been set up, but it was a bit stale and not particularly appealing. Even so, those voracious kids seemed to find it intensely interesting. The cousins had set up camp around it with Maria at the center.
They look
The
weird.
adult siblings...
They look weird. The sprites change
They
a
look
little
weird?
bit. They look weird.
They probably look weird because they're smiling and staring directly into the camera like it's a horror movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're happy.
Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. Sorry, go
The
ahead.
cousins had set up camp around it with Maria at the center. The adult siblings had also formed a group in a different corner. Perhaps because of Kinzo's absence, everybody seemed to be a little more relaxed. Leon, where did you go? And who is that? Mother, I was entertaining this guest of ours. Will, this is my mother, Natsuhi.
No introductions needed. Just tell me what you have to say.
Huh? Did you say something? No, he said nothing. This is Wilson. It seems he knew the deceased. With a smile, Leon casually smoothed over Will's words. He wants to know more about Beatrice. Do you know anything about her mother? Leon, the departed is an individual to whom the head owed a great debt. Nothing more, nothing less. This funeral is a ceremony for the head to repay his benefactor for all he received while that person still lived. That is what I've been told, and there is nothing more to it than that. Thanks, Mother. Well, that's all my mother knows. Natsuhi was eager to destroy the scandal about Beatrice being Kinzo's mistress. However, she also had enough sense to realize that the scandal was probably true. Picking up that Natsuhi was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk about this anymore, Leon brought an end to that conversation before Will could say something rude again. Will, this chapel belongs to the family.
So you're telling me to follow the family's rules?
Speak in a manner appropriate for a guest of the family. Let me be the medium for all of your conversations. I ask that you follow those two rules.
I'll work on that.
The mess this Bernkastel witch or whatever has dragged us into is a real pain. Because of that, I'm willing to help you. But we're equal partners in this job, and you'd best not forget that.
This dude just shows up at the funeral, takes you outside, there's a witch, throws a rose into a barrier, and you're just like, okay, guess we're just solving the mystery. Fuck it. Like, really? You just go, just immediately, like, fine? Okay. And here I thought you were just some well-bred rich kid. Seems you can speak up after all.
I must be prepared to shoulder the Ushiromiya family's future, after all.
Got it. Let's solve this crime together, Watson.
I'm glad I can help. I wouldn't want to keep your dear cat Diana waiting.
It's a
Does
cat.
she need to be fed soon? It's a cat.
I gave her extra food today, so she should be good for a while. I'm surprised you realized Diana was a cat.
I figured it'd be just a bit too eccentric for her to be a human woman who scratches at sofas when you keep her waiting.
Humph.
So, who will you talk to first?
Anyone. Everyone. No one. Those ones over there are Krause's siblings, right?
From right to left, there's Aunt Ava, Uncle Hideyoshi. Over there is Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie. And over there is...
Ushiromiya Rosa. When she was a girl, she got lost in the forest and bumped into a woman calling herself Beatrice in a hidden mansion.
I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but you really do know everything, don't you?
So you know about that story too?
I managed to overhear her saying that today. It looked as though it was bothering her, so I pretended not to hear.
Real model student you are. Introduce me. I want to ask about it.
You're asking this of the model student who pretended not to hear because it just might be a painful topic? Even this outrageous arrogance is nothing compared to Kinzo. After muttering this several times mentally, Leon shrugged and nodded at Will. Oh, it's our successor, Sama. And who is this? Oh, Aunt Ava. This is Wilson. He came to offer flowers for the departed.
But who cares about that? Tell me everything you know about...
He says he wants to know what sort of relationship the Ushiromiya family has had with the deceased. Leon spoke with a bright smile after pinching Will's butt. Will silently protested as though saying, I saw that coming, but damn, that hurt. But Leon just played dumb and smiled at Ava like a model student.
Sorry, chat.
Or why are we sorry to chat?
Because someone pinched Will's butt before they could.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Her connection to the Ushiromiya family? Well,
It probably makes more sense to say her relationship with father. No need to beat around the bush. She was father's mistress.
if you call her that, Natsuki Nesan will yell at you again. He's indebted to her, right?
Yep, that's right. Wow.
Well, there you have it.
I have no interest in anyone but Rosa. Yeah.
I do believe that you said you met with Beatrice, Aunt Rosa. This whole time, Rosa had been hanging her head. Leon's words made her shoulders quiver. She just suddenly came out with it today. It's a bit hard to believe. It's the truth. I killed Beatrice.
Perfect. Our work here is finished.
Episode
Diana.
7 over.
To the Catmobile.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Rosa broke down crying and laid her head on the table. Kyrie and Hideyoshi tried to console her. Rikkenjima is covered by a dense forest. We only know about one tiny portion of it. Just the mansion, the rose garden, and the little path that leads to the harbor.
For years, there's been stories about how Dad built a hidden mansion somewhere in the vast forest that no one knew about, and that he had a mistress living there. Rosa-san probably stumbled on the hidden mansion by chance.
But Aunt Rosa, why would you say you killed Beatrice? If I hadn't taken her out with me, she never would have died. She was so innocent, like a chick. I took her out and she just followed along obediently. She stayed right behind me, trusting me completely. And because I made her take such a dangerous path...
Did you make her walk that way because you were hoping she'd slip and fall from the cliff?
I never meant to do that. I just thought she'd like to see the ocean. No, it just looked like the path would be hard to walk, and I thought it would be easier going if we went down the cliff first.
It's not what it means to kill someone. It was an accident.
An accident she never would have had if I hadn't brought her with me, right? It's my fault. And then I abandoned her when she was covered in blood and ran home.
It isn't your fault. Beatrice had never seen the ocean before. You showed her that for the first time ever. She's probably so excited that she just happened to take a bad step.
How can you know that?
Beatrice might thank you for what you did, but she would never hate you.
Really? Is that really true?
Oh, big Beatrice. She's the one who begged to see the world outside the fence, right? Though it was only for a short while, you made that dream of hers come true. If I were Beatrice, I'd thank you for that short bit of time. If she knew that you've been suffering all this time for it, she'd probably feel sorry for you. Beatrice is grateful for what you did. You're the one who taught her that the sea is blue.
Is that true?
I guarantee it.
Will made that statement openly and boldly. It wasn't clear how Rosa took those words. However, it had apparently been enough to remind Rosa to take a handkerchief out of her pocket and wipe her eyes with it. Thank you.
Those are the words Beatrice is whispering to you even now.
Thank you. Rosa wiped her eyes with the handkerchief one more time and hung her head. It no longer looked like a fit of sobbing, but more as though she was speaking with the Beatrice of that day within her heart. One last time. You really have no problem making claims you could never back up, don't you?
Back up? Is that really necessary to comfort a woman?
It seems I underestimated you. How many years did it torment Rosa? Now, finally, she would probably be able to face that innocently smiling Beatrice who had seen the ocean for the first time in her life. She was the only one who could forgive Rosa. Now the two of them could finally speak together. I don't know who you are, but thank you. I wonder if she'll forgive me.
I'm learning a lot about my chat today. You've worried about it for nearly 20 years. That's far too long. I should tell you that you've suffered more than enough already.
That's right, Aunt Rosa. The sadder you are, the sadder Beatrice would be. You too. Thank you. I don't know if I'll be forgiven, but I'll keep on speaking to my heart to see whether she'll forgive me or not. Thanks, you too. Sorry for showing you such an embarrassing side of me.
And I'm sorry to say this right after saying something so pretty, but I want you to talk to me. Tell me what happened back then.
Wilson. Thanks, but it's fine. I'll talk. Hiding this and keeping quiet about it for so long might have been my greatest sin.
Exactly when was it that you met Beatrice?
Upon hearing this question, Rosa closed her eyes lightly, reaching back to a past she didn't want to remember. It was about 20 years ago. It might have been 19 or 18 years ago. I'm sorry. I've tried to force myself to forget it for so long that I've nearly forgotten that part completely.
It should have been 1967.
Ronove had guaranteed that with the red truth in the third game. That's right. It was probably about 1967. I can remember what happened as clearly as a picture. I'll never forget. If it's tough for you, don't feel like you have to tell us.
Yes, clear as a picture, if you don't mind. Yeah. Damn it, that hurts, Leon.
What does? At the time, I was in a state of shock since my tutor told Mother about something that was supposed to be a secret. On that day, I became reckless, and I kept on running deeper and deeper into the forest. This tale has also been told in a previous fragment. Back when Rosa was just a kid, she went deep into the forest, found a hidden mansion, and met with a mysterious woman who called herself Beatrice. But that forest is so thick, even pushing your way through a bit of it is hard, right? I even surprised myself. To think that I made it so far into such a dense forest, I was tormented by twigs and sharp leaves over and over again. However, that wasn't enough to bother me on that day. After all, I wanted to disappear into the forest and vanish forever. If by some chance there really was a witch's mansion in the depths of the forest, I hoped she might take me to some paradise, or else turn me into a frog and make me a resident of the forest.
So, you then reached the hidden mansion, Kuadorian, and met a woman who called herself Beatrice.
Yes, I met her.
Was that Beatrice the same as the one in the portrait?
Yes, they were the same person. Beautiful blue eyes, golden hair, a black dress. It truly was the person in that portrait. When Father first had it hung, I realized that the 20 years I'd spent trying to forget must have seemed just as long to Father, if not even longer. And I became even more fearful of my sin. Stop there. Are we sure that this is the same Beatrice that Rosa-san met? Immediately, Kyrie spoke the question that Will had been thinking of. It would be too rash to assume that the Beatrice Kinzo met and the one Rosa met were the same person. The time and generation didn't match up.
Beatrice is supposed to be that lady of leisure who lent Dad all that gold shortly after the war, right? By using Beatrice's gold as foundation, Father revived the Ushirimiya family and got super rich. Then he bought Rikenjima and moved over. Rosa-san meeting her here must have been at least 10 years after that.
A woman who could do as she pleased with 10 tons of gold could hardly be some little girl, and 10 more years passed before she met Rosa. Rosa? About how old did the Beatrice you met look? She looked older than I was at the time, but even so, it looked like as though she might just be reaching adulthood. Yes, just the sort of age of the Beatrice in the portrait.
Did she look middle-aged or past her prime?
If I had to call her an adult or a child, she was clearly closer to being a child. There's no way she was middle-aged. And isn't that strange? We have the Beatrice you met and the Beatrice who gave father the gold, but their ages don't match.
In other words, Sumari, they're different people.
Different people who look very similar and have the same name?
It might have been her daughter. A kid would obviously end up looking like her mother.
His mistress's daughter? It is possible. Perhaps father had an illegitimate child with the Beatrice who gave him the gold.
And then Rosa bumped into Beatrice II. That way, the ages fit just fine.
I see. In other words, Tsumari, there are two people who can be called Beatrice. Kinzo secretly raised his mistress's child in a hidden mansion. It made sense. Everyone nodded, agreeing. However, Will's expression was slightly unsatisfied, and he scratched at his head. So it would seem that this funeral exists for the two Beatrices he couldn't mourn because they were kept secret.
Rosa, I know you probably don't want to remember, but tell me about that accident. After Beatrice fell, was she still breathing?
No. Her eyes were open wide. She fell upside down, head first, and knocked her head against a sharp crag on the rocky beach. And she fell from such a height. Her skull had split and caved inwards. That beautiful golden hair was stained red with blood almost instantly.
Was it the sort of wound that clearly showed that she was dead?
Yes. I saw the insides of her cracked head. It had caved in deep enough to fit your fist inside it. No one could be naive enough to see that and still hope that she was alive. Will, do you really need to ask anything more?
That's enough for the time of the accident. What did you do afterwards?
I dashed away at full speed. I can't say I was thinking about calling for help. I wanted to escape from that place as fast as I could. Half crazed, sobbing, and out of breath, I kept on running about at random. Eventually, I came across a familiar lion statue. Oh, the one in front of the chapel? No, the one behind it. Anyway, I made it back to the mansion. I couldn't tell anyone and I didn't want to. I stayed quiet until nightfall. It was so horrible of me. If I had hurried and told someone, they might have brought her a first aid kit and she might have been saved.
How was the first aid kit going to help with a crushed cranium? You didn't kill her. Don't worry about that anymore.
Then, what did you do next? That night, I turned over in my bed so many times. I couldn't sleep. Late that night, I quietly called Genji-san on the phone and told him.
What did he say?
He told me to let him handle everything and to speak of this to no one. I spent the next several days terrified that father would call for me and scold me brutally. But he didn't. Genji-san kept on doing his job quietly, just like normal. Father stayed locked up in his study, not knowing any of it.
Poor Genji.
At the very least, none of us ever heard about it.
Genji-san probably managed to clean everything up nicely.
After all, they couldn't let knowledge of that child go public.
Even if she was an illegitimate child, she was still his daughter by blood. It must have been tough for father not being able to hold a real funeral for her.
I suppose that's why we're having this funeral.
And then...
That's all I know.
And that's all I know too.
I'm not hiding anything else. I've told you everything. I swear it. Will scratched at his head, letting his gaze wander. It had taken Rosa a lot of determination to make this confession, but it was nothing particularly special for Will. It had apparently been little more than a review of information he already knew. Thanks, Aunt Rosa. Is that enough for you, Will? Are you satisfied?
You want to read it, or should I?
It's so fascinating how this not quite right fragment has the cast all acting just a tiny bit out of character. really eerie to see Rosa express remorse for how her actions harmed a kid. Thank you, Koru.
That's enough. It was a nice review.
To Will, Rosa's memories gave only information that was already known. This was the first time he'd heard all that about her running back to the mansion after Beatrice fell to her death, but none of it was particularly surprising. Apparently, Rosa didn't know any more than this. If he wanted to learn more than what was in the fragments Bernkastel gave him, he would need to find new testimony.
Leon, tell Kinzo that I want to talk to him. It looks like we won't get anywhere without asking the man himself.
Where are you going?
Off to cool my head and organize my thoughts. Don't follow.
Well then, pardon me. Please, take your time. After giving an elegant bow, Leon made a face, tongue sticking out. Unless Will had eyes on the back of his head, he couldn't have seen this last bit. Will returned to the chapel by himself. The cold air and the monotonous sound of the rain were comforting. So, how's the game going? And he had come here for a little peace and quiet. As soon as he let out a sigh of relief, that voice rang out.
That's my line.
It was as though she had been sitting there all along. Bernkastel appeared on top of the altar once more. Beatrice's altar must have been extremely comfortable. Battler annoyed me over and over with his incompetence. You're quite competent compared to him, so it's much more relaxing to watch you work.
Unlike Ushirimiya Battler's games, I have nothing standing in my way. It's easy.
That sort of game is already ended. Tales can be enjoyed twice. First you love them, then you tear out their guts.
True. So I'm a butcher now.
So, do you think you figured out who killed Beatrice?
Rosa's confession is something I already know from a previous fragment. There was no brand new information. We're still at square one. Unless Ushirimiya Kinzo tells us what really happened, we won't get any further than this. Don't tell me that arguing with Kinzo and persuading him to spill the beans is supposed to be part of this game?
That'd be fatally boring. Kinzo refuses to speak of the truth and is himself the king protected by his castle. But it wouldn't be any fun to have that stand in the way of your game.
I won't torture. It's not my style.
I know. As the game master, I will grant you power, so that you can get the truth from Kinzo, of course. Still wearing shoes, Bernkastel stepped into the casket, picked up one of the flowers that had been set as offerings, and blew hard as though scattering fluff from a dandelion. Then a single petal broke off and drifted down toward Will. No longer gold, but with the shine of a transparent crystal.
The detective's authority?
Yay, yippee! What, that pathetic ability? No. This is an invitation to the grandstands.
Theater-going authority? That's supposed to be forbidden without authorization from the Senate.
I'm the one giving it, on my game board. Who's gonna stop me?
Humph.
Though the crystal flower petal danced in the wind, it wouldn't fly away until Will accepted it. He remembered how useless it was to argue with witches and snatched it up. When he did, the petal flashed brightly for an instant, melted into Will's palm, and disappeared. Entertain me if you can, and try and enjoy yourself. You must also be interested in seeing what the guts of Beatrice's game board look like, right?
Not really.
After Will's rude answer, Bernkastel vanished into thin air, leaving behind an obnoxious laugh. After clicking his tongue, Will turned around, unhappily. When he did, it felt as though his gaze had crossed that of a shadow standing right in front of him, near the door that led outside.
Battler? Who is it?
Pardon me. I heard a voice, so I wondered who it was.
Ah, Shannon. So you're running the reception desk this time?
Yes, I've been taking it in turns with Canon-kun to run the reception desk.
Yeah. And Cannon?
A short while ago, he was ordered by, Leon-sama to take a break, so he's resting now.
So you don't know Leon either?
Huh? No, that's not...
Ushiromiya Leon is the successor, the one who wears the silver ring. Why are you stumbling over that name when you've worked here for 10 years?
That's...
Don't worry, I don't recognize Leon either. Krauss is supposed to be the successor. Jessica is supposed to be his only child. There hasn't been a single fragment with anyone named Leon in the Ushiromiya family.
When she realized that Will didn't recognize Leon either, Shannon relaxed. Apparently, she was a bit relieved to find she wasn't going crazy by herself. However, her expression quickly grew uncertain once more. Where is this place? I think it's the Ushiromiya family chapel. However, something feels different about it. Also, I never knew that someone named Leon-sama existed. And yet, Madam, Kraus-sama, the master, milady, and all the relatives all talk as though it's perfectly natural. I just don't understand what's happening.
So, is this the second or more time that Shannon and Cannon have demonstrated that they're aware of the fragment loops, whatever, the resets? Definitely in episode 4 when they were in prison. Was there? I wonder if there's another one that you can catch earlier than that. I think that's the earliest one that I remember. Leon is a piece placed by Bryn Castell. She also said that in order to place that piece, she switched over to a larger cat box. On top of that, it seems this world isn't a proper world, but one made out of several different fragments sewn together. Okay.
It's as though this is a special stage set up specifically for this game. I'm sure she's nodding at my thoughts right now, laughing and chomping down popcorn.
How long have you worked here in this world?
10 years. I see. So it really is a special stage. After all, right when I entered the chapel, I spotted Kinzo. Since Shannon has been working here for 10 years, this world takes place in 1986, the stage of Beato's game. In that case, Kinzo shouldn't exist. However, he definitely was here a few minutes ago.
Unless...
Bryn Castell promised that all of the information needed for reasoning was gathered here. She really must have packed it together to fit everything in. I see, so it really is a special stage.
You've served the Ushiromiya family for many years, so just how much do you know about Beatrice?
I know the master loved her deeply, but other than that...
Is that all?
And, they say that she's the master of Rikenjima's Knight.
He has shark eyes. That's right. The name of the ghost rumored to wander the mansion night after night is also Beatrice.
That brings the number of Beatrices to 3. The first is the Beatrice for more than... Yeah, Threatrice. The first is the Beatrice from more than 30 years ago, who is said to have given Kinzo the gold. The second is the Beatrice from 20 years ago, who met Rosa. The third is the Beatrice of the ghost stories, who is rumored to be the master of the night on Rikenjima.
Furudo Erika's reasoning was probably correct. It started out as a legend of evil spirits in Rikenjima. Later on, elements such as Kinzo's occult hobbies, the name and portrait of the mysterious woman Beatrice, and the epitaph got mixed in, and it was all integrated into the legend of the Golden Witch. Then, the darkness of the night gained the personality of a witch. That's the third Beatrice. This became the veil for the serial murderers.
Yeah, heartbreaking. I was waiting for him to be done talking to make the joke heartbreaking. Worst person you know makes a good point. And chat beat me to it because I was being polite.
Happens all the time.
Sucks.
I'm sorry.
Apparently she didn't understand a word of Will's sudden monologue. Shannon tried to follow along, but she seemed to be having difficulty.
Don't waste your time trying to understand. You'll just get a headache.
My apologies.
What if Shannon's dumb? Kennen doesn't know Leon either, right?
Yes. Canon-kun was the same as me. Shannon and Canon, is it?
Call Kennen over here. I want to talk to the pair of you about something.
When Will said these words, Shannon's face went blank and her eyes went wide. My apologies. We aren't allowed to leave the reception desk unmanned, so I can't leave to go get him.
Then find a replacement and have them take over the reception desk until you get back. You, me, and Kennen. We, the 3 people who don't know Leon, need to talk.
We've been told that one person is enough to run the reception desk.
But no one told you there was anything wrong with 2 people manning it, right?
We're low on helpers today, so we were told that having 2 people at the reception desk would be unnecessary.
Who gave you that order? Kinzo, Kraus, or was it Leon? I will check with them.
It was the one who orders me. I cannot disobey orders.
Who is this person? I'll negotiate with them.
You cannot negotiate. It is the one who orders us.
Call Kennen over here. I hate theater going just as much as I hate torture.
Slowly, Will pulled his right hand out of his pocket. When he slowly opened his fist, a small, bright glow emanated from it. The flower petal given to him by Berncastel had become a glowing, sparkling mark on his hand. He held that hand out towards Shannon and slowly approached her.
Call Kennen. I want to check something with you too.
I cannot call him. Do you still want me to?
If you don't call him, I'm going to use my authority.
If you insist, I can call him, especially for you, but... There was some kind of incomprehensible tension between the two. Will stood there, his left hand still in his pocket and his right palm glowing and stretched out toward her. Shannon just stood there, her hands still folded politely in front of her. Her posture beautiful. And yet, it felt oddly as though wind-swept drops of rain were sparkling and crackling in midair. I will go call Canon-kun. Are you absolutely certain? Will's expression had remained unchanged the whole time. Shannon's face was still kind and gentle, and yet the tension was as icy as a frozen lake. Beginners in chess will sometimes move their king into check without noticing it. One might mercilessly capture the king in this situation, but high-level players are supposed to calmly tell their opponent about their mistake. If you take one more step, you'll get captured. This was similar to that. I see. So after all...
I get it. That's enough. You guys can take it in turns to run the reception desk.
Slowly, Will lowered his hand. Thank you for understanding. The glow slowly vanished from Will's palm. That completely incomprehensible tension melted away, like a sugar cube in water. However, nothing had changed since the beginning. Will's expression and Shannon's expression were the same as they always had been. Oh, are you leaving? Footsteps approached them. It was Leon.
Just having a casual conversation. I want to ask her something.
What could that be? Did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah.
I'm honored to have been of service. That's a
Okay,
shame.
hold on.
Mhm.
So,
Go ahead. Yeah.
so my theory was that the child from 19 years ago or whatever it's called, was probably Sayo, was connected to Shannon and Canon. And my thought process here was that this is probably who Leon is this time. But if
Mhm.
that's the case, then Leon shouldn't be able to be seen when Shannon's in the scene. But they are, so that's not true. That's wrong. And that's reinforced by the fact that Shannon and Cannon couldn't be in the same scene right now with Leon there. Sorry, with Will there. So that implies that there is some amount of reliability or authority, detective vision, or whatever the fuck from Will. So I'm surprised that's wrong. Okay, so in this one they managed to have a child before Jessica. This timeline, I guess that in lots of different fragments, like, you know, maybe it's probably infinite. Ava and Hideyoshi might have been able to have someone else that isn't George or whatever. Okay. All right. Hmm.
That's a shame. If you were looking for an umbrella, I could have gotten you one right away.
Did you convince Kinzo?
I told him that a rare guest wanted to greet him. He says he'll meet with you.
Did you tell him that I wanted to ask about Beatrice?
Isn't that your job? With a slightly mischievous look, Leon turned away. Will scratched his head and shrugged, looking annoyed.
Oh, well, guess I'll get a chance to try this out at least.
Will opened his right hand and showed it to Leon. It was just a hand without anything remotely remarkable about it. Leon's head tilted to the side in bafflement at this strange gesture. Good work. Wait, your name was... It's Shannon. That's right, Shannon. Please take over at the reception desk, and make sure you keep warm. Thank you very much, Leon-sama. Shannon bowed deeply in response to Leon's kind words. There was not even a trace of tension in her manner. Let's go, Will. You don't want to miss this chance. The head's mood changes quicker than the autumn sky. Good luck.
Here we go. Smash.
Smash. So the next chapter will take us like a little bit over the normal break time.
That's fine.
Okay.
He has a Witcher sign. He got Axie. That's cool.
Witcher.
Thank you, Henry Wyatt, for the bits with, oh my gosh, look at his butt. Thank you very much, Henry Wyatt. Thank you, Timaeus T, for the new sub. Welcome, Timaeus T. Thank you very much. Clawfest. And thank you, Kiramal, for the resub too. Who is the best robot made, 2B or Shannon? Gotta be 2B for me, sorry. Gotta be 2B. Saw a headline that just said, key choice at heart of hit game sequel. Something needs to be done about these editors. You won't believe. Yeah, those articles exist, yeah, for sure. For sure. What do you think of Willard so far? Sorry, what was it?
No, go ahead.
I like Willard for finally teaching me that most of my community likes men more than women. So, yeah, I just finally...
That's
finally,
not true.
Finally figured it out.
The male part of your community likes men, and the female part of your community likes women. It's Pride Month.
I don't think Pride Month has anything to do with that. I think that's just permanent. Even when we're not proud, it's like that, yeah.
Every month is Pride Month. In your community.
Every month's Pride Month in our community. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
All right. We continue? Oh, I was going to say, can you turn sound cancellation off? Or noise cancellation off? It's making you cut in and out for me. For Discord.
Sure. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
thank you. Oh god, I'm going to sneeze. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm safe.
You're safe? We don't get to hear a sneeze?
No sneeze.
Darn.
No sneeze.
All right. Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm narration now, right?
Yep. Swapped over.
Here we go.
Here we go. I've brought Willard's son.
Kinzo and Genji can be seen in the VIP room. Kinzo was sitting back in a chair, his eyes closed as though in a troubled sleep. Master, the guest has come to see you. He fell off a pleasure boat. Kinzo slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were red from crying. They regained their focus and slowly fell on Will. I am Ushumiya Kinzo.
Will,
I'm Willard. Allow me to express my condolences. So, you came here to attend Beatrice's funeral. Just who are you? I'm no one. I have no connections with anyone. Don't think too deeply about it. You'll just get a headache. Ow.
I ask that you choose your words a little more carefully.
What a strange guest. So, what business do you have with me? I want to ask about Beatrice. What? Kinzo's gaze grew sharp. Leon felt a bit lightheaded and wondered why this guy had to be so direct. Why do you ask? You're no one, aren't you? Why do you want to know about Beatrice? What is your purpose? Because I'm no one, I can listen to your tale impartially and record it. You'll probably leave this world before too long. If you die without telling anyone anything about Beatrice, your children will adorn Beatrice with whatever tale they please, writing that into their memories. You entertain me, boy. Do you plan on writing my will for me? But that is none of your business. Beatrice is mine alone, no matter what other people say. No one can defile our tale. What they say is of no consequence. No matter how Kraus and the others misconstrue it, it will be neither painful nor vexing to me. Willard-sama, the master is not fond of wills, so get the fuck out. He is not one to abandon anything while he still lives. Probably true. I thought it sounded a bit unlike you. The ability to struggle on as long as we have life is what makes us human. You think I would give up so soon and leave behind a will? How laughably absurd. Yes, that does sound a bit more like you. It's not your style to ask someone to write about the past just because you think your death is drawing near.
We know how deeply you loved Beatrice-sama. You are the model most worthy of respect that any of us know, and an example for us to follow in every aspect of our lives. Please guide our wandering souls and tell us just how much you loved her grandfather, how you were able to live through everything you faced because of her love. I only ask for you to guide us by showing us that love's strength.
You're pretty good at this.
It's your fault for being so tactless.
Wait, tactless? Boy, what do you know of Beatrice? A truly ignorant person wouldn't even be interested in learning more. The mere fact that you know Beatrice's name shows that you are neither ignorant nor unconnected. Good point. The Beatrice I know of is the woman you loved, the one you met before the mansion in Rakenjima was even built. However, she probably departed from this world, leaving behind a daughter, and that's the girl who was raised in Kuadorian. Oh-ho. Willard-sama, there is no building known as Kuadorian on Rakenjima.
That name, Kuadorian, you mentioned it when we were talking with Aunt Rosa, too. What in the world does it mean?
You should have an idea by now. It's the name of the hidden mansion deep in the forest where his mistress's daughter lived. Interesting. So, you actually know the name of Kuadorian. Continue, you have sparked my interest. Kinzo shrugged and grinned. Oh, here it is. It is like, the sprites are similar, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Yeah, the angle of it. The one living in Kuadorian was probably Beatrice's daughter. However, it seems that you, at least, didn't think of her that way. Oh, then how did I think of her? When Ushumiya Rosa went to Kuadorian, Beatrice told her a little about herself. In that conversation, she referred to you as Kinzo. It was the same when she spoke to you directly. Though she said she thought of you as a father, she didn't call you father. She either chose not to call you that, or she wasn't allowed to call you that. That could only mean one thing. That it's fucked up. And what might that be? Reincarnation. You didn't think of your daughter as a child Beatrice left behind. You believed that the dead Beatrice had revived into a new body. Genji. Once in the past, you spoke in front of Natsui and several other family members, stating that there had never been a child between Kinzo and Beatrice. I have no memory of saying this. Of course, this game's Genji probably wouldn't remember that. However, near the end of the first game, when the survivors had all gathered in Kinzo's study, Genji was asked whether Kinzo and Beatrice ever had a child together, and he denied it, saying, "I have not heard of anything like that." That may have been a lie, but in a way, it was a model answer for one of Kinzo's confidants. After all, in Kinzo's eyes, she wasn't a daughter, but Beatrice reborn.
Will, I don't know what you're talking about, but I will not let you slander the family head.
This isn't slander, it's reasoning. However, I understand the heart. In your eyes, Beatrice was the woman you loved the most. She remained that way even after death, for all eternity, and without fading in the slightest. I doubt you thought of her as Beatrice reborn at the moment of her birth. However, it wouldn't be strange if you slowly began to wonder whether that child, whose blue eyes and beautiful blonde hair reminded you of a younger Beatrice, might actually be Beatrice reborn. Master, shall I? Shall I drag this rude child out? Genji asked Kinzo. For a while, Kinzo hung his head in silence as though remembering something from his own past. Your daughter grew to be beautiful and nearly identical to her mother. You must have been ecstatic. However, I doubt you'd be completely satisfied by that alone. After all, though she was Beatrice reborn to you, she didn't think of herself that way. How can you know that? Whenever she was called Beatrice, she got this feeling she couldn't shake away, a feeling like something was out of place. People never feel anything out of place about the name they're given at the time of their birth. However, she did have that feeling. That must mean she was aware that the name Beatrice wasn't hers. In Kuadorian, she asked both Kinzo and Rosa about who she was.
Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of a great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I can't use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside my body.
Her memory would have returned eventually. She must truly have been Beatrice reborn. Her memory was coming back bit by bit. My magical ceremonies were helping her regain her memories one little bit at a time.
Head-sama?
Head-sama? There's no need to be surprised. If you line up the information in all the games so far, this is the obvious answer you get. The high-level Beatrice talked about this. By metaphor, she said that Kinzo refused to let the witch's soul escape even after death, and instead caught it and locked it up in a body of flesh. She also said that her power and memory had been sealed. If you match that interpretation of hers to this theory, it all makes sense. Willard-sama. Thanks to powerful magical ceremonies, the master gained a reborn child of the dead Beatrice-sama? That's kind of awkward for me, sorry. That cannot be denied. I won't deny the story, and I don't intend to doubt the depths of Kinzo's love for this woman called Beatrice. How a man shows his affection for a child who's the only living reminder of her mother is no one's business. If she grew to look more and more like Beatrice and Kinzo's love gave rise to a new special emotion, I find that a very human reaction. I hope that you're just appeasing him so he talks more. You think you can understand my love? I'm not qualified to understand it. However, I'm also not qualified to deny it. Oh, Beatrice, please forgive me. Kinzo sobbed quietly for a while, wiping away his tears. Because of love, he believed she was Beatrice reborn and raised her that way. You know what? Maybe Erica's got it right. No love. However, somewhere in his heart, he might have felt pangs of conscience, telling him that he might be forcing his emotions on someone who wasn't really Beatrice. Nah. Then the Beatrice of Kuadorian had an unexpected guest, Rosa. That woman simply couldn't believe that she was the Beatrice Kinzo desired. She couldn't stand the fact that she didn't understand who she was, and she wanted to escape to the outside world. George and Shannon's love relationship does not seem that bad anymore after this. You do not, under any circumstances, have to hand it to George. No. Then she fell from the cliff and died. Genji handled that death, which couldn't become public knowledge, very quietly. Funerals aren't for the dead. They exist so that those who are alive can sever their ties with the dead. You could never do that. That's why it festered within you. Beatrice. Oh. Oh, shit.
So yeah, you're just on autopilot because you have everything this chapter. Sorry. Grandfather.
You lost your mistress's daughter. No, you lost Beatrice twice. Unable to let that sorrow show on the outside, you kept it locked up in your heart, and it eventually festered and turned to madness. That's what spurred on your abnormally strong interest in the occult in your later years. Oh, Beatrice. Why? Why did you leave me twice? Your smile, that beautiful hair, those eyes. Why did you die in my arms not once, but twice? Is that how much you... Oh. By now, Kinzo wasn't even trying to suppress his sobs. He sometimes scratched at his head in anguish, sometimes faced the heavens like an opera singer. Kinzo yelled over and over again, repeating Beatrice's name. At that moment, there was a quiet sound of a door closing. When they turned around, she was already there. Kumasawa had appeared.
If they already know that much, perhaps we can tell them the rest.
Though if they know that much, I don't believe there's anything more to tell.
Nope, we should tell them. As a woman, I've always thought that the heart of Kuadorian's Beatrice is a story that should be told. And now, someone has appeared who is worthy to hear it. I believe that now is the time to tell all without holding back.
Was she spidering on the door while this was going on?
Kumasawa-san, do you know something about Beatrice?
Of course she does. In the fourth game, we have testimony from the ferryboat captain saying that Kuwasawa went in and out of Kuadorian. I'd be willing to bet that Kuwasawa had different work shifts at the mansion and Kuadorian. There was a young girl to be taken care of. Kuwasawa, with her long experience in taking care of children, must have been of immense value. I bet you Nanjo went there too.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You might even call me her wet nurse. No way. I can't believe it. So everything Wilson is saying is the truth. Yes, it is a fact. A secret mansion was constructed on the opposite side of the island for Beatrice-sama. Kuadorian's existence is truth.
I don't know when Kinzo married his official wife, but at that time he already had an enormous store of wealth and had bought Rikinjima whole. He then built 2 mansions and set up 2 separate lives. Kinzo's children had also been aware of Kinzo's clandestine eccentricities, thank you, at the time. Oh. It probably hadn't been easy to maintain 2 separate lives. Moreover, Kinzo's wife had been suspicious and had sniffed around all the time.
Posture check, chat.
Yep.
The master stayed in Kuadorian as much as time allowed. He would sometimes pretend to go on a business trip and stay there for several days, treasuring the time he spent with Beatrice-sama. It was not a father-daughter relationship. You could sometimes catch a glimpse of his great love for the dead Beatrice-sama, and it was a heartwarming thing.
What the fuck, Kumasawa? Will, are you gonna say it's not our place to judge someone cheating on his wife with his mistress's fucking daughter that is also his daughter too? The way you say it makes it sound like he sometimes treated her as a substitute for the dead Beatrice.
Oh, if it sounded that way, my apologies. Beatrice-sama probably accepted her father's love. However, I will not deny that she was sometimes forced to bear a love she didn't understand.
Kuwasawa's tone made it sound as though she was scolding Kinzo. As a mother who had raised many kids, Kumasawa had probably spotted that Kinzo's love was sometimes misplaced. However, the more she grew to look like her mother, the more distorted and twisted Kinzo's heart became. Because of his deep love, it grew very, very twisted.
Very, very twisted.
You are right to scold me, my friend. I understand. My love is eternal and undying. However, I must acknowledge that I poured that affection onto the wrong person.
Grandfather, wait. You don't mean... Leon-sama, all humans in this world are tied to each other. Even if they do not notice, there is always some sort of tie. Those ties wrap themselves around people and bring them together. No way. Grandfather.
Just as Kinzo had done, Leon also wiped away tears and stared down at the floor. Apparently, the truth had been too much of a shock for the young successor to handle.
Master, the time to speak has arrived, has it not?
Wait. Shannon and Cannon are the same person? I see. So that time must come, my friend. Unless you tell us, none of the truth will become clear. Master, I believe they may have the Sorry. I believe they may have the qualifications and the right to know. I know. Perhaps on this day of my fickle funeral, Beatrice in heaven has given me a chance to atone. Forgive me for not telling you this before now. After taking a deep breath, Kinzo finally lowered the hands that had been covering his face and looked at Will and Leon with those red eyes.
Grandfather.
You listen to Leon. Guessed. Willard, was it? Yeah. I thank you for giving me a chance to speak the truth while I am still able. You must surely be a messenger from heaven sent by Beatrice. You have my gratitude. Do you want to fuck him too? But Beatrice isn't the one you have to thank. It was just a witch. Well, I guess they're both witches. Humph. I do not care who it was. I have been given a chance. That is enough. Thank you, Willard. Kinzo slowly stood up and held out his right hand. He was offering to shake hands. It must have been Kinzo's way of expressing his gratitude. Will responded. Then, the two hands gripped each other tightly in silence.
Oh.
When they did, a bright light poured out from the gap between the two hands. Will felt as though something the size of a grain had burned itself into his palm. It was the power that Burncastle had given him. The light grew brighter and brighter. However, it seemed that Kinzo and the others couldn't see it. What's going on? Now I will speak. I met Beatrice. Beatrice Castiglione. Anywhere close?
Castiglione.
Castiglione, just before the end of the war. She came from across the sea. On a boat made of gold. Whoa. Is that meant to be Kinzo? My god, that looks like Battler. Holy shit. Are you Kinzo?
It's how grandfather looked in the past. I've seen photos. Just what on earth?
It's the theater-going power that Burncastle gave me. Don't try to understand.
I'll just get a headache.
You're getting the hang of this. At one time, Genji told Battler that he looked like Kinzo in his youth. Sure enough, though the young Kinzo wasn't exactly the same as Battler, they looked very similar. Fuck yeah, they do, yeah. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Ushiromiya Kinzo.
Grandfather?
Even the voice seemed to resemble Battler somehow. Clearly, Battler had inherited Kinzo's blood more thickly than any other. I had no desire to succeed the Ushimi family headship. My being chosen as the head was nothing more than a prank of fate. In the Great Kanto earthquake, those in charge passed away, and you were selected from the branch families.
That's correct. After all, grandfather was wise despite his youth, and he already possessed a dignity fitting for the headship.
Ridiculous. Those greedy elders kept looking out for their own personal interests and couldn't decide on a new head at all. It was as foolish as arguing about who the new captain should be on a sinking ship. So, since you had no connections with anyone in the main family, you were selected right out of the blue. It's all because of my toes. If only I had one less toe on each foot, my life may have turned out quite differently. In the Ushinomiya family, polydactyly was seen as a mark of good fortune. I can't believe that actually was his corpse in the furnace. Holy shit. After all, many of the great ones in their family history had possessed it. It was all very pathetic. The elders didn't care whom they dragged in as long as it wouldn't benefit any one of them particularly. So they just happened to hear that someone in one of the branch families had 6 toes and decided that it would do well enough. Precisely. The elders didn't care what sort of novice had become the next head, as long as they could make him their puppet. In fact, the more this person was ignorant of leadership, the better it would be for them.
Grandfather.
Grandfather Leon, it is quite different in your case. You will be the one who inherits everything I have. That is the fate you were granted on the day of your birth. That is why I gave you that silver ring and raised you so strictly. You are quite different from me. You are already a splendid successor, of whom no one could be ashamed.
Yes, sir.
A puppet for a head. I doubt that could have been easy. As he pondered about where to begin, Kinzo laughed bitterly. It would probably bring back painful memories no matter where he started from. It lasted for so long, that span of gray days. That dizzying stretch of time I spent dead like moss growing on a rock. I became the rope in the tug-of-war between the elders who thought of nothing but their own profit, and I probably could have snapped at any moment. However, people are far more resilient than one would think. Though I spent so many days as though I had been killed, I was not killed, so I was forced to search for death on my own. Before I realized it, I had reached an age at which the young would laugh at me if I tried to call myself young. Yep, yep. That dizzyingly long stretch of gray days was left completely empty. It lasted for a full 20 years. In 20 years, a person can be born, find a purpose, and even become their own man with their own place in the world. Unless they're George. In short, Sumari, if one truly becomes a human only when they have become a working adult. Then I spent a period of time long enough to create a human. Oh, okay, doing nothing but playing the part of those greedy elders' puppet. Ironically, though that time aged my body, it did not age my mind. My mind alone was still as young as it had been during those rich, happy days before I was summoned to Odawara. And yet, my body alone grew older and older. Eventually, the vast gap between the two reached almost incomprehensible levels. So I could hardly believe that the worn-out man in the mirror was really me. No, it really wasn't me. The head of the Ushinomiya family was just a name. It had no power. It didn't require that I had any independence. There was no need for me to get involved with anything. I was just a doll sitting there on the doll rack, gathering dust. I remember nothing but lazily flipping through Western books I liked, locking myself up inside my own world, doing nothing but playing with roses and drinking terrible drinks, and it lasted a full 20 years. Before I knew it, I suddenly had a wife I did not know. It wasn't any wife I had chosen. It was the daughter of some noble family that the elders had chosen and forced on me for their own reasons, but that did not matter to me. I did not love my wife, but neither did I dislike her. I just didn't care. I fathered a few children, but that wasn't out of love for my wife. They were just born before I knew it. That's all there was to it. None of it mattered. No, that's not quite right. Everything was decided by someone other than me, and I simply obeyed. That was the job of the Ushinomiya family head. Yes, on some level, I did feel as though I was being slowly and quietly killed.
I can't believe it. To think that you, the one who has been praised for being such a bold and wise ruler, lived life like that for so long.
Leon, there is nothing so long and faint as a life you do not live for yourself. And yet, it slides on by in the blink of an eye. Do not forget this.
A life you live for yourself.
Fucking young Kinzo loves to rhyme, huh? Living means you have your own will. You probably were dead during that time. Precisely. I wanted to live. No, I wanted to die. How can a puppet die?
by cutting the strings.
Correct. That would be death, and it would also be life, since it would mean being free. Before I realized it, trouble was brewing in the world. World War II, the Pacific War. Japan had extended their war fronts too far to the east and west, and the tide of war was changing. Thanks to the influence of the elders, I was able to avoid conscription. Of course, this was not out of compassion for me. It was because I was their precious puppet. What's this in the background? That looks pretty cool. I like that. So the war never really felt that close to me. However, when I personally decided to abandon their protection, it was very easy. At that time, the Ushimiya family had almost completely collapsed. And since the elders had apparently gathered enough of the scraps to last them the rest of their lives, they seemed to care little for what I did, now that they no longer had any use for me. So I realized that I had finally found my time to die. One by one, I cut the threads I was hanging from and began to search for a place to end my life. So, you searched for death on the battlefield? I thought that if I was going to die anyway, I should try to be of some use to my country. No, that's a lie. I probably just lacked the willpower to end my own life. War was a suitable excuse for death.
I heard that grandfather had knowledge necessary for public work projects and constructions, so he was tasked with setting up facilities for the Navy construction team.
Humph. And what a foolish mistake that was. If only I had just said that I had no useful skills, I could have been sent to the dangerous front lines right away. So you didn't need to go to the front lines? Some of the others were overjoyed at their luck. It was the opposite for me. I'd only wanted to get drunk on the liquor known as dying for the sake of one's country. The US planes did nothing but cut across the skies of that forgotten island. They didn't have even a bullet to spare for me, much less a bomb.
Is this the time you met Beatrice, grandfather?
Correct. She came to me from the sea. Where did you meet her? You mentioned an island. Yes, this island. That's where she arrived. So you met here on Rikenjima? What?
What's going on?
Yeah.
I heard that Rikenjima was uninhabited until you bought it, grandfather. I never knew there was a Japanese military base here.
Ah, yes, you could hardly call that a military base. It was just a cave. I was one of the guards of that cave. There's a base in a cave on the islands? Alright, where's the landlord to pop up and say fucking bullshit to that? What are we doing? What are we doing? 1944. Due to the honorable defeats at Saipan and Guam, Japan's absolute national defense zone strategy was in shambles. Where had the gallantry shown at Pearl Harbor gone? The old attackers were now the ones on the defensive. At that time, it was said that the last trump card for the Japanese military was a type of man torpedo known as the Kaiten. It was said that these ultimate weapons, packed with 1.55 tons of explosives, were capable of sinking any kind of warship with a single blast. To strengthen homeland defense, the Navy drafted a plan to build a string of hidden bases from Hachijo Island to Yokosuka. Hachijo?
Hachijo.
Was that the name of the writer?
Hachijo Toya.
All to house submarines loaded with Kaiten torpedoes. Submarine.
I knew that there was a Kaiten base constructed on Hachijo Island, but was there actually one on Rikenjima too?
What fool decided it would be a good idea to plant a base on this desolate island? To better preserve its secrecy? Humph, ridiculous. I could never understand what the higher-ups were thinking, and I didn't particularly want to. The Kaiten, which could finish off a large warship with a single strike, truly was an ultimate weapon. It was hoped that the presence of submarines capable of loading these weapons in the waters just off of Japan would allow for a powerful sea ambush as a final line of defense. So, to aid in the establishment of a base with absolute secrecy, the uninhabited island Rikenjima was raised as a possible candidate. An investigation of the island resulted in the discovery of a large cave in the cliffs. It's in the cliffs, alright, and this was apparently deemed to be a suitable location for a submarine base. So you were tasked with aiding in the establishment of that base? Establishment? Certainly, if you can call digging out a cave establishment. Not only that, the base was abandoned before its completion.
Why?
Because at that time, Japan no longer had any submarines large enough to transport a Chitin torpedo. How truly laughable. What's the point in having a submarine base if there aren't any submarines left? If there's one thing that never changes, it's politicians and their meaningless projects. The base on Hachijo Island was outfitted with Chitin torpedoes and became a base for direct attacks, but Rikindrima was never supplied with any. Oh, okay. Furthermore, the construction was eventually suspended, and a minimum number of men were stationed on the island waiting for orders from above that never came. Could the fact that it was a hidden base actually have sealed our fate? The higher-ups had already completely forgotten about this useless and pointless cavern. We were nothing more than guards for a mere cave. We spent our days farming, fishing, and playing with the dirt, all the while gazing up at the American formations flying past. Some of our group were relieved at the prospects of the war ending before anyone remembered we were here, and before any of us had to face a real battle. Of course, it was the opposite for me. I hoped and hoped for the American troops to advance and kill me as soon as possible. Those days were empty and blank. Let us go back to the turning point in my life and my fate, the time that Ushumiya Kinzo finally became truly alive. Smash? Hey! Right on 4 hours. Nice.
Right on. Can I talk to you about my experience reading this for the first time? Is that okay?
Sure, go for it.
I felt so fucking stupid because we got so many mentions of the timeline and what Kinzo was doing at the beginning of this. Like there were so many, like, it wasn't like a direct foreshadowing, but there were so many small hints about the state of the family and stuff, and I just never thought about fucking World War II. Ever, even once, for 6 episodes.
Never?
Never. I was too invested in like the family story and all of the shit. I just never felt as stupid reading Umineko as this exact moment.
Didn't they bring up World War II in episode 1?
Yes. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
I'll just forget about that. I solved almost everything about Umineko except by episode 6, except the one pivotal fucking thing that is World War II.
Forgot about World War II.
Forgot about World War II.
And that's why we don't do Time Guesser anymore.
Exactly. That is exactly why we don't do Time Guesser anymore. My excuse is that I went to Catholic school that had woefully inadequate geography and history classes. Like, we spent an entire semester once talking about the Columbine event because it was happening at that time, and that was what my history class was about, because it was talking about how they were demonic or whatever. That's what I'm working with.
Damn.
When did you read Umineko the first time? 2 years ago.
Pretty recent.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 years ago was closer when World War II happened than right now, though. So, you know.
That's true, yeah. That's true.
Thank you.
They were teaching Mouse that the sun was spinning around the earth, basically, yeah.
Oh. Thank you, YSF, for the bits. 2 rounded bits in a row. Eva, Angie, Leon. Okay, fucking hell.
Oh, fuck.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell. And also, listen, George is just following the family creed. Yeah, apparently so. Thank you, Kever Klarung, for the bits as well. Interesting fact, some symbol, warawa, can be read as mekaki, meaning mistress or concubine. Oh, thank you. I wonder how hard it is to learn how to read kanji.
It is
Thank
hard.
you.
It is a lot harder than katakana and hiragana, I'll tell you that much.
I don't even know what those are. Fucking hell.
Okay. All right.
I'm
We'll
so
talk about it later.
I'm so ignorant. Do we have to?
No.
We do? Okay.
Chat's gonna explain right now.
Okay. I'm reading subs and then I'm going away. Thank you, Suniwaka, for the resub. Hi, Joe. I rewatched the Yakuza VODs and realized you gave Sakutaro the same voice as Mr. Libido. What did you mean by this? I don't even remember listening to Mr. Libido. Who's Mr. Libido? Who are you? I think
Technically, Jelly gave
I was about to say,
the same voice as Mr.
Jelly gave Sakutaro that voice, and I'm just copying Jelly. Thank you, Parnik, for the bits. It's so cool that Ryukushi made up World War II to make the Kinzo backstory more interesting. Such a great writer. Very detailed lore.
Technically, the person who got pinned gave Sakutaro the voice. That's true. They did request. They did request that Jelly do that.
Anyway, time for break. We're back in about 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Muting in 3. Hello, hello.
Wah. Hello.
Wow.
Wah. Hello, chat.
Did I read Parnik's message? It's so cool that Ryukishi made a World War II to make Kin's
Yes.
backstory more interesting. I thought I did, yeah. Thank you, YSF, for the bits as well. So, Grandpa, how the war. Okay, I think we're doing 2 more chapters, which is apparently going to take us about 90 minutes, and then we will be done for today. I don't know if there's going to be another Umineko stream in the week. We might just be doing Death Stranding 2 instead. I also have no idea how long Death Stranding 2 is. I guess no one really knows. But yeah,
I read an answer online, but I can save it if you don't want to know.
that's okay.
Okay. No.
We'll see.
Chat will probably say it anyway.
Anyway, let us continue. Who is this? Is this me or you?
This is you.
Step it up. What are you doing? Slacking off when the fighting's so close?
Stars seemed to spin around inside my head. I could just lie down on the floor, but that'd only make him more angry. I've got no intention of being obedient. Still, it'd be stupid to get myself punched for no reason, so I got up and stood at attention. The fighting's close, is it? You really think the American troops are likely to show up on this forgotten island? Then let them come right now. That's what I've been waiting for all this time.
What's this cowardly look you're wearing? Is this how afraid you are of death? Are you so scared of those Americans? You won't be killing any of them with an attitude like that. Ugh.
I got hit again. Could you please quit your whining already, filthy cowards? They let themselves be controlled by this inexplicable anger because it's the only way to distract themselves from their own fear. Heart and spirit aren't of any use when the battle becomes hopeless. When trapped by an insurmountable hopelessness, humans tend to rely on several other emotions to escape their fear. For these young, inexperienced soldiers, anger was a very convenient emotion to fall back upon. Anger is the wine they used to paralyze their fear. It made them chant, "Damn the British, damn the Americans," as they swung their bamboo spears around and called it drilling. The more wine you drink, the more you need to drink to get drunk. Their useless anger continued to pile up, day after day, without pause. I did not fear death, so I had no need of the wine called anger. This made their cowardice all the more apparent to me.
What's that look on your face? Ushiromiya, you've lost your nerve down to your very soul. You're a fish, that's what you are. You got the eyes of a dead fish.
However, it went both ways. Just as I was able to spot their cowardice, they were able to pick up on my lethargy.
Ooh, new background. Is Ushiromiya Kinzo here? The lieutenant's looking for you. Stand up. No slouching about. Double time.
First Lieutenant Yamamoto was the commanding officer in charge of the Rikenjima garrison. He was just another filthy coward trying to forget his fear with violence, and would often reprimand his subordinates for slacking off at the drop of a hat.
So the cave?
Whenever he...
Oh. Huh. Oh, okay. Interesting.
Whenever he was in a... Yeah. Sorry, you want to...
No. I'm just saying interesting. It's okay.
Okay. Whenever he was in a good mood and started spouting off stories of his life, they were all about how much of a thug he had been, ignoring the rules of society. On and on about how so-and-so was a prick, so he taught him a lesson, or how everyone was so scared of him that he got special treatment. He kept on talking about what a vile human he was, as though it was a badge of honor.
He finally got it. Yes. Most people figure out in episode 3 that there's a World War II cave that was dug out with a facility that's on the island that has never been mentioned before. Now, yes, he's finally got it. Mouse is a little loud.
Yeah, and then Mouse isn't loud enough. We're getting...
Okay.
It's impossible to know which.
Yeah.
It's impossible to know which. Normally, I had nothing to do with this lieutenant who I couldn't respect in any way. He'd always hang around with his non-commissioned subordinates. So as long as I treated him with a snappy salute, I could more or less ignore him for the time being. Now that the construction project on this island has been suspended indefinitely, there's no longer any use for an engineer like me. So why did the lieutenant ask to see me specifically? At that moment, I couldn't think of anything.
Ah, Ushiromiya. I hear you're good with foreign languages. Is that true? I am proficient in both English and Chinese, sir.
The lieutenant liked to brag about his education in front of the non-commissioned officers, but he held a bit of a grudge against me for being even more highly educated than him. Since he also felt uncomfortable about having a subordinate who was older than him, I wasn't exactly the type he'd be willing to confide in. Just the fact that I knew several languages must have hurt his pride.
Okay, 1 second. Let me turn you up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay. What about Italian? I don't speak that. So you wouldn't be much help as an interpreter between me and an Italian person, would you? It should be possible if they can speak English as well. Ah, yes, very true. Have you ever talked with a foreigner in English? I have.
Why on earth would he need an interpreter in a cave on an uninhabited island that even our superiors forgot about? His question made it clear that some guest had arrived on Rikkenjima who would need an interpreter.
An Italian woman stole some Nazi gold and went on a boat and just sailed down here to escape them. Good. Ushiromiya, you'll be my interpreter. That's an order.
That evening, I found out exactly what he was talking about. That pointless submarine dock in the cavern that had never been used was now being approached slowly by a submarine of the Italian Navy. Of course, I knew that the Italians were our allies. However, this was the first time I'd seen anything from their military with my own eyes. What was the Italian Navy doing here? Didn't Italy surrender in 1943? What's going on?
It was the Kingdom of Italy that surrendered. However, those who couldn't accept the surrender joined Mussolini and formed the RSI so that they could continue fighting.
The RSI?
The Italian Social Republic, also known as the Salo Republic. You know your history. I fucking don't. The ignorant often call the Italians cowards, saying that they surrendered first of the Axis powers in 1943. That's not true. The military of the Italian Social Republic fought bravely from the outbreak of war until April 29th, 1945. And Berlin fell just 3 days after that. Far from being cowards, they gave one hell of a fight. Still, I'm surprised the RSI Navy even had possession of a submarine that could travel all the way to Japan.
That's right. Not only is he the way he is, he's a fascist too. As if it wasn't bad enough. Even if they did, it's a surprise that they'd come out this far at all. Why would they come to Japan? To Rikkenjima? The submarine was both weather-worn and massive. I doubt anyone had even imagined that a foreign submarine would come all the way out here. When we never even had one of our own submarines dock. All of the guards on Rikkenjima, of which there were only about 30, stood at attention as the submarine docked.
How much Final Fantasy loot do you think you get with one of these babies? Like a lot? Never seen the Italian military before. I heard a mine or some accident trashed their sub. From what I heard, it sounds like their ventilator broke down and the cabin got packed with chlorine gas. The lieutenant was hinting about there being something very important in there. You mean like a code machine or the blueprints for some kind of new engine? I couldn't care less what they were carrying. I'm more surprised that the higher-ups still remember we exist. Hurry up, Ushiromiya! How are you supposed to interpret from over there? Yes, sir.
On top of the hatch was a young Italian saluting us. Normally, this should have been the job of a commissioned officer, but his clothes looked like those of a sailor, and it really didn't look like he had the dignity and composure of a ship's captain. That probably meant that all of the commissioned officers in charge had died in the accident that had befallen this sub. Crew members crawled out of the hatch one by one, but they all looked pale and entirely worn out. I'm not sure how long ago the accident happened, but being crammed together in a tiny sub filled with chlorine gas for any amount of time can't be good for your health. Not only had the ventilators broken, but traveling about carelessly on the surface of the waters around Japan these days would be foolish in the extreme. It had been like a trip inside a can of poison gas. Almost all of them were unable to walk without leaning on someone else. It looked like a bunch of people staggering out of a hospital boat.
Ushiromiya, ask them who the captain is. Tell them that I'm in charge of this island. Welcome to Japan. Do any of you speak English?
The crew members seemed to understand that I was speaking English, but it looked as though none of them could speak it. Eventually, someone who seemed to be dressed as an officer saluted.
Welcome to Japan. Are you the captain?
Cannot speak English.
There we go.
Please wait.
The officer answered in slow, laborious English. After asking us to wait, he shouted something to his subordinates in rapid Italian. It looked as though he was telling them to get someone among them who could speak English.
Ushiromiya, what are they talking about? They've asked us to wait. You might be looking for someone there who can speak English.
At that moment, I heard a high-pitched cough. It wasn't a man's cough. It was a woman's. I speak English. As she came down from the hatch, a woman with beautiful golden hair said this in English. In this filthy cavern, the appearance of one as beautiful as she was seemed like an angel descending upon us.
You know what, Kinzo? I get it. Welcome to Japan. Is the captain there?
The captain is dead. That man over there is the only officer left.
My condolences. Can we do anything to assist you?
We'd like some fresh air and water. Some of us are still having trouble breathing. And we'd like a place to rest.
We would be happy to help. Do any of the others understand English?
The ones who did are all dead. I'm the only one left.
Ushiromiya, what's that woman talking about? Who's the captain? That man from a second ago? Who is that woman? Get translating already, goddammit!
The lieutenant has been yelling like that for a while now. He must have been surprised to see such a beautiful woman appear from a submarine, and more than a little annoyed to see all of her attention focused on me alone. It was a mark of how divinely beautiful she was.
Sir, it seems that she's the only one who understands English. She will act as their interpreter. Their captain is dead. That officer seems to be acting in his place.
Who's that loud man who keeps yelling at you? Don't tell me he's your superior.
Unfortunately, he is. He probably doesn't like seeing me have such a beautiful lady all to myself.
Oh, I didn't expect flattery from an Asian. Your English is superb. I imagine you've been brought up very well. Unlike that rude man who keeps on shouting. They should have made you the officer in charge around here.
Oh, we're in. Oh, and I never expected flattery from a Westerner.
You're an interesting man. What's your name?
Ushiromiya Kinzo. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name as well?
Beatrice Castiglione.
Welcome, Beatrice. Welcome to Japan.
That was when I first met Beatrice, the woman who would capture my heart for the rest of my life. You butchered that? You butchered chat. Good job. So Beatrice was an Italian.
Yes. She was the daughter of a high-ranking RSI official. Apparently, their most important cargo was her father himself. Sadly, he had already died by the time they reached Rikijima and turned into gold like they all do. Why would a high official like that come to Japan? You're saying he went through the Suez Canal and... crossed the Indian Ocean to come all the way here?
That's a good point. If they wanted to reach one of their allies, Germany should have been much closer. So why would they make the long trip to Japan?
It may have been part of some grand, outrageous strategy. I don't know all the details, but shortly after, I learned that this submarine's mission was far from a minor one.
They said that there had been about 60 of them at the time of their departure. However, only about 10 of them, including Beatrice, had survived. Their submarine had apparently hit a mine or something in the nearby waters and sustained a great deal of damage. They told us that it had flooded rapidly with water, which had taken out the batteries and released a large amount of chlorine gas. Their sub had become completely incapable of continuing further, nothing but a massive lump of metal floating by the dock. Since the sub seemed to be carrying something of immense value, the higher-ups ordered us to investigate. After questioning the Italians, with Beatrice and me acting as double interpreters, we concluded that this thing of immense value must have been her father himself. Apparently, Beatrice's father was extremely high up in the RSI hierarchy, and it was thought that he might have worked alongside Mussolini himself. Though their massive voyage had apparently been part of some top-secret mission, now that the man himself and all of the commissioned officers had died, their reason for coming to Japan remained a mystery. And our higher-ups were telling us to investigate, which meant that even they didn't know what it was. Their ship had broken down, their mission was unknown, and the high official they had been carrying was dead. And even the Japanese government didn't know why they were here. The Italians' great and perilous voyage had come to a meaningless and utterly fruitless end. Are you ready for the non-stop Beatrice racism?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
That's a relief.
She's been too nice for too long.
That's a relief. I always assumed that Japan would smell like soy sauce.
This is flirting. It's flirting. It's flirting. It's fine. It's fighting. It's fine. What a coincidence. I've always thought Italians had hair made of pasta.
Of course we do. You don't know how hard it is to get that perfect al dente texture. I imagine you Japanese all wear spaghetti al nero. Jesus Christ.
I see you've done your homework. In Japan, we use squid ink instead of shampoo.
You really are amazing, Kenzo. It seems you know everything. Have you ever been to Italy?
Never. I've read a lot of books, though.
An Asian man reading Italian books? Wow, what kind of books?
Niccolo Machiavelli. Oh, fucking hell. And Dante Alighieri. So I know, of course, that you're the eternal lady.
Oh, what a surprise. You must be quite the bookworm. Does this mean you come from some Japanese noble family?
Who knows?
You're completely different from those other savage-looking Japanese soldiers. I can tell. You must have come from a noble family. Are the Ushiromias some sort of Japanese aristocrats?
Of course not. They just managed to strike it rich in the spinning industry in recent generations. I didn't study all that as part of some noble's hobby. I just did it because I wasn't allowed to do anything except read. The chinchillas spinning when I mentioned spinning.
Yeah, the chinchillas are going ham.
Play around with roses and get myself drunk.
There had been no trace of malice in Beatrice's words. It had just been a curious question asked to a friend from a faraway country. She's just asking questions, chat. However, Beatrice was from a noble family herself, so she could tell. She could see the faint, gloomy look on Kinzo's face. Forgive me, Kinzo. I didn't stop to consider why a high-class person like you would choose to take the position of a common soldier.
I don't give a damn about my family line. When I die, the name Ushimiya will have no hold on me. Then I'll finally be free.
I really woke up the chinchillas with racism.
You did.
Okay. So you joined the army because you wanted to die? You mustn't do that. Your family would be so sad.
Family? I have no family.
I have a wife for the sake of public appearances and children. However, I've never wanted any of them. Everything is a fleeting daydream created by those selfish, greedy elders. So at least while I'm on this island, I can forget about all of that and find some peace. Peace? But haven't I spent each and every day complaining that I wasn't sent to the front and haven't managed to die yet? Do you want to read the Koru post or shall I?
Go for it. Go for it.
Despite the era the story takes place in, it's a shockingly modern romance, isn't it? A middle-aged man and a teenage girl, both with extremist political views that they adopted to cope with depression, forming the kind of deep bond that can only come from mutual trauma dumping. You can find a pair like this in any Discord server.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh man. Oh.
I can't understand the pain you're going through, but I do realize that my thoughtless words have hurt you. Forgive me, Kinzo. Forgive me, Kinzo. Yes, those words are probably what did it. All of the Japanese called me Ushiromiya. It reminded me that I was the property of the Ushiromiya family every time they talked to me. But she was different. She called me Kinzo, not Ushiromiya. So maybe, just for the time I chat with her like this, I can forget that cursed family. Kinzo? I hadn't meant to make Beatrice feel guilty, but she seemed certain that her thoughtless words had hurt me.
Thank you.
Huh?
Since you always call me Kinzo, I finally feel like I'm my own man.
I think that I finally met a person who truly sees me for who I am.
Kinzo, you may be a foreigner I met in a distant land, but I can tell that your heart is sensitive and beautiful. If we had grown up in the same neighborhood, I'm sure we would have become fast friends. I'm happy too. You always call me Beatrice, not the daughter of the Castiglione family. We were both in the same position. Her Castiglione family must have been a rigid place as well. Though we came from different countries, we had finally found something that we both understood. Do you have a nickname that people close to you use?
No, they usually just call me Kinzo.
Well then, you should stop calling me Beatrice. All of my close friends used to call me Biche. I'd like you to call me that too.
Very well. From this point onwards, allow me to call you Biche as a sign of our friendship.
Ah, come on. Don't be all stiff like that. We're already friends, okay? A bright smile stretched across Beatrice's face.
No matter how many decades pass, that smile will never fade from my memory. Uh-huh.
So, by meeting Beatrice, you managed to regain your sense of self.
Or, as most people would put it, he cheated on his wife.
If you plan to continue being rude, I suggest you get in the habit of covering your butt. After having his butt pinched once more, Will hopped around in pathetic agony. So in your eyes, grandfather, Rikenjima was always special because you first met Beatrice here.
Indeed. If I had never come to this island, I would have never met her. It truly is an island of miracles. Is there anything left of that submarine base today? Yes, it's still there, near Kuwadorian. It's in the shadows of a cove that can't be seen from the outside. After all, fishermen never approach this supposedly ill-omened island. It's unlikely that anyone besides me still knows of its existence. Is the 2-kilometer-long underground passage between Kuwadorian and the mansion a remnant of that base? That is correct. There was some nonsense about fortifying several locations across the island and connecting them with tunnels carved out of limestone caverns. I made use of that underground passage and built 2 mansions, one at each end of the island. Okay, that's fucking cool.
2 mansions, 2 families. The Ushiromiya family mansion and a mansion for the Kinzo released from the shackles of the family.
Correct. It was something I needed. Another place for me to escape from the cursed name of Ushiromiya. Still, I do feel bad for you. It must be awful to come all the way out here and be unable to fulfill your mission.
I don't really know what Papa's plan was. He said we needed to run far away to hide it until the time came.
And what is it?
I don't know. It was something very important, and he planned to hide it for many years until the right moment. Oh, and he planned to hide himself along with it. I know because he apologized to me for sending us to live a long time on foreign soil.
Okay, it can't be gold, because otherwise they would have said it already. So what is it instead? Is it like some sort of information, something that's worth a lot of gold, some sort of weapon, something like that? Is the submarine itself worth a lot? Didn't that second lieutenant of yours say that you had no cargo in particular, and that you were transporting your father instead?
Lieutenant Angelo doesn't trust you or the others. Even I know a few things he's kept hidden from you. He might even know what Papa's goal was and what the cargo is.
Whatever it is, that's a mission for the Italian military. It has nothing to do with us. After all, we're allies. We should be able to trust each other.
I have no doubts that you're a good person, Kinzo. I even told Lieutenant Angelo that you're a man we can trust, but why is it that men always get so rigid and uptight when they're in a strange land? Normally, they're all very bright and cheery people. Ever since we came here, there's been this strange feeling of tension. Lieutenant Angelo has ordered that his subordinates be armed at all times. It's almost as though we're in enemy territory. That was true. The Italians were clearly the very opposite of relaxed. The Japanese soldiers watching this began to suspect that the Italians didn't really trust them at all.
That's normal for a soldier. This is precisely the time for them to straighten up their guard so they don't embarrass themselves in front of a friendly army.
They have a person stand watch every time they sleep, and they're still keeping a lookout to make sure none of you approach the submarine, even though it's nothing more than an unusable scrap heap now. It almost feels as though they're clearly prejudiced against the Japanese, and that bothers me.
Oh, do you want to be the most prejudiced? Yeah, I guess so.
True, they had set up a constant sentry by the submarine and had refused to let any of the Japanese soldiers come near. This hadn't made the Japanese particularly happy. However, submarines are treated as classified in all countries. Maybe it was just natural for them to stop foreigners from approaching it without reason.
They're probably uncomfortable with being made to live in a way they aren't used to. The boat that's supposed to take you back to the mainland is still being delayed by weather and problems up the command chain. Just how long will it take before they can send you there?
We had been told that a boat was being sent for them directly from the mainland. But apparently, thanks to the weather, problems up the command chain, and the recent air raids, they had no ships they could spare on a forgotten island like this. There may have been political issues as well. After all, the Italians' homeland had already surrendered to the Allies. I didn't know the details. The only thing I knew for sure was that they'd been stuck on Rikkenjima for 2 whole weeks, and no one had come to get them. Of course, we had some small boats on Rikkenjima. There was nothing physically stopping us from taking them to a nearby island. Still, Rikkenjima was technically a top-secret base, and contact with the outside world had been strictly forbidden. Well, there's nothing we can do about it, and it isn't all that bad, really. After all, if a boat did come for us, I'd probably never see you again, Kinzo.
True. Are they gonna sing a song now?
To me, springtime, boy. To me, those 2 weeks were the first I'd ever truly lived. The faint 20 years before all seemed to vanish in the sparkle of that pair of weeks. I realized that she'd have to leave this place eventually. And yet this single moment felt so rich and dazzling that I felt myself wishing it could last forever. Then I heard a voice calling for Beatrice in Italian.
It's Lieutenant Angelo. Looks like he wants you for something.
Probably to scold me. These days he keeps yapping on about how I shouldn't get too friendly with the Japanese soldiers. The second lieutenant approached, saluting Kinzo, and after glancing at Beatrice as though asking her to translate something, he began to speak in Italian. Judging by his tone, it sounded like something serious. Lieutenant Angelo has something very important to say, so he wants to talk with your commanding officer. He wants your help with something. I don't know what.
Something important. Got it. I'll go find Lieutenant Yamamoto.
Lieutenant Angelo had 2 of his subordinates with him and wore a stern expression on his face. They didn't have to say anything for us to realize that this had to be something very serious.
That's it. Lift it up.
The winch creaked and the thick chains rang out with a dull clang. Very, very slowly, it was lifted up out of the submarine's cargo hold.
Now I get it. So this is why those Italians didn't want us near their sub.
The first lieutenant and the others looked up at what the winch was slowly lifting up, all of them wearing unpleasant, forced smiles. Unbelievable. So this is what Papa brought all this way.
Incredible. I've never seen anything like this.
The Sekimea?
Yeah.
Wah!
Oh, it's just gold. Oh, okay.
It was a mountain of gold ingots. Those carefully piled bars were being slowly lifted out of the cargo hold, one group after another. This gold had been their true cargo. I don't know where they were planning to take it. They might have been trying to sneak it into Japan, one of their allies, or they might have been on their way to hide it in some remote area. Was it some sort of strategy? A conspiracy? Embezzlement? Top secret transportation of wealth? This incomprehensible amount of gold led to all sorts of dark suspicions, but we didn't know anything about the truth. All told, the gold weighed an incredible 10 tons. That was the only truth we could wrap our minds around at the moment.
Oh, Kinzo's gonna go killing.
They had strongly resisted showing this to us. However, the submarine could no longer make sea, and it was apparently continuing to take in water bit by bit. Rikenjima had been outfitted in an extremely slipshod way, so we had no means of repairing it. Also, though we could unload the sub, there was no way we'd be able to lift it up again once it had filled with water and sunk to the bottom. Now that transporting the gold away had clearly become an impossible task, impossible goal, I'm just making up words now, they had apparently decided on unloading it. Of course, they made no effort to explain the reason behind all this gold. They just asked us to help them take it out.
Why would they take so much gold out of the country? Couldn't they have changed the course of the war with this much wealth?
Weapons change the course of war, but after the war, they aren't useful for anything. Money can also change the course, but it remains just as valuable after the war. There's no longer any way to change the course of this war. The Axis powers will probably all surrender, leading to an Allied victory. Anyone could tell that by simply looking at the American planes flying across the sky day after day. However, gold does not lose its value after war. Everyone stared upwards, dumbfounded, as the winch slowly lifted the dully sparkling gold.
Short chapter, all right.
Short chapter, yep. One more.
Got a couple of bit messages. YSF says, called him Kinzo because she doesn't know about Japanese name ordering and thinks that's his last name. Bitorichi. Nice, nice. Thank you, Pause for the bits. He was a fascist. She was a racist. Could it be any more obvious? All right. Thank you, Henry White, for the bits as well. We are living in a golden submarine. We're all, what is it? We all live in a yellow submarine. That's it. That's it. That's it. Very nice. Very nice. Golden submarine. Ooh, sorry, big yawn. A little tired. Chat.
How are we feeling about episode 7 so far?
To be honest, like, I like the setup with like the game board and everything, but them going into excruciating, just laying it out. Here's how Kinzo and Beatrice met. I kind of feel like I prefer not to know. You know what I mean? Like I prefer the mystery of being like they just met somehow. But let's see where it goes.
Castell is like this, huh?
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, burn.
Like, there is a chance this isn't even true. It probably is, but yeah. It also, I don't know. I think maybe it's weird that after 6 episodes of being very hesitant to give you any concrete details, it's just giving you all this just for free. You know what I mean? Just like laid out, just one after another. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see where it goes. Let's see what happens. Wasn't the point of the chapter and making Burn Game Master is to lay everything on the table? Yeah, it doesn't mean it's good though. Just because that's what they're doing doesn't mean, you know.
Yeah, there's a narrative reason for it, but doesn't mean it was a well-chosen narrative reason. Once more, it is possible to understand what Umineko is trying to do and still think it's bad. I know that this is tough for Umi Fullers to wrap their heads around.
No, it's impossible to understand. It's Silent Hill 2. Like, yeah, I don't understand Silent Hill 2 because if I did, I'd like it.
All caps, but it's supposed to be bad.
It's supposed to be bad. You don't understand. It's bad on purpose. Okay. All right. Lock in. Right. Here we go.
Lock in.
Lieutenant
I'll keep narration.
Yamamoto. The Italians don't want us to tell the mainland about this gold. Too fucking late, so they don't want our country to snatch it away from them.
What did he say?
He's saying your group probably doesn't want it reported because you fear that Japan will steal it away from you.
Lieutenant Angelo is actually more afraid of Italy itself finding out. To us, our homeland's current government is a mere puppet set up by the Allied forces. If they find out, the gold will be returned to them. However, that would be the same as handing the gold over to our enemies. They'd come all this way to make sure that the gold didn't fall into enemy hands. They needed to hide it from that puppet government until their homeland could be truly restored.
Shuramiya, make a proposal to the Italians. Tell them that we wish to offer our assistance. What sort of assistance? Let's see if I've got this straight. They want that gold kept secret so their homeland doesn't find out about it, but they'll need to find at least the transport ships they plan to carry it off this island. If they try that though, the mainland will hear about it, which means the Italian government will too. That's right. In other words, Sumari in World War II. There's no longer any way to take that gold off for Kenjima.
Their mission must have been to hide that gold in absolute secrecy until the day of their homeland's restoration. Later on, several plausible rumors would circulate about how Nazi Germany also moved much of its secret wealth to certain hidden areas in South America just prior to its collapse. It was a very natural conclusion to reach. That submarine was the only method of transporting the gold in secrecy, and it's become completely useless. They can't fully stop the water from seeping in, and it'll probably sink completely before much longer. There's no longer any way for them to transport the gold in secrecy. In other words, Sumari, their mission has ended in failure here in the Far East. So just how is Lieutenant Yamamoto proposing that we assist them?
The Rokkenjima base is top secret, and no one knows about it. The islanders in the surrounding area think this island's ill-omened and deserted, so they never come near it. Catch my drift, Ushiromiya?
What did he say?
As we told you earlier, no one knows about this base, and as you can see, it's of no use strategically, so the higher-ups have already forgotten about it. It sounds like Lieutenant Yamamoto is suggesting that you hide the gold on this island.
Beatrice quickly translated this and told Lieutenant Angelo. He began discussing something rapidly with his subordinates. They didn't look happy. Japan may have been their ally, but they probably didn't want to leave the gold for reconstructing their motherland in Asian hands. Still, it was hard to imagine any other option for them. It's a fierce debate. Some say that there's no other option, while others think we should remain loyal to our homeland no matter the cost. Lieutenant Angelo is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The final order given to them by their fallen homeland was to hide the gold. However, by now there was no way for that order to be carried out successfully. If the mainland or their own homeland found out, the gold would probably be confiscated by the wrong people, from their point of view. If they really wanted to carry out their homeland's orders faithfully, Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal was extremely reasonable. Though he couldn't understand their words, he seemed to realize how divided they were.
If we help out, we'll be able to hide the gold in total secrecy. Fortunately, there's an abandoned tunnel that stretches all the way across this island. He's saying that if you hide the gold underground and bury it on this island, no one will be able to find it.
Our side is saying that it sounds like a realistic proposal. However, there seems to be some resistance to accepting Japanese help.
I wonder why. It seems they're having difficulty coming to a decision. Do you really have a choice, Italians? You don't think you can hide that gold without our help, do you? And I doubt you want to leave it lying around on the beach for much longer.
Lieutenant Angelo wants to minimize the number of people who know about the gold. He doesn't trust the Japanese, but it looks like he's decided that Lieutenant Yamamoto's plan is the best possible option. But he seems suspicious.
About what?
He's wondering whether they really intend to move a full 10 tons of gold and swear themselves to secrecy without any sort of compensation.
50%. Sir, you can't be. Hand over half of the gold to us. With that as our work wages, we'll hide the other half nice and safe for them. He's telling you to give us half of it. I wonder if they're going to kill each other in a battle instead of Kinzo going Rambo.
The instant Beatrice translated that sentence, Lieutenant Angelo slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. Instead of flinching, Lieutenant Yamamoto, true to his boasts of once being a thug who everyone feared, actually looked even more relaxed and confident than he had previously.
After all, they really don't have the option of refusing. You could demand 80% if we wanted. I've lowered that to 50% as a sign of good faith. Of course, we aren't the only ones with leverage here. If the Italians decide to leak this to the outside, all of the gold will probably be taken by Japan or Italy. We won't get even a single yen out of it. This can only work if we're both partners in crime here. He's got a point. He's saying we should all be partners in the crime of embezzlement. Oh, like Kraus? By now, he's already moved on to speaking as an individual, not as a soldier.
I don't believe it. So the gold has blinded him. Lieutenant Yamamoto was grinning. It really did look as though he had been blinded by greed, just as Beatrice said.
If they leave it just piled up where it is, you can be sure that it'll be noticed when the boat comes for them from the mainland. If that happens, none of us will profit. They ought to accept a proposal and hide the gold as soon as possible.
It sounds like Lieutenant Angelo is dead set on the Japanese and Italian governments not finding out about this. He wants to carry out his duty until the end.
Did they check for Harrison Ford clinging to the outside of the submarine when they got here? So what exactly does that mean?
He wants the gold buried deep within the island, even if he has to pay some percentage to buy your silence. Of course, some of his subordinates object strongly. They're saying that 50% is out of the question.
Welcome to Rokenjima, Dr. Jones. I think you will find that the regional scandal here is more troublesome than you are used to. Ushirimiya, how are they doing? They also don't want any more people laying eyes on the gold. However, they seem to object to the portions.
It all becomes clear why I recommended that you play Indiana Jones in the middle of Umineko. It was all part of my plan, Andrew Yukishi's. Lieutenant Angelo says they'll consider 10%, though he's also saying that he's fairly sure Lieutenant Yamamoto won't accept that.
Ushirimiya. What's the Italians' answer? They'll say they'll consider 10%.
This time it was Lieutenant Yamamoto who slammed down on the desk, but the Italians didn't flinch either. An incredible tension filled the small room. However, despite his violent outburst a second ago, Lieutenant Yamamoto's expression still looked smug and in control. He was probably confident that he now had the initiative.
10%? Now there's a modest proposal. Okay, sure, I'll give up 10%. We'll split it, 40-60. Tell them I won't go any lower than that. Okay, interesting. All right.
40% for the Japanese, 60% for the Italians. The lieutenant was talking tough, but in truth, these negotiations weren't being made on an equal footing. If the Italians had just wanted the gold for themselves, there wouldn't have been much of a problem. But what if? What if they were true patriots and decided to return the gold for the purpose of reconstruction, even to the defeated puppet government of their homeland? If so, they would probably report the existence of the gold to the Italian embassy. Eventually, the Italian government would petition the Allied nations for the retrieval of their gold. It probably wouldn't all make it back to Italy, but it might be used effectively to repair and rebuild their battered towns. If that happened, Lieutenant Yamamoto and his friends would only be able to sneak out a few ingots at most. He was greedily planning to make this his own treasure island so that he and his subordinates could have an enormous fortune all to themselves. If he wanted to succeed, the Italians would have to keep the presence of the gold quiet.
But there's one thing I don't get. If Lieutenant Angelo doesn't want to let anyone have the gold, he could have just let the submarine sink. Why do you have it unloaded?
I'd rather not think about it, but Lieutenant Angelo might have started planning to embezzle the gold as soon as he realized that their mission would be impossible to complete. Right now, he's asking his subordinates for their opinions, both as soldiers and as individuals with families waiting for them back home. The more straight-laced soldiers are furious. The discussion between the Italians was becoming fierce and emotional. Though their homeland had fallen, they had come all this way in accordance with its orders. They had probably been given this mission because they were particularly faithful and duty-minded troops. It seemed they couldn't just agree to a foreigner's proposal to embezzle and split up the gold. Lieutenant Angelo looked like he was doing all he could to calm the unexpectedly fervent rage of his subordinates. Looks like the gold is blinding them, too. Everyone's mixing up their true feelings with how they want to be seen, and they can't make up their minds.
How's their answer coming? Ushiromiya! Bichi. Lieutenant Yamamoto is asking for an answer.
They're saying they want some time to think. I had you to talk to, so I was able to distract myself from our current situation, but that wasn't true for the rest of them. They lost a lot of comrades at the end of a very long journey, and now they're here and in a tight spot. They've even lost their mission, the one thing they could depend on to guide them. They don't know what to do.
Sir, they say they'd like some time. Sure, let them talk it over all they want, but they better not take too long. If we're gonna hide the gold, that'll take time and effort. Make your decision before noon tomorrow. That's all, Italians. He's giving you until noon tomorrow. That bastard, he's practically threatening you.
Lieutenant Angelo says he'll ask for everyone's thoughts on the matter.
Which way do you think they'll go?
It'll probably be tough going. It seems Lieutenant Angelo is willing to consider splitting it, but his subordinates and the others will probably oppose that. All of them have lost close friends on their voyage to the Far East. They're firm in their desire to do their duty to our homeland.
Will they refuse Lieutenant Yamamoto's proposal?
Even if they do, the gold will fall into someone else's hands. If nothing's going to be left anyway, Lieutenant Angelo suggests that they each sneak at least one ingot back with them, and some of the others seem to agree, but men always get carried away at times like this. Even I can't guess what they'll do. I imagine the Italians had some complicated feelings about all this.
In their eyes, the Italy that surrendered was probably little better than an enemy country. Letting the gold go back there would make their entire voyage meaningless.
However, embezzling and divvying up the gold would also make their whole voyage meaningless.
The country they felt obligated to serve had already fallen. That alone destroyed the significance of their journey. Not a happy story for them.
If it's bound to be meaningless anyway, wouldn't keeping hold of even just a few ingots be better than nothing?
Sure, if you want to calculate straight up profit and loss, but men aren't like that. We're not? Okay.
That's how you found out. The Italians were gathered in a cramped room, arguing fiercely.
I don't like it. We must remain true to our soldier spirit until the end, for the sake of our fallen comrades. And how do you define remaining true? By hiding the gold on this island? By accepting the proposal of those Asians? We can't trust them, especially that Yamamoto person. We mustn't let our guards down. Unloading the gold and letting the Japanese see it was a huge mistake. We should have let it sink with the sub. Oh, wonderful idea. Let's just sink it right inside a Japanese base. It would have been pulled up eventually. That wouldn't hide anything.
Doesn't matter. There's no way to get the gold off this island without anyone knowing. If we had just taken the honorable path and scuttled the sub, none of this would have happened. If we had known that the sub would be broken beyond repair, why did the lieutenant commander contact the Japanese military and ask for help? How was he planning to carry out our mission if they found out about the gold? Our mission was a failure from the moment he asked them for help. All of us have families waiting for us back home, and we've more than done our part, I'd say, voyaging all the way to this island country in the Far East. You might call this fair and just payment for our services. Chatter, chatter. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Yeah, chatter.
Hi, chatters. Hi, chatters.
Lieutenant Angelo, if the Japanese prove to be less than amicable, we need to be prepared to take extreme measures. Here we go! And what do you mean by extreme measures, Corporal? Oh.
Someone gulped. A stiff tension hung over the room.
The Japanese here are pushovers. They're all cowards with no battle experience. And we're the elite. We know the layout of almost the entire base, along with the number of Japanese troops and how they're arranged. If Lieutenant Angelo gives the order, we should be able to subdue them quickly. Only a few of them, Yamato included, look like fighters. The rest are just laborers attached to the military. They may look like they have the advantage of numbers, but we have the greater military force. If we kill the Japanese, what exactly are we going to say when the boat comes to pick us up? You really think that'll work? There should be plenty of ways to work it, as long as the corpses aren't found. Lieutenant Angelo, it'll be easy to subdue this base. If we kill Yamamoto and a few strong fighters, laborers will probably just surrender easily. Let's have them carry the gold and bury it. Of course, we'll have to silence them afterwards. Are you suggesting we massacre all of them? Let's do it. If we kill them all, no one will know about the gold. And also, just for no reason, let's gouge their head and kill, and gouge their leg and kill, and gouge their chest and kill. Let's make an epitaph ritual out of it.
At that moment, the supposedly locked door opened slightly and a metal object was thrown in. As the yell rang out, the table was kicked over to be used as a shield, and they all dropped to the floor. However, in this cramped room, it probably wouldn't do them any good. The Italians were all prepared for death.
Mm-hmm. A dud! It's a dud! Oh, Metal Gear Solid 2 after all.
Fortunately, the shoddy grenade was a dud. The door was slammed open and 3 Japanese soldiers wielding pistols jumped in.
Damn it, it's a dud. Kill the Italians, kill the Italians. Return fire, fire at will. No, Will's not in this story.
In this small room, no matter who shot where, it was bound to hit someone. The exchange of bullets instantly caused a rain of blood, with casualties on both sides. The 3 who had jumped in were covered with bullet holes and fell over, moaning and thrashing.
Cough, cough. Gino! Damn, they got his lung. We can't save him. Fucking Gino. We should consider ourselves lucky. If that grenade had gone off, we'd all be dead.
The grenade was still rolling about on the floor. It had been a surprise attack. Lieutenant Yamamoto had probably judged that the negotiations wouldn't go his way and had decided to make the first move. Or maybe he'd been planning from the beginning to put them in a position where they'd be gathered in one place to discuss his offer. Rikkenjima was their island. If they killed all the Italians, then not half, but all of the gold would go to the Japanese. There was a chance the grenade might go off late. The Italians rushed off into the corridor. They heard gunfire from down the hallway. It was coming from the direction of the submarine dock. Clearly, the troops guarding the pile of gold were being attacked.
Lieutenant Angelo, what are your orders? We have no choice. Kill the Japanese. The Lieutenant, these guys are good. Those Italians aren't your ordinary sailors. I see. They needed men good enough to guard that gold after all. We have the numbers. Keep your cool, surround them, and kill them. Let's hunt some Italians.
But he didn't say Italians.
What do you say?
Define a slur.
Oh shit.
As soon as I heard the sound of repeated gunfire, I knew that something which had been smoldering since the time the gold was unloaded had finally burst. The eyes of our soldiers looking at that gold hadn't been normal. Yes, those eyes had been entranced by demons. The Italians had been pushed to the limits by the heavy burden they bore. Who wouldn't have snapped after being trapped in a distant land where you can't understand the language or the writing? Thinking I had to do something, I ran toward the sound of gunfire. Looking back on it, that was an extremely stupid thing to do. That sound meant that there were people shooting at each other, people killing each other, and yet, unarmed as I was, I dashed toward the sound as though I was trying to mediate some schoolyard fight. It didn't take long before I learned how foolish and naive that was in the heat of battle.
Hiroka?
Warrant Officer Hiroka was lying face down, his entire body drenched in blood. Judging by the trail of blood behind him, it was clear that he had somehow managed to crawl here from a different room before dying. No, he was still twitching. He might not be dead yet. But on this island without a doctor, no, even if we had a doctor, even Nanjo, who could possibly save a man who had been shot this many times in the chest. When I looked into the room he must have crawled out of, I saw 2 more blood-stained Japanese corpses. I fell backwards pathetically on my butt, my mouth hanging open in shock. Come to think of it, that was the first time I had ever faced death in my life. The entire world was at war. Even though millions were dying, both East and West, this was the first time I'd met with a person's death directly. I failed the D20 on that. Ridiculous. Didn't I join the army hoping to die? Didn't I whine about not being sent to the front lines? Yeah, so rejoice, Kinzo. Isn't this the death you were looking for? Why not spread your hands and yell out loud? Come for me, magnificent death. Someone came running toward me. It was a colleague of mine, a Japanese man, Tajima-kun. Ruh-roh. He dashed toward me, pale-faced and out of breath. His face seemed horribly contorted with terror. Mine probably looked the same.
Tajima-kun, what happens? Run away. We'll all be killed. Kinzo-san.
Someone yelled in Italian, and at the same time, Tajima-kun let out a scream. Then he grabbed onto me as he fell to the floor. A red stain was spreading across his back before my eyes.
Tajima-kun. Run. Cough.
As he spat bubbles of blood, he said that one word and died. But the shock of seeing someone die right in front of me didn't freeze my heart. At a fundamental level, all living things are unconcerned with the deaths of others. The one thing that matters is whether they themselves die or not. It was the barrel of the gun the Italian soldier was pointing that froze my heart. Tajima-kun's back burst once more as he leaned against me. Flesh tore, blood spattered. The warm splash of it covered my face. Was the Italian still trying to finish him off even though he had stopped moving for good? How foolish I'd been. Can I still not understand the scene in front of me? Rejoice, Kinzo! Now you'll finally get what you've wanted all this time. The Italian hadn't fired to finish off Tajima-kun. He had been aiming at the man Tajima-kun had fallen on, me, Ushiromiya Kinzo.
Wah!
I pushed his corpse aside, scrabbled against the floor, and dashed away, tumbling over myself. My hands had pushed off against the floor hard enough to tear off the ring finger fingernail on my left hand.
Oh, God.
When faced with death. Yeah, ew. Humans truly can resist with all they've got. I tumbled over and over as I ran, scraping up parts of my body. It was painful, hot. But that didn't matter at all. I heard the yelling in Italian come from behind me over and over again. It felt like they were running, chasing after me. I didn't want to look back, so I kept on running and running as though the Italians were right behind me. This is death. Didn't you want to die? No, I don't want to die. Why? Didn't I want to die so badly? But now I know. I know how wonderful it is to be alive. She taught me. Biche did. I can only be free when I talk with her. No. By talking with her, I finally came alive for the first time. I was born. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live and see her right now. If I don't see her, I'll die. I'll be killed. Stay cool, Kinzo. She might be killed too. If you live and she dies, you might as well be dead. Before I knew it, my face was covered in tears, snot, and saliva. When I stumbled into something and fell, I was finally able to come to my senses a little.
I'm still here.
Sorry. I could still hear intermittent gunfire. The gunfight was still going on, and it had spread throughout the entire base. Biche, are you okay? I'll find her and take her to a safe place. The lieutenant will probably kill all the Italians to steal the gold. Biche probably won't be an exception.
Biche. Biche!
I had lived for the first time after meeting you. I was born. So if you die, I'll die again. I could feel every cell in my body being reborn, not as Ushiromiya Kinzo, but a completely different Kinzo. Of course, I was terrified that I might really be shot if I went back. But I didn't want to die anymore, to truly die. So I was able to overcome my fear.
Biche!
Rubens! What on earth is going on? What is all this?
There's no need for you to know. Just stay hidden there. Don't come out until one of your fellow countrymen calls for you. I heard an Italian voice. He's over there. Damn yellow monkeys. Oh, God.
Rubens stood with Beatrice behind his back and neatly shot the two men rushing at him with two 9mm bullets from his Beretta M 1934. However, one of the 8mm bullets from their Type 94 semi-auto pistols went straight into Rubens' chest. All three of the shooters were struck in the chest and fell down in a heap. No! Rubens!
Go up to the surface. You have to hide in the forest. Cough, cough. Ugh.
Rubens!
My. Aren't we chatty?
The next person to appear was the commanding officer of the Japanese soldiers, Yamamoto. The blast of 3 guns had just sounded. Adding on Beatrice's screams, it was hardly surprising that he had noticed the encounter.
If it had to come to this anyway, we should have taken this woman as a hostage in the first place. Damn annoying, that's what they are.
Yamamoto spat. Beatrice used that moment to snatch up Rubens' gun. Yeah!
Well, look at you, reaching to pick up a gun without missing a beat. Italian women sure are scary. Damn it, both of you screwed up.
He spat this last part at the 2 dying men who lay moaning at his feet. However, what had happened to them wasn't particularly surprising. It wasn't the first time it had happened either. In this tiny, cramped tunnel, nearly everyone had met head-on. When both sides shot recklessly in such a situation, the result was 2 corpses. So whoever sensed another person and pulled the trigger quickest won. That was the only way to survive this battle without a bullet in your chest. Because of this, both Japanese and Italians had killed each other without hesitation, and they sometimes even pulled the trigger on oncoming allies. In the midst of all this were several Japanese men who had stumbled into the fight, wondering what was going on. It didn't matter whether the other person was holding a gun or not. Everyone had reflexively pulled the trigger at the sight of anyone other than themselves trying to stay alive. The entire base had been wrapped up in this slaughter.
Golden slaughter.
There was a fierce gun battle taking place on the submarine dock. And a massacre resembling a hunt was taking place inside the base. Most of the non-combatants assigned to this base were killed before they knew what was going on. The Italians were indeed quite seasoned troops, but their numbers began to drop, bit by bit. Blood-stained corpses were scattered everywhere. At first, it had probably been a proper gunfight. However, as their minds began to grow weary and numb, it devolved into that most basic cause of wars throughout humanity, the desire to kill all foreigners you don't understand. Whenever they heard words they didn't understand, they pulled the trigger. By that point, the screams of foreigners sounded no different from those of man-shaped beasts. After all, they couldn't understand pleading in another language. So it had long ago turned into a mere massacre. As the number of dead surpassed the number of living, silence began to return to the base. Just when it felt as though everyone had died and you could hear the desolate sound of the wind blowing through the caves, there would be a sudden scream, the crisp sound of a gun, and you'd remember that the massacre wasn't over yet. This happened over and over again, and eventually, true silence fell. It marked the pitiful end for those led astray by gold. The leader of the Italian soldiers, Angelo, had managed to survive somehow. He encountered nothing but the corpses of friend and foe. All was quiet once more in the base. If he was careless enough to call out, he might be shot from the shadows somewhere. So he snuck about like a panther, breathing quietly and searching for remaining enemies. There was no sign or trace of any living person. Maybe all of the people in this base had died.
Damn Japanese.
The Japanese struck first, but at that time we were also talking about killing them. They simply made the first move as military men. So perhaps we should be grateful for this day. Even if the boat had come to pick us up, there would have been no honor left for us. We would have been mere failures in our mission, unfit to face our dead comrades. Perhaps dying here in the Far East alongside my gun is a more fitting end for a soldier. I noticed the sound of shuffling feet coming from around the corner and strained to hear. Is someone seriously wounded and dragging their feet? Noticing them before they notice me greatly helps my chances. At this stage, there's no point in taking prisoners. We must dispose of all the Japanese. I'll dash around the corner, quickly check to see who they are, and shoot if it's a Japanese person. Nothing more. I've been hiding my footsteps the whole time. They probably don't know I'm here. Once the shuffling footsteps had come close enough, Angelo leaned around the corner and raised his gun. The voice that reached him spoke Italian. Run!
Huh? You! I've been looking for you, Lieutenant Angelo. That makes all of you. I've been counting Italian corpses, you see.
Lieutenant Angelo! Are you okay? Blood poured from Angelo's chest. His gun fell to the floor, then his knees, and then the rest of his body crumpled and stopped moving. Yamamoto's accuracy with a gun wasn't particularly stellar. However, Angelo had waited until they were fairly close before jumping out, so Yamamoto had made the shot. He had managed to hit, even with a short-barreled handgun in one hand, and a woman as a hostage in the other.
Really though, our Akinjima garrison was pathetic. Am I the only one who's not dead? Trash, all of them.
Can't you fight without using a woman as a shield, you brute? Let go!
Quiet. Noisy, these Italian girls. If you'd just be cooperative, I'd at least spare your life.
It was such an obvious lie that even he wore a bitter smile. The Italians were spies working for the enemy, and they all died along with the garrison in a gunfight. Since this was the story Yamamoto wanted to tell, he couldn't afford to have any Italian survivors. By this point, he wouldn't be able to keep the entire pile of gold, but he should be able to grab as many as he could carry. Even that would be worth a huge amount of money. Beatrice suddenly swung her head, smashing Yamamoto's nose hard. Someone help! Someone! Yeah!
You bitch. Yeah.
She almost managed to escape. However, Yamamoto quickly grabbed her leg and tripped her. She fell onto her back, and Yamamoto mercilessly stomped his foot down on her stomach and pointed his gun at her.
I don't make a hobby of taming tomboys. Die. What? Lieutenant Yamamoto, she had nothing to do with this. Let go of her.
Kinzo had jumped out from the shadows. He was holding a gun he had stolen from one of the corpses.
Ushiromiya? Ah, so you're alive. Let go, you're hurting her. It was you, wasn't it? You tipped the Italians off. What are you talking about?
Yamamoto didn't know that the grenade had been a dud. He had been sure that the surprise attack would work, but it hadn't, so he'd assumed that Kinzo must have tipped them off. Thanks, narration.
It's your fault. Surprise attack failed and we're stuck like this. You turncoat, you traitor to your country. I know you've been working with them through this woman. Can't you see that you caused all this because you were blinded by gold?
Run, Kinzo! This man has shot people begging for their lives. He'll shoot you, too.
Don't talk, Italian. If you open your mouth again, I won't hesitate to shoot.
It hurts. Yamamoto ground his heel into Beatrice's gut.
Stop it, stop it. She has nothing to do with this. Oh? Are you pointing a gun at a superior officer? Stop and think a bit, fool. If we agree to keep the same story, we can have that pile of gold all to ourselves, okay? I could only grab a few on my own, but if we work together, we'll be able to sneak off with even more. I don't mean this as your superior officer. Let's split it equally between us as men. The last time you offered to split gold 50-50, you tried to slit their throats. Ushiromiya, looks like you prefer lead to gold.
Line goes hard. Without any hesitation, Yamamoto raised the barrel of his gun toward Kinzo and pulled the trigger. It grazed Kinzo's right ear. If Yamamoto's aim had been just a bit better, the bullet would have slammed into Kinzo's face. Kinzo! How could you?
Yeah!
Not letting Yamamoto's momentary distraction go to waste, Beatrice lashed out and planted her right foot in Yamamoto's crotch. After moaning in pain, a demonic expression flashed across Yamamoto's face and he stomped on her chest.
Biche! You, Biche, die!
Beatrice shut her eyes tightly, hoping that she could withstand the coming pain. No one wants to watch the moment they get shot.
You.
Drip, drip, drip. A blood splash poured out of Yamamoto's chest.
Just as you took so many lives for your own personal reasons, I'll take your life for mine.
Could Yamamoto hear Kinzo's words until the end? In his last moments, he seemed to grin. Then, slowly, he fell backwards with a spurt of blood. Kinzo? Are you okay? I was sure you'd been shot. Ugh. Beatrice tried to stand up, but then doubled over and started coughing.
Biche, are you hurt?
My ribs are hurting. That brute really was stomping them hard.
Will you be okay? I hope they aren't broken.
Italian women don't break so easily, but thanks. I owe you my life. If you hadn't come, it would have all ended there. Ugh.
I mean, the cars do, so,
Whoa. Yamamoto had shown no mercy. Her ribs were probably cracked. We didn't have the option of waiting, possibly for several days, for the ship that was coming. I made the decision to carry her away from the island. The man who kept yelling about preserving the secrecy of the base is lying there dead. The next island over, Nijima, is close. A small boat should be more than enough to get us there.
I need to take you to a hospital. The wound might be more serious than you realize.
That's interesting. I never knew there was a hospital on this island.
There isn't. A boat should get us to the next island over. We'll get you to a hospital. As for me, unless I cleverly cover up what happened here on this island, I might end up getting court-martialed just for being here.
I have a request. Please don't take me to a hospital.
Why?
If we go to a hospital and the embassy is contacted, I'll eventually be sent back to Italy. If that happens, I'll be interrogated about all kinds of things. I won't acknowledge the bastards who let Mama die. There's no homeland for me to return to now. This is the end for me. So there's nowhere I want to go anymore. Lieutenant Angelo, Rubens, everyone who was so kind to me, they're all dead.
And because of that, you want to die here too? I thought you said Italian women weren't weak. Live.
Hey, Kinzo. What does it mean to live? You're the one who taught me, aren't you? Living is more than just breathing. I don't want to go back to Italy.
Ichie.
You said that you were dead until you met me, but it's the same for me. I died in that submarine. My homeland fell, Mama died, even Papa died. I prayed that our sub would just sink to the bottom of the ocean. So when we reached this place, I was actually disappointed that we'd survived. Then, right after that, Lieutenant Angelo started asking whether anyone could speak English. When Kinzo met Beatrice, he finally forgot about dying. And when Beatrice met Kinzo, she also forgot about dying. Now that I've lost my homeland, my family, and my friends, my only wish is for you to kidnap me and take me away with you.
Kidnap. Ichie.
But I know that's a wish that couldn't possibly come true. So at the very least, I want to be with you until the boat comes for us. I don't care about the pain in my chest. After all, when the boat comes and takes me away, I'll die. Beatrice spoke this, smiling softly. She did her best to hide the pain in her chest. Please, Kinzo, just for the next few days, until the boat comes. Kidnap me.
That's a wish I can't grant.
Looking apologetic, Kinzo lifted Beato up and gently sat her in the boat. Coward. So Japanese men are weak after all.
You're right. I am a coward. So I can only grant you half of your wish.
With a clunk, he placed it, wrapped in a jacket, in the boat. What do you mean?
The part about until the boat comes for you, that's the part I can't grant.
Huh? What do you mean?
Kidnapping you. That part, I will do.
Kinzo? There has to be a doctor on Nijima. I'm wearing a Navy uniform. I should be able to pass myself off as a survivor of a boat carrying a VIP that was sunk by enemy ships. If the doctor happens to be of the greedy sort, all the better. After all, I have right here the golden magic to make people do what I say. A witch from a distant country took my lifeless body and gave me a soul. A woman came to me with the gold and revived me with her magic.
You are a witch. The Golden Witch.
Yes, the Golden Witch. Even though I use the same recipe as everyone else, only my alchemy can turn pasta into a smoking black heap. Just like you, I'm nothing but a corpse allowed to live just as long as you're with me. If you go, I'll die straight away.
I won't let you die,
Really?
no matter what.
Take responsibility, okay? After all, you're the one kidnapping me.
He's here. Is that the end of the chapter?
Nope.
Nope. I see. So Kinzo-san told you that much.
Umi News is gonna go hard today, huh?
Yeah.
Then wait, it was you? You're the Nijima doctor who grandfather took Beatrice to see?
Walrus is gonna turn and be like, Nanjo, so you never told me that you were a fascist? Well, what's that all about? Why so shocked? It should have left to the mind ever since the words Nijima doctor. All of a sudden, a soldier of the Navy appeared along with a foreign woman. Of course, I was astounded. And then he actually told me to treat her wounds confidentially, since the presence was a military secret.
Was that the first time you met grandfather?
Yes, that was when we first met.
So you're the greedy doctor who followed orders for the sake of gold. That's a bit harsh. He suddenly brought in a foreign woman patient, explained to me that this was a military secret, promised that he'd pay the medical fees later, and handed me a gold ingot as collateral. And thus began my long storied history of doing shit for this family for gold. Oh, Nanjo, I didn't want to get involved with any funny business. But, you know, 40 years later, I, for a long time, just pretended that he was still alive. For fun. I was reluctant to say the least.
Is this your goat, chat? Is this your goat? This is your goat right here? You can't see my cursor. I see your point, but in the end, you did conceal Beatrice, didn't you?
I may not be as skilled as Kinzo, but I do have some familiarity with English. I managed to overhear part of their conversation, and that was enough to convince me that they were not troublesome people. Of course, if I were to say that the ingot didn't tempt me, that would be a lie. I was much younger then, you see. What happened to her next? I treated her for some time before a messenger from the Ushiromiya family came and said she would be moved to Odawara. They took her away.
So grandfather didn't come to get her himself?
Regardless of how Kinzo explained away the incident in Rikkinjima, he probably wouldn't be able to move about freely for some time afterwards. Precisely. Kinzo-san had said that deceiving the military was the greatest challenge of his life.
So Beatrice went to Odawara, and then what?
I've heard that she hid on one of their unused villas. After all, Kinzo already had a family at that time. It must have been tricky to manage. So leading a double life was business as usual for Kinzo, even before Kuwadorian. Whoosh.
What are you doing? Is your butt itching? And later on, Beatrice and grandfather continued their happy relationship in the villa from then on?
I have heard that there was a modest, peaceful life. Several years later, they had a child. So, Kuwadorian's Beatrice was born. That birth didn't go well. It was truly a sad tale.
You don't mean she died?
Don't be surprised. Kinzo believed his daughter was Beatrice reborn. You can't neglect the heart. It's possible to reason it out.
You're right. My apologies.
I don't know how many years Kinzo-san spent with her in Odawara. However, judging by the Kinzo-san we grew to know afterwards, one can tell how deeply he loved her, even if they only had a few years together.
I see.
And then he made Kuwadorian for his daughter. Kinzo-san cleverly made use of the submarine's gold to build up a fortune in a flash. Then he made use of his considerable skills in English to make connections with the GHQ, becoming immensely wealthy in a short span of time. There's no need to explain this part to you, Leon-san.
Yeah. He used that vast wealth, bought Rikkinjima, and built the mansion. The remaining relatives in Odawara scoffed at grandfather, thinking he was crazy to buy an entire deserted island.
If you could carry 10 tons of gold around in your pocket, Kinzo probably wouldn't have bought Rikkinjima.
He hid the gold somewhere in Rikkinjima, built up a fortune with the ingots he'd taken out of it, and then bought up the whole treasure island.
Exactly. And that started the legend of the Ushiromiya gold. What about the mark of the one-winged eagle that was supposedly pressed into the ingots? The one-winged eagle, or more precisely, an eagle of which only one wing is visible.
What do you mean?
You see it often in Europe, do you not? A crest or coat of arms with an eagle spreading its wings on it. The flag of the Salo Republic also had an eagle, or was it a hawk? At any rate, it had some bird of that type emblazoned on it. So the imprint was made too lightly, or else it was poorly done. Oh, Ava. Oh, Ava, correct. They used a rough wartime press. It was probably supposed to look like the crest of an eagle spreading its wings. It was pressed at a slight slant, so half of it was too light to see.
Can I pause us? to unbite my tongue on the thing I've been biting my tongue the most about.
I know what you're gonna say.
For months, Jelly has been like, oh, Oko's design of Mouse's character as Beatrice is so cute. It looks so good. You know what I like the most about it? The ear cuff. The one-winged eagle ear cuff is so cool. What a clever use of a design. For months, Jelly has been celebrating my character being drawn with a fascist fucking symbol on her. And I have had to sit there and be like, It's been so tough for me. Okay, all right. Sorry, I had to get through it. I had to get through it. So half of the eagle spreading its wings disappeared, making it look like a one-winged eagle.
I thought you were gonna bring up the time you said you wanted to get an Umineko tattoo, and I suggested the eagle.
There was that too, but that was at least a one-off occurrence instead of constant, like once a week for months.
Kinzo thought the seal on the gold of Beatrice, the woman who had changed his fate, looked like the one-winged eagle. That must be why he decided to make that his own crest. Sorry. If the imprint had been made correctly, it would have been the eagle of the Salo Republic's flag. Or could it have been the two-headed... No, of course not. Passing the night away with Kinzo-san in front of the massive pile of gold, drinking and wondering was truly an enjoyable experience. However, Kinzo-san didn't want people using that seal to figure out where the gold had come from. The gold he took outside was all repressed with the one-winged eagle design he had created. Oh, and all he did was show you the gold? What a cheapskate. Of course, after he became immensely rich, Kinzo-san came to me once more, saying he'd pay me in full for the overdue medical expenses. The amount he came with was a bit much for medical fees, though I did make sure to give him his change.
And you've been friends ever since?
Yes. Kinzo-san was extremely grateful to me for keeping his secret and concealing Beatrice.
Grandfather always says that the old relatives in Odawada were a bunch of greedy liars. I'm sure he appreciated your strong sense of duty, Dr. Nanjo. I think I understand why a person like Grandfather came to trust you.
I also had some interest in foreign countries, as well as a hobby of playing chess. Kinzo-san and I have gotten along well ever since. It was a friendship that built up gradually, but grew strong before we knew it. I also hated his wife. Yes, we have been friends for a very long time. People who deal with large amounts of money tend to be quite mindful of small amounts as well. When you refuse to accept anything more than the medical fees, that must have earned you his admiration. Ridiculous. I was just frightened by the large quantity of the money. I began to regret it later. Whoa! It seems I have never had real guts. No need to worry there. Guts are the one thing you've got no shortage of. You think so? Well, I appreciate the flattery. That wasn't flattery. Poor Nanjo.
Fucking savage from Will there. For at least one whole year after Kinzo's death, Nanjo had taken part in hiding the secret of that death. Of course, Natsuhi must have given him some hush money. Still, there could be no doubt that he'd had enough guts to withstand pressure from Kinzo's children for a long time without slipping up once.
Now that's something that take real guts. The sense of duty must be part of your personality. Perhaps that is my only redeeming quality.
I think Grandfather was blessed with a good friend. And that is the end of the chapter.
All right. The birth of Beatrice.
The birth of Beatrice.
I think.
Do you?
Shit.
I guess I should save here because I'll probably be here next week.
Yeah.
Oh, Beatrice.
Thank you, Parting for the Bits. Reads Answers Arc. Mad that there are answers inside. So true. So true. Thank you, YSF, for the bits. Countering the above bit message because you just explained it to chat. What'd I do? What'd I explain? I can't remember what I
War
explained.
in the bit messages.
Thank you, Monk Tonight, for the bits as well. Oh, can we know what the Brain Blast was from last week's Tosif Extended Universe Sekimea Barrels Edition stream? We said at the beginning, it was that it's that because Nanjo, I don't know if they're reliable scenes, but if they are, and Nanjo examined the corpses of Shannon and Cannon, now that we know that they're the same person, that means he must be in league with Shannon and Cannon to some extent to go along with and verify the fake deaths. Because even though the person or the personality, whatever you want to call it, died, the body didn't. And a doctor would be able to tell that. So Nanjo must be involved to some extent. That, or he's faking it. He can't be a fake doctor. He must be involved to some extent. If those scenes are reliable. Maybe they're not. I can't remember. Thank you to Simple from Jazz for the bits. Yes, we scran. What was this? 22 minutes ago? Was it when I did the Voss voice? Yeah. He's actually a witch, not a doctor. All right, we're all done. We're all done. Hope you enjoyed the chat. I am.
I'm actually surprised
tired.
because you kept saying you were interested in what actually happened, and now you're getting what actually happened, and you're learning what happens when the cat box gets open, and you don't like it that much.
I mean, I find it interesting. It's just a bit long-winded, and just like how those two met, I would like to know, but I don't think I would like to know in this amount of detail. You know what I mean? Like
that makes sense. Yeah, I do think that this episode, even though it's short, has some pacing problems. Yeah, I agree.
It is kind of interesting that it is like air quotes Nazi gold. My brain I don't know if I said it out loud, but my brain immediately went to Nazi gold way earlier in the story, and I was like, I don't want to say that. I don't want to go there and entertain it all that much. But I think in that area, you immediately like a lot of mysterious gold. Your brain immediately goes to that kind of area because of those movies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't actually know because I didn't like think about it again until today. So like no, it was just like a fleeting thought. I think you did say that something. Did I? I can't remember. It's been so long.
I think you made a joke about it, but it was not taken as like a serious theory.
You mean Asmongold? Oh my fucking god.
No, that's +2, but it sucks. It's +2, but it sucks. Taking critical damage. Taking critical damage.
Damn. Anyway, raid's about to go out, so see you later, chat. See you tomorrow for Sekimea. Maybe Ace Combat on Monday.
Sekimea barrels.
Sekimea barrels.
The Sekimea streams get better every time, which means A, it might be really good, or B, there might be a cliff.
They're gone. They're already gone. They're gone.
I know. I know.
There might be.
I know. That was more for you than me, or for
okay.
them.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if anyone stuck around, didn't go for the raid. See you later. Have a good rest of your weekend. Bye bye.